Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Digimon Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku becomes Digimon Tamer? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Some might say that the world is cruel, and they probably are right, but what if I told you there's another world very close to ours? And there, the fight between evil and good is constant? That there is a wall between both sides that is almost impossible to break? Almost no one could believe that nonsense, until that strange day, the 4th of June of 2140, where strange creatures started to appear across the world. Some of them looked like animals, others like machines. Some were human-like, but all of them had one thing in common: they called themselves Digimon, and were digital beings. Society began to become paranoid about these creatures and what they could want from them. They were aliens for the humans, strangers that appeared from nowhere. Soon, the scientists used electromagnetic wave radars that allowed them to discover the localizations that allowed these Digimon to travel between worlds. These places had a high amount of energy, and could work as a door between both worlds. These locations soon were closed to the public and investigated. The contact with Digimon started to divide the population. While some accepted them as living beings with consciousness, others saw them as monsters and treated them like that. 41 days later, our story begins with a young Izuku crying in the park, alone. It was his birthday, but as usual, everyone hated him and attacked him with their powers, or their fist. At some point it was irrelevant with what they hit him. When his former friend Bakugo and his followers left him while talking about a thing in the bushes, he started crying in the sandbox. Why? Why is this world so unfair? Then, he started to hear someone else cry in the bushes. Moved by pure curiosity, he started moving despite his pain, using the sobs and cries as a guide. When he moved the bushes, he saw a tiny, purple being with a big, orange eye with tears on it. It had some small scratches on it. Are you okay? Izuku asked to that strange creature. This strange being was paralyzed at the sight of a human too close. I'm sorry, I didn't want to scare you. I heard you crying and I thought you needed help. Izuku's face was red since his crying. They also attacked you, right? I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. The small creature relaxed a little bit, not seeing him as a threat, even it seemed that it understood him. I'm Izuku Midoriya. What's your name? Kuramon. It felt weird, because Kuramon didn't have a visible mouth, but it talked. Do you want to come home with me? Mom can heal your wounds. He smiled at her. A smile so kind that it could warm anybody's heart. Okay, Kuramon looked unsure. When he healed, the most probable thing Kuramon would do was to run away and hide. But that didn't happen. Despite the annoying nickname that the kid gave it to him, her, Kuramon was not sure about its genre yet because it was still its first evolution phase. Despite having some years at that point, it didn't want to remember its previous life, but Izuku looked like a kind person. Probably too kind to be close to Kuramon, or Kuro for Izuku. After all, it was born as a result of the malice from the data of the network from humans and its evil nature. It was common sense. When Izuku arrived at home with one of those weird Digimon, Inko almost fainted, but then she saw his son's injuries, and she overcame her fear for the safety of her son. She treated the wounds if both, and then, she asked Izuku about the scratches and slightly smell of burnt. He looked aside. He was so focused on Kuro that he forgot to hide his injuries like usual. He couldn't lie to her, not with them. I was in the park, and Kaken and the others started to play with me. Izuku tried to camouflage it, but it didn't work. No. These aren't from playing. Izuku, please, tell me the truth. Are they bullying you? His mother asked her with a worried expression. Her eyes, full of love and worry, made him guilty of hiding her all those years of abuse. Yes. I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't want you to worry about me. The small child started to cry, and soon he was hugged by his mother. Inko started crying seeing her son like this, and soon the apartment had a problem of flooding. Luckily, Kuramon was at the table floating among the tears. What the hell? Are they water-type Digimon? Soon, Inko finished treating them, and hugged Kuramon. Poor sweetheart. You can stay with us all the time you need. The mother smiled at it. Kuramon felt a thorn in the heart, if it has a heart, with a not-too-far memory. Hate you. You should die. Soon it tossed those memories and nodded. Thanks. You are too kind. So, Inko invited it to eat with them, happy of having someone more with them. Soon, mother and son discovered that, in fact, Kuramon had a mouth, but it was in the lower part of the body, so it was interesting seeing it eating. It was the first time Kuramon had eaten so much in years. So, soon it was time to relax in the couch and, finally, sleep. Kuramon wanted to sleep a little bit and then leave, but the bed was so comfy, and the food was so good that it couldn't be so bad to stay one day more. And then it came the next day. And the next one? And Kuramon was still there. It was a great place to live. They were kind despite being a dark Digimon, and Kuramon liked the food and the good treatment after its last company. And, it couldn't admit it, but it felt nice to be loved again. So, it began to postpone the departure indefinitely. In that time, started to be friends with Izuku, who didn't stop calling it Kuro, so in response, started shorting his name to Izu, who made him cry of joy, for some strange reason. The humans were really weird. So, what do heroes do? Kuro asked. They help people and protect them from the veins. Do you have someone like this in your world? Izuku was interested. Something like that. There are Digimon who actively travels the digital world to protect everyone. In fact, Justamon was one of the few outsider Digimons who were accepted in the dark territory due to his neutrality towards them. They didn't care their nature as long they weren't doing bad things. What do you think about them? He wanted to know its opinion. I mean, they all right as long they don't attack others with no reason. The Digimon usually didn't heed what it had in mind. After 1 week, Kuramon started to shine after the dinner, to the family's concern. When it ended, a small, circular being with big ears replaced the one-eyed creature. Yes. Izuku and Inko stared at the creature, and both started to scream in unison. So, now you are? Pagumon, Inko asked. Yes. I don't understand why you, humans, are so obsessed with the names. We change ours with each evolution. It doesn't make sense having the same name for the rest of your life, Pagumon said in a higher tone. So, you don't want me to keep calling you Kuro? Izuku said with a pout. I didn't say that, Pagumon answered with a small blush on her face. In the end, Kuro decided that she was a girl. The genre was a strange issue, because at the beginning all the Digimon didn't had one, and when they grew, they decided if they wanted to have one, or none. So, are you gonna stay like that? Inko asked. Until I can digivolve again, most probably, Kuro nodded. The Digimon could also evolve and de-evolve at pleasure, and their reasons to do were various. First and the most important, until you were strong enough to be able to be in the new form indefinitely, it was hard to maintain it due to the high energy requirements. It was noticeable starting in the champion form and onwards, so Kuro didn't had to worry about that for a while. The second one was to experimentate. As the Pagumon revealed to them, Digimon rarely had an unique evolution line, and 2 different Digimon could digivolve in 2 different species. For example, an Agumon can become a Greymon, and other into a Tyrannomon, so it was common to a Digimon to variate from time to time. And then, were others who just decided to go in a unique line. Both cases were good. Is too much to assimilate. But is incredible, Kuro. Izuku's eyes started to shine with emotion. Do you have any more powers? While being a Kuramon, she showed the family her only attack, Glare Eye. A look with dark energy that paralyzed the enemy briefly and damaged them slightly. It was mainly used as a defense tool while being so young. Well, yes, I do. She opened her mouth, and a purple bubble started to grow. She didn't want to shot it, so she absorbed back to her body, is poison bubble. I can shoot it and explodes in contact, damaging other and poisoning them. Is a dark variation attack from most of the baby Digimon, Kuro admitted, insecure. Many Digimon viewed the dark type in a negative light, being confined to remote areas due to their corrosive and poisoning abilities, despite them being able to shot meteors, fires that chewed erase forests in minutes and, even some poison attacks, like some plant Digimon. That's great. You can attack at distance and incapacitate enemies. Can you control the grade of poison? The size and force of shooting of the bubble? Started asking a lot of question. Kuro already saw him doing that with one of those notebooks. He processed his thoughts in low voice. It was strange, but she felt it charming. Some weeks later, despite the fact that Izuku had to be in the school with Bakugo and his bullies, he endured it because he had a friend. A real friend who didn't attack or insult him. In the meantime, he learned that Kat can also bring a Digimon into his house, mainly because both shared their egos and wanted to be the strongest one, so it was like to look himself in the mirror. After a month has passed since her arrival, Pagumon, or Kuro, stood in the bed in the middle of the night. This feels nice. Maybe, staying with them is not bad. Maybe, I can be a hero with him. There was a conversation between her and Izuku in that week. Hey, Kuro, Izuku looked down for some reason after coming from school. He smelled again like candy or something similar. Do you think I can become a hero? He had some small tears in his eyes. Why do you ask that? Kuro asked with confusion. Well, I don't have any quirk, he admitted with sadness. Kuro nodded at that. They explained that the quirks were some kind of power almost each human, from fire manipulation to inhuman strength or even super speed, but there was like 1/5 of the population without one. Why you wouldn't be able? You only have to train your body to surpass those strange powers, for Kuro wasn't so complicated. You believe it? He asked in tears. Yes, of course, the Digimon would have shrugged if it had shoulders. Thank you. Then, out of nowhere, he hugged Kuromon while crying like a baby. Well, maybe I can help him letting him out of problems, she thought while she started to fall asleep. Under the Izuku's pillow, a small light appeared, and some strange device was created out of nowhere. When Izuku woke up, he found that strange gadget. Kuro, you know what is this? I've never seen something like that in my life, the Pagumon replied. It was a white rectangular with the corners and the outside line of the screen purple, with crossed arrow-like buttons, and 2 more circular-shaped. The boy started playing with the buttons, and the screen turned on. Wait. It's you, Kuro. In pixel. Wait, what? The Pagumon flew to Izuku's head to look better. There are stats, like attack, defense, and there's your poison bubble. It felt like Christmas came early for Izuku. Then, he started looking through internet. It looked like that some people who developed a reciprocal friendship relationship with a Digimon, got a device like that from a small light. The authorities were still investigating it, but it didn't look like a threat to people, and instigated the ones who got one to report it to start creating a register, with financial payment for the care of the Digimon. Mum! Come here! Izuku yelled. When Inko learned that, she almost started crying because Kuro considered Izuku her friend, despite the Digimon's embarrassment. Then, Izuku started preparing to go for school fast, because he lost time due to the discovering of that device. Wait, what? You want to go to school with me? Izuku asked with surprise. Yes. If those idiots are there, I want to make them understand some things, the small, purple creature answered. Maybe, is not that bad, if Kuro is in your bag at all moments, Inko said. She couldn't move Izuku to another school because they were in the middle of the year, so they had to wait until it ended. She didn't want his son to be at that place, so the sooner he could leave, the better. Besides, then you can have a friend with you, she smiled at the blush of the Pagumon. Well, if you promise to make no noise and don't get out, then is all right, Izuku nodded, and opened his backpack and accommodate some things. There is more than enough space for you. Kuro's stuff there is comfortable. Maybe I can even take a nap, she said. Izuku closed his bag except a small hole so she could breathe. Okay, we're leaving, Mom. Izuku left the house. Take care. Inko waved to his son and his hidden friend. I hope Kuro helps you where I couldn't, she sighed. She heard the question Izuku asked to his Digimon some time ago, and she couldn't help but cry at the fact that someone believed him, or at least, didn't see a reason for him to not to become a hero. That small creature helped her son more than her, and starting at that moment, she started to believe that he could become a hero. Fortunately, when he arrived at the school he received a, not good, but not terrible welcome, instead of some other days. Bakugo bring the Digimon of his house, that it was a Koromon who spoke out loud, and he was telling everyone that they could become the strongest Digimon of both worlds. Great. That gunpowder brain got a partner with his same personality. Kuro rolled her eyes. At least, as the class began, the sound of those annoying flatterers disappeared, so Izuku could concentrate in that boring class, and Kuro could take a long nap. Thanks to the Digimon who got the attention of everyone, Izuku only received some insults and jokes, but much less than usual, so he left without too much harassment. Pagumon felt more angry with each words or jokes they dedicated him. So, when are we gonna start? Pagumon asked out of nowhere. Start what? Her friend looked confused. Start training, idiot. Despite Pagumon had a sharp tongue, Izuku didn't felt the seriousness and the mean from her. Unlike his classmates, you wanna be a hero, right? Then you have to start training as soon as possible. Izuku felt the Digimon jumping inside his back with impatience. But, where do we start? Izuku asked. You could start running to improve your resistance. If you want to fight, then you will use a lot of stamina. Also, you could start searching for some teachers who teach how to fight. Because you humans also has that, right? Kuro said. Yes. You are right. I have to train. I have to work harder than anyone. Izuku, with those self-reassuring words, started running at the same time Kuro exited the bag. Hey, wait for me, Izu. She started following him flapping her ears. They arrived home half-hour later, with Izuku and Kuro drenched in sweat. Inko was worried, but when they explained what were they doing, she started crying, and she hugged both, assuring them that they would start looking for a dojo to learn martial arts. Don't worry, Izuku, I will take care of searching it. Just, take care of not getting hurt by the other kids in the school. She talked to this teachers, and she ended that reunion so angry that she wanted to pick their eyeballs and shove it into their buttes. They didn't care about him and made him miserable in order to favor Katsuki and the other kids with great quirks. She wanted to strangle him with his tie so bad. But if she did that she would go to prison, and couldn't take care of Izuku, so she restrained herself. With this, the everyday of the Midori is changed, with Izuku and Kuro training, and Inko helping her son. While the duo of Izuku and Kuro started running after school, in Aldera things soon started to return to normalcy, meaning that Izuku's bullying increased again. Usually they weren't as far to attack him, mainly because their teachers forbade it due to the possibility of getting sued if the kid went to the police with marks of abuse. Pagumon also developed her own patience, holding back the urges to come out of the backpack and shoot bubbles at them until they were unconscious to those idiots who treated her friend so badly. It felt weird recognizing Izuku as a friend, but it also felt nice. Like she had someone who cared for her, unlike her. Kuro tossed those hurtful memories, and kept flying at Izuku's side. Come on, run more. A rock is faster than you. She yelled to cheer him up, somehow. I'm trying. The green-haired kid responded, it's easy for you. You can fly with your ears. Don't complain. If you want to be a hero then you need to try harder, she landed on his head. Yes. The kid kept his exercises with his partner above him. So, you are telling me that you become stronger whenever you eat? Inko asked in curiosity. Yes. That's why I evolved when I was a Kurumon. Despite having material form like you, Digimon are in the end, a bunch of data, and we get stronger absorbing more, including food, but that growth is especially noticeable in the first stages, when we need a lot of energy to become stronger, like our baby form. At some point, we eat because we need it to survive, not due to the data. Kuro explained. Other ways to get stronger are training and fighting. The info we receive from other Digimon makes us stronger, and even learn new attacks from the experience of fighting. Then, her expression became serious, but an even more effective way is to absorb a Digimon data but is really frowned among us, and usually only happens in the most wild zones without law because when a Digimon dies, reborns as a Digiegg, so in the end is not terrible because we need to digivolve again, but if their data is absorbed, despite ending as a Digiegg like the other case it also loses all their memories, as if they died. The Digimon finished the explanation to mother and son in the table, so if one Digimon wants to absorb data, and others see it, they usually try to prevent it with gaining some time before the data transforms into an egg and teleports to the city of beginnings, where all Digieggs hatch. So, if you die, unless your data is absorbed, you become an egg and reborn with your memories? Izuku asked with an awkward face. Yes, that's usually the case, because as I said before, the absorption of data is usually taboo. Unless the Digimon accepts it, Pagumon answered. Why would you accept? The boy couldn't understand. Sometimes, when a Digimon has lived a lot and seen too much, they decide that is enough, and they want to make way for a new generation. I can't explain why because this is my first life and I'm young. She lied about that, but she didn't want to reveal what happened to her. Not yet, but when a Digimon is newborn, it's Digiegg change. If a Pagumon like me is absorbed, a new Digiegg appears to substitute the old Digimon, and it can be a different species. It's a complicated stuff and I don't know all the details, like why that happens, and I don't care specially. That's all I know. She didn't look troubled by the fact she had limited info about it. Well, at least you are with us now. That's what all matters. Inko smiled. Also, I found a dojo that also allows Digimon to train in Muzurufu. It's the perfect place for you. Then we can start training seriously. Maybe we can also see some new Digimon. Izuku took out his new notebook with the title Analysis of Digimon 1, in which he had all the info he wrote about all those creatures he saw. But at the moment, there were only a few: Kuro, the Koromon of Katsuki, who called him Aniki, and a Betamon which was with a heteromorphic family with frog-like characteristics who was kind enough to talk about himself to Izuku, probably because Pagumon showed herself briefly to demonstrate that he wasn't hateful against Digimon, but the girl with the same age as Izuku looked at Pagumon intensely. People still were divided with their opinions. Despite the majority being neutral or even accepting them, some groups decided to hate all of them and attack them in groups, which led to self-defense accidents. The amount and the problems became so numerous that the government soon created a law that, if a human with a Digimon was attacked, it had a limited permission to defend itself with their quirk in a non-lethal way after calling the police. Despite some people who wanted to pick a Digimon to justify to use their quirks in public, who were rapidly admonished, the law didn't have any major problems. Izuku and Pagumon were picked from school by Inko, so Katsuki had to contain himself to do anything, but her intense against him stared surprised himself. The three of them went directly to the dojo, who was a gigantic place with different buildings. It was clear that there was spent some money on it. When they opened the door, they through the glasses saw multiple persons and Digimon training in different grades of technique, or even using training machines and tools. Some adults and Digimon were fighting while practicing various martial arts. They even saw a Leomon and a Nanomon, making Izuku excited to see more types of Digimon. There were also some kids and an in-training Digimon in the corner, receiving lessons from an adult man with orange hair, scars, and a big musculature. Wait! He's the pro hero rapper, Izuku said with joy. Welcome. What can I do for you? The receptionist asked to the group, who was a young man with black hair. Hello, we would like to register a child and a Digimon, Inko said with a smile. A Digimon? Pagumon came out of the bag. Oh! A dark Digimon. Is rare to see one of them here. We have various plans of training depending if the Digimon bipedal, quadrupedal or has another form, so don't worry about the thought of not be able to train, he said with a smile. Before you register you can take a look, but don't get too close to the sparring areas in order to avoid accidents, the receptionist offered. Thank you, we will do. The three of them already had a good opinion because how he didn't judge Kuro and how kind he was. Mother and son started looking around, while Kuro saw something incredible, a Devimon doing bench press while talking to a Leomon next to him. She noticed that some other Digimon were glaring at him, but she could endure it. That means that Jim accepted Dark Digimon too. The trio got closer to the group in the corner who was receiving lessons. The teacher noticed them, but he focused in his students. Then you will group yourselves in pairs. The orange-haired man received a nod from the kids and Digimon, and they started practicing moves and attacks, while the only Digimon also started with a kid with boy ears. Welcome to my dojo. You are interested in joining it? Rapper asked the trio. Yes. We investigated and you were one of the few who allowed Digimon to train, so, Inko nodded. Yes. When my sweetheart came with a small hairball who was a Digimon, I decided to modify my dojo to give them a space in which they could train, fight and even relax if they want. The man smiled with a maniac face. Kendo Rappa. For him, fighting is better than SEC. Kendo Rappa lived to fight against everyone who challenged him. He was a punk who picked fights to whoever got his attention. That was until he discovered that a one-night stand with a woman ended with a baby. When he discovered he had a daughter, his world teetered. He still loved to fight, and he would keep battling anyone, but that soul change made him a little more responsible. He studied to become a pro hero to pay his daughter's pension to her mother, and at the same time, allowing him to fight against people. When he met his daughter, and she started to grow, he slowly became more focused on her happiness more than his own, and become a more suited role model. Then, he opened a dojo to train people to become stronger, and maybe one day fight against them. So when Digimon appeared, he could fight new and stronger opponent, making him decide to allow them to train there. So, we wanted to train to become heroes and we came here to see how it was. I don't know about Izu, but I like this place. Kuro talked with some shy due to being in front of some kids. Huh. I like you, kiddos. Rappa laughed. You have some guts despite being so young. You are like my baby girl, but you have to improve if you want to surpass her. Dad. A blushed girl with orange hair yelled while training with another kid with a wooden sword. The man started laughing. You know I love you, honeybee? Ouch. She threw his opponent's practice sword at him, hitting his head. Stop embarrassing me, she exclaimed. Her father laughed even harder. Anyway, we have various instructors to help you depending on what do you want to focus. Follow me, he made them a signal. In that dojo they teach about different weapon fighting styles, and unharmed too. Izuku felt interested about the hand-on-hand combat. As for Digimon, while Pagumon was still not able to fight properly, they taught the in-training Digimon to evade and improve at aiming with their attacks while moving until they could evolve to Rookie, when they start to get more intense training. Then, they saw the machines and other facilities to train individually, where some Digimon and people were there. This is where more experienced people work out their bodies. We also have sparring areas to train if you want. There are a rest area where you have free water and some vending machines if you want to grab anything. Izuku nodded with emotion while Rappa turned at them. Then, do you like it? He asked at the group with a proud smile. I worked hard for years to become a place where anybody can stay here without problems, and since the Digimon appeared, they are included. I really like it. But, can you please answer some question I have about your quirk? Izuku took out his notebook. A fan, huh? Of course. Ask whatever you want. Rappa answered. Then, the kid started his numerous questions at high speed. The man looked surprised, but tried to respond all of them, not knowing some answers and made him ask some questions about his own quirk. DMN, kid, you have some big brain there, Kendo said with a nod. I am sorry. I really like quirks. Izuku felt a hand in his head. Relax, boy. I wasn't messing with you. That intelligence can be used to fight and surpass your enemies. Don't let some idiots get their way with you just because you are smart than them. Despite that Rappa wasn't that intelligent and he admitted it, he learned a few things over the years what saved his life. Thank you, sir. Izuku smiled brightly. I can't wait to see how far you will go and fight with you someday. He started smiling again, receiving some weird looks from the family. My dad is obsessed with the idea of fighting strong people, don't worry. Is usual for him, the girl who throwed the sword got closer. I'm Itsuka Kendo. My pleasure. Kendo Itsuka. Her hands can make you feel pain and pleasure. I heard somewhat you were saying in the training room. Is not usual to see a kid my age with a Digimon. We were the only ones here until you came. The blue furball was in the top of her head. Hello. I'm Wanyuman. I want to train with you. The Digimon introduced himself. Wanyuman. Almost as crazy for training as his human partner. If you are here that means that you won, right? Rapper smiled at the nod of his daughter. We were taking a look, but I think I like this place, Kuro admitted. I'm Midoriya Izuku. The boy stuttered, nervous of being close by a girl. He usually never talked to a girl outside of Kuro, and despite the short hair, she looked kinda cute. Why she was blushing? You are mumbling, idiot. Paguman hit her friend in the head with her ear playfully. I'm sorry. His face became red as a cherry, and Itsuka kneeled in embarrassment. Cute. He said I was cute, she repeated in an endless cycle. Nairamon sighed. Is this the usual with him? He asked to Kuro. Him messing his words and mumbling? Yes. Talk to human girls? No, she looked at her companion with a hint of amusement. They registered Izuku and Kuro. Wanyuman was surprised that she had a proper name, and then Rappa decided to give the nervous kid to her daughter to let her explain the things. Was this because both were still embarrassed? Don't even doubt it. Despite the embarrassing, Izuku had fun while looking at the dojo and asking Kendo her quirk. It was great. She could move debris and use them as a shields with special gloves. A playful hit of Kuro in his head made him realize he was rambling. So you had fun, Izuku? Inko asked. Yes. It was incredible. I want to go tomorrow and start training. The kid was jumping from excitement. Relax, Izu. Save your energy for tomorrow. We will be busy, Kuro answered. At least I can take a nap in those stupid class. The truth is half of the time was awake, and Izuku even gave her a portable video console to entertain herself. It was Kai's Game Kid or something like that, who improved her ability to hold things with her ears. But that made her manage to hold her anger in the meantime, trying to ignore the comments of those kids and idiots teachers, but there was gonna be some moment that they would do anything stupid, like hurting Izuku, and she knew she wouldn't be able to hold back the urge of attack them. Her poison bubble may not poison people to death, but it was strong enough to make them dizzy and giving them a terrible indigestion with only 2 bubbles. If she kept hitting them, it would probably make them really injured, but she was not gonna test it, unless they did a terrible mistake. The next day, Kuro was playing at the console in Izuku's bag, like other days, but when the lunch break came, the fanboys of Katsuho, the name she gave that idiot made Izuku gasp from the surprise, receiving a scold from him, decided to mess with the green boy. Hey, Deku, what do you have for eat? Long fingers, it was the only thing she knew from the description that Izu told her, asked with a disgusting voice. I don't have anything. His high-pitched voice made them laugh, making prepare. I doubt it. He went to grab the bag with his dirty hands, but Izuku protected with his arms. No. Don't. The boy started to walk backwards with fear in his face, but also with an unusual determination in the eyes. Don't even think to run away, Deku. Give me the food, the stupid boy threatened him. Bakugo wasn't even interested in the slightest, being bored in his desk. Koromon was sleeping deeply in the desk, snoring softly in the corner. That Digimon slept too deep that it was really hard to wake him up, and almost no sound or noise could wake him up. He reached the bag, and despite Izuku's efforts, Long Fingers managed to open it. When he looked at it, was received by 2 red and yellow eyes who stared intensely with hate towards him. What? Before he could process what was that, a purple bubble impacted his face. Aya. What the hell? He jumped backwards and fell on his butt to the ground, trying to clean himself. Izuku ran away from the class at his fastest. No one except Long Fingers saw what was in the bag, so they thought it was some kinda trap, and even him was confused about that thing. Remember that Digimon still were rare to see. DMN it. I can't see a thing. The kid yelled. Wash your face with water, the teacher replied boringly. He wasn't that interested in the kids with not powerful meta-abolites, and in his class, the only one with potential was Katsuki, so as long didn't happen something at him. But that didn't mean he couldn't punish the quirkless from that to entertain himself. Izuku hid in the rooftop, panting after the long run. I thought they were gonna grab us. The boy sighed in relief. You okay, Kuro? Yeah, he didn't do anything, but I shot him with a bubble, so he will have a stomachache for a couple of hours, Kuro answered with no remorse. But what if you are forbidden from going to school? Izuku asked in panic. If they do, then they have to forbid that Katsuho to bring that snoring Digimon, and other ones who are with other kids. And if they want to expel you, then Mamadoriya will sue them, Kuro pointed. Despite the terrible school that Aldera was, they couldn't do whatever they wanted, but unfortunately, Inko started investigating about any opportunity to move Izuku from that school, even if it was after the year ended, but when she mentioned the old school was Aldera, all of the other institution rejected them, and they hung up. That smelled bad, and despite her effort, Inko couldn't find anything, making them even more suspicious. But I'm still trapped here with no possibility of escape, the kid sighed. You have me, and now we will go to the dojo to train, so we will get stronger. Don't worry, Izu. If they want to fight, they will have to deal with me. The words of encouragement from her friend made Izuku cry in happiness, and hug her. Thanks, Kuro. Ouch. Don't squeeze me, I'm not a plushie. She yelled. Unbeknown to them, the device's screen glowed slightly in Izuku's pocket. When Izuku returned to class, long fingers pointed at him. You. What did you do to me? He screamed. I did nothing. You were the one who tried to steal my food. Izuku replied with nervousness. My stomach hurts for your fault. He gritted his teeth in fury, but he didn't approach him. Whatever he attacked them, that useless nerd could use it again. Midoriya, stop interrupting the class. And you have detention for attacking a student, the teacher said in his boring and monotone voice, blaming him for the scene. Izuku frowned, but he kept silent. If it was all the punishment he would receive, then he would accept it without saying a word. Long fingers looked at the boy with unfiltered rage, but didn't responded. Fortunately, the class went without any problem. But when it ended, Bakugo left, not interested in the nerd and his stupid things, he was busy with his own problems. The old hag wanted him to help her buy groceries, so he couldn't stay. He had Koraman and his quirk, so he could beat him and whatever he bringed with him. Let's go, Koraman. Let's left those useless idiots. Right behind you, Aniki. The Koraman started jumping to move after Bakugo. Long fingers and some of the other bullies looked at Midoriya with resentment. This isn't over, Deku. Izuku's bag released a small purple bubble from the open hole, making them step back a bit. DMN it. Izuku was punished by having to clean the classroom, so he picked the broom and started right away. After 20 minutes, the teacher fell asleep in his seat, and Izuku took the opportunity to wake him up. I'm finished, sir. Can I go now? Huh? Oh, yeah, sure, he answered while still dizzy from the sleep. The boy picked his bag and left as fast as he could. His first class was going to start in less than 1 hour. Izuku and Kuro began to assist at the dojo, starting their real training. It hurted, but it also motivated them. Izuku was the only kid of his same age who wasn't afraid to be paired with Kendo. After some training, Kuro was explaining what happened in the school. So that idiot tried to steal your lunch? Then he deserved it. People who bully others are not good at all. I wish I could see them fighting against me, Wanyuman huffed. Maybe a bit exaggerated, but he's right. Those classmates of yours are a bunch of idiots, Itsuka nodded with a frown. She disliked anyone who bullied others just because they could. That arse is not the worst, in fact. Katsuho has an ego that can't fit in that stupid school. I can't believe how good he believes he is, Kuro groaned in annoyance. Ugh, Kendo sighed. Oh, I know some of them. Tsuka-chan has a lot of classmates who tell her that she's manly, that she's more a boy than a girl and odor stupid things. Those idiots make my blood boil. Wanyuman screamed. The four of them were sit in the ground, resting after a intense training. Itsuka had a frown. Her appearance topic clearly made her uncomfortable. Despite being all of them only 6 to 7 years, she had short hair, and because she trained, was in more form than her female classmates, and she had some problems. Don't worry about them, Kendo-san. They are intimidated by you. You are perfect the way you are. Izuku exclaimed to cheer her, blushing in the process due to the embarrassment. Itsuka's face was incredibly red, and she punched him in the arm. Don't say those things, you idiot. You're going to confuse those who hear you. Kuro rolled her eyes at her idiot friend and his non-existent tact. In the next days, they started to know more about Kendo. He asked her some questions and talked with her how she could improve with her use. Fortunately she realized he didn't talk about his, so she didn't ask, realizing that it was a delicate topic. Also, Kuro and Wanyuman ended getting somewhat along. Tbi Blue Digimon was obsessed with the training and become stronger, but instead of Bakugo and his Kuromo, who had an hyperinflated ego, he just wanted to gain strength and fight everyone, like Rappa. In fact, he was heavily influenced by that crazy hero, unfortunately for his partner. And he liked the fact she wasn't holding her opinions. In Aldera, some of the kids held back his physical abuse due to the fear for those strange bubbles that sometimes were liberated from his backpack. Kuro grinned annoyingly after hearing that. Bakugo didn't hold back, but more subtle. He could approach him and put his hand on his shoulder, activating his quirk and hurting Izuku slightly with an evil grin. So, Deku, you know what will happen if you attack me, right? Both knew that if the green boy decided to defend against Katsuki, the teachers would punish him, and the rest of his classmates could become more bold. So, he endured it, but his friend inside the bag makes sure that each time any other of his classmates approached him, bubbles began to appear from the hole from the backpack. Long Fingers in the first day had to go to the bathroom multiple times, even losing part of the lesson. But the bullying wouldn't be too effective if it only was physical. It affected the victim, eroding their confidence and self-esteem. But, tell me you are joking, Izu. Pagumon had a dead serious face looking at her friend. Why did you said that? You can't be serious. She was specially angry. Both returned to school one day without training in the dojo. But is true, Kuro. It has to be my fault. Everyone in the school hates me and attacks me. The teachers ignore me and a lot of them even promote it. You are the only one who prevents that, and I don't know how much time will pass until they decide that is enough. I'm starting to think that is my fault and I'm worthless. Izuku lowered his head, depressed. Kuro stayed silent, and then she jumped and headbutted her friend, knocking him to the floor. That is the stupidest thing I have ever heard. She ignored the pain and the bump on her forehead. Listen to me, Izuku Midoriya. You, a quirkless person, are one of the best living beings I have ever met. You were the one who saw a monster injured in the bushes, and instead of running or attack it, you decided to help it. You were the one who saved me. She started screaming, with tears in her eyes. Anyone would have done that, Izuku replied. No, they wouldn't. Because I know it first-handed. So don't even say that horrible thing about yourself ever again. I know how does it feels being worthless and hated. My sister despised me because I was reborn as Dark Digimon and she couldn't see me without disgust. She tried to love me but she only saw the group who killed my previous self and attacked me. I just evolved into Rookie when couldn't take it anymore. Those idiots didn't hurt me. I came into this world after hatching again, because I was killed by that beach, who tried to do it again when I was a baby because she was holding the egg wanting to be another species. And I hatched as a Kuramon again. Her egg couldn't teleport to the City of Beginnings on the Dark Zone due to her fault. If a Digimon or any other picked the egg before it disappeared, it would stay there. Izuku opened his eyes, shocked. She never explained why she came to the human world, always evading the question or changing directly the topic. I didn't know. Of course you don't. I didn't say anything. I hated my life and hated everyone else. My sole existence was enough for someone to despise me and even try to kill me multiple times. She started crying while yelling. Pagumon was one of those who never cried. When you bring me here, I was waiting to recover and run away, because I didn't want to interact with anyone, and I'm still afraid sometimes. But you were nice, you two treated me like a family. You are my most precious person, Izuku. Please. Don't do this to yourself. The Digimon started sobbing along her friend. The kid hugged her while crying. After some time comforting each other, Kuro recovered slightly. You did nothing wrong, you hear me? That school it's rotten to the core, and everyone there is a monster. You don't owe them anything. You don't have to forgive them, or even look at them. You are better than them. While they attack and bully someone because they think they are superior, you are kind and help anyone who needs it, so stop judging and treating yourself like shit. She looked directly at the boy with her intense eyes. Oh. Okay. Is difficult, but I will try, Izuku nodded. And if you even show a hint of idiocy, I will headbutt you again until you understand, alright? She smiled at him. Despite being small, she looks cute when she smiles, Izuku thought, before nodding. Yes. But then, if you ever feel bad, then tell me. I also want to help you. Your sister is an idiot. He exclaimed, receiving a chuckle. If she only were an idiot? Thanks, Izu. You are my partner, Kuro. I would fight anyone who threatened you. Izuku smiled brightly. Kuro felt a warmth inside her when she saw him smile, but she didn't know where it came from. Weeks became months, and after some time, Izuku turned for the first time in years. People came to his birthday in his house. Itsuka, Rappa and even Ojiro, who was one of the kids from the dojo who got along with the two. Happy birthday, Izuku! They had katsudon for dinner, cake for dessert, and each one gave him different gifts. Rappa gave him special gloves for training, to protect his hands. Itsuka gifted Izuku a ticket to see the new All Might movie. Then, she showed him her own ticket. Kuro joked that it was a date, making both blush intensely. And Ojiro's gift was the new all-smashing 4, for the excitement to the kid. The evening ended with the 5 of them, 3 kids and 2 Digimon, playing on the console. Kuro was surprisingly good despite having only her ears to press the buttons, but the experience with the game kid made her a professional. Wanyuman didn't have that luck, so they decided to change the game to one easier to play for everyone. It was the best birthday to Izuku. When night arrived, Izuku was preparing to go to bed, when Kuro cleared her throat to get his attention. I also have a gift, but I didn't want to give it to you with the others here. The Pagumon fly to a package hidden in the shelves, and picked up with her mouth. When Izuku opened it, he saw 2 exact pairs of blue scarves. I though that WHE could wear it to show everyone we are a team, I know is not like a movie or a game, but Kuro was interrupted with a hug from him. Thank you so much, Kuro. This is great. His bright smile blinded her. Aya. Too much light. She covered her eyes with the ears. Despite his urge to show the scarf, both decided to not wear it in that school, not wanting to risk those idiots doing anything weird, so they left them at the school. Fortunately for Izuku, the school decided to add a rule to the Digimon. They could accompany their human partners as long they didn't interrupted the class or attacked anyone without provocation. So, Izuku stood in the entrance, took a deep breath, and opened his bag. Kuro, get out. His friend looked at him with curiosity. I don't want you to keep hid like you are a criminal or something like that. Please. Her eyes shined for less than a second, and then she jumped to his head. When he entered with a Digimon above him, received some glares and comments. How did Deku get a Digimon? Why would anyone want him as a partner? I'm pretty sure that Digimon is as useless as him. Those comments made him lower his head, while Kuro gave them her famous death glare, intimidating everyone who talked with pure, unfiltered hate in her eyes. When he arrived class, everyone looked at him, surprised that he was with Kuro. Deku, what the hell is that? A freaking Digimon? One of his classmates asked. Kuro wasn't sure who was, probably Stupid Eyes. The nickname came from his incredible and lethal ability to gouge out his eyes and put them back in. And they treated him like trash? That sole thought made her laugh mentally and infuriated her. Who would want him as a partner? Someone irrelevant asked jokingly. We will call him Forgettable Person. Better him than you, idiot, she snorted. What did you just call me, you DMN Wharf? The Forgettable Person yelled with angry at her. I believe he picked up that Digimon hoping that he could beat Katsuki and his Koromon. How lame he looks. Izuku frowned, feeling a strange burst of anger, something unusual on him, but he felt Kuro's ear tapping his head. Ignore them. The boy sat in his chair, and he prepared for the class, ignoring the comments and jokes. When Bakugo entered, he saw Izuku and Kuro there. What the F is this, Deku? Who told you that you could bring a FING Digimon? He asked in his usual polite and calm manner. Wait, Aniki. That's a dark Digimon. They are evil. Koromon came out of the bag and exclaimed when he saw the Pagumon. What? Deku bringed a villain Digimon? The class started to whisper. She is not evil. Izuku looked angry at Bakugo's partner. Have you suddenly grown some guts? You? The useless and dispensable Deku? Katsuki growled, with sparks appearing in his hands. You must show him to respect you, Aniki. The pink Digimon replied. Touch him and you're dead meat, Bomb Beach. Kuro threatened him with squinted eyes. What did you just call me, you little piece of sheet? A vein grew in his forehead at the same time the small explosions grew in size. Izuku was scared and unsure. Despite training for almost a year now, his respect for Bakugo held him. Ignoring the fact that he could beat almost every one of his classmates in a fight, but he felt insecure against the blonde. But before the fight could start, the teacher entered the class. What are you doing standing there? We're gonna start the lesson. Katsuki gritted his teeth with fury. This isn't over, Deku. Then, he sat with a kick on his table. Izuku sighed with relief, while Kuro was still glaring at him brazenly with disgust. If the teacher noticed Kuro, he didn't care or didn't show any sign, like anything related to Izuku. Despite his insecurities, he felt a bunch of emotions, anger because they insulted Kuro and looked down on her. But at the same time, he felt happy knowing that she would fight anyone for him. After a tense couple of hours, lunch break came, and Izuku ran away as fast as he could with his bag and Kuro still in his head. Get back here, you FING nerd. He could hear Bakugo's screams behind him, but he was faster than he was months before. The constant training improved his endurance and strength in his arms and legs, so it was much harder to catch him. He managed to lose sight of Bakugo, and hid outside the PE booth where they stored all the objects for the class. I think we lost him, he sighed. I still think we could beat those stupid egocentrics, Kuro grunted. I'm not sure, Kuro, he is incredibly strong and has a great quirk, everyone praises him, Izuku frowned. And that's the problem. Everyone commended him too much that he believed it. And you too, she said directly, surprising Izuku. You think he's that strong that you can't start thinking that you could surpass him. Izu, we have been training for months. We aren't strong enough to become heroes, but don't dismiss your efforts. But, he's the best in this school, and Izuku was slapped in the face with her ear. Don't start with that crap again. You don't want to fight him? Fine, but you can't postpone the conflict forever, especially if that JRK is obsessed with you, she answered with a frown. Izuku lowered his head, thinking about that. She was right, but he didn't feel ready to stand against him. At least, not yet. Kuro wanted to discuss with him about that stupid idea, but she decided to leave the subject for now. So, they decided to eat the bento, and they returned to the class before the bell rang. When Bakugo returned, in a bad mood, Izuku was already there, but he couldn't show him and his useless Digimon his place because the less stupid teacher was there, who didn't let him attack Deku openly, mainly because of precautions. Anyone could record a video and cause problems to the school. After all those boring classes, they finally ended, and Izuku ran away again, evading the standing Bakugo in the middle of the class gracefully with a feint. DMN it. Come back here. Katsuki ran behind him, with Koraman inside his bag. He's so annoyingly stubborn. Kuro exclaimed. We need to do something. Izuku responded while running. Kuro opened her mouth and shot a bubble to him, forcing Bakugo to evade it, jumping to the left, slowing him down enough to gain some distance. Phew! I will beat your useless butt, Deku. You and your stupid Digimon are dead, you hear me? Bakugo's screams gradually faded away as they continued to run. Izuku panted heavily. We made it. Kuro jumped off his head. Come on, let's get training. She was angry because of Izuku's behavior with that idiot. Kuro, are you angry? Izuku asked. No. Come on, she replied. I think you are really angry. He squinted his eyes. I said I'm not. That continued for a while. Izuku's week became more agitated. Bakugo tried to show him his place, and despite his efforts, the green boy and his partner managed to escape without minimal injuries. Some small burns and explosions from the distance. Bakugo and Koraman also received some poison bubbles which gave them explosive diarrhea, making Kuro laugh maliciously each time it passed. Luckily, every confrontation happened after class time, and the teacher couldn't do a thing because Izuku had a camera hanging from his backpack's handle. It was Kuro's idea, and if they called Izuku's attention without Katsuki they would be in some problem if the video got viral. Why? Well, their behavior on the children was something they wouldn't want to be public, and they spent too much money and influence to not be revealed by the authorities. Unfortunately, after 2 weeks, Katsuki managed to catch Izuku in his runaway. I'm tired of your FING cowardice, you DMN nerd. Bakugo was panting from the effort and anger. He managed to corner Izuku at the hall, standing between him and the entrance. I'm starting to think that you are in love with Izu. There's no other explanation to your obsession with him. Bomb Beach, Kuro snorted. Don't you dare to talk Aniki like that. Koraman screamed angrily at the Pagumon. Then come here and make me do it, you simp. She yelled at the pink ball. You and your stupid Digimon always get in my way. Today I will make sure to toss you away for once and for all, Katsuki growled. Get in your way? We didn't do anything. You are the one who is obsessed with attacking us. Izuku replied, but he was ignored. Bakugo charged against him, while Koraman did the same with Kuro. Izuku evaded the same right hook he always used. He had enough occasions to start studying his movements and learn from them, but his explosions made him move with impulse, so his feints worked to a certain point. Koraman tried to impact Kuro with his bubbles, but she had more mobility due to the fact she could fly with her ears, so evading was easier. She was floating around, moving among the projectiles like it was nothing. Instead of shooting one big bubble like the pink Digimon, she created smaller ones, and more numerous, so he had more trouble dodging them. Stop flying away, gah. A poison bubble smacked him in the eye. Is your problem for not being able to fly? She replied with a grin. Izuku didn't have the same luck. Despite his efforts to dodge all the attacks, Bakugo's explosions were too big to just evade them, receiving some directly, launching him backwards. You see, Deku? You have always been a stupid, useless quirkless who didn't understand your own inability. You always said you wanted to be a hero, when your only place is in the garbage with the trash like you. Shut up. Izuku got up from the ground, feeling pain, but with each time he got beaten up he felt less of it, getting used to that. I'm not useless. Kuro and I will become heroes. He screamed, feeling courage despite his fear, because his best friend believed in him. I feel pity for Auntie Inko, having such a stupid son who doesn't want to learn his place and tries to be something he's not. He approached at a fast pace, and punched him in the stomach, taking the air out of his lung. Then, he created an explosion directly in his face, throwing him to the ground with a grunt of pain. Kuro, who incapacitated Koromon with effort and some painful bubbles in exchange, looked at her friend with fear. Izuku. She flew directly to attack Katsuki, but he just simply created an explosion to her, also launching her away. Izuku tried to get up to help his friend, but Katsuki stomped him in the back with force. You always look down on me, Deku. Despite the obvious difference between you and I, you still believe you can become a hero without any quirk, when you don't even deserve the air you breathe. Izuku's poct was glowing intermittently with a brief light. Kuro got up. She had to help him from that monster. Was she so weak that she couldn't even protect her best friend? When I'm finished with you, I will go for your stupid Digimon. And I will destroy her egg, you hear me? His maniacal smile woke something inside the Pagumon. Reproduce, Digimon OST, Braveheart. She started jumping to approach Izuku, to save him. She didn't want that abomination to hurt him anymore. She had? No, she will save him. The Digivice started shining intensely, getting Katsuki blinded for a second, who couldn't see the same light coming from Kuro. She felt her body change, becoming more agile and strong. She stopped jumping, and began running with a fierce determination. When Bakugo noticed movement in the corner of his eye, he felt an intense pain in his back, like he was cut with something sharp, making him stumble and release Izuku from his foot. Stay away from him, you monster. Her voice sounded deeper, and when Izuku raised his head, Kuro had changed. Instead of a Pagumon, she was bipedal, with gray fur and long ears. Her hands had black, sharp claws, in which the right one had some drops of blood and small pieces of cloth from Bakugo's back. Aniki. Be careful, Koromon didn't have enough strength to advise his partner. His voice sounded muffled and he was too tired. You DMN Beach. Do you think changing form will help you? He felt incredibly angry at her. His back hurt like hell, and now she could attack him directly without those stupid bubbles. When he charged at her, she took a deep breath, and released a purple, dense smoke with sparks of electricity from her mouth. Electric stun blast. He wasn't expecting that, so he received the attack directly in his face and chest, feeling sick and numb. She took her opportunity to attack him with a direct punch on his chin to throw him to the ground, and pick Izuku, running away as fast as they could. Kuro, thank you, Izuku mumbled. Save your strength, idiot. We have to go home, she replied. She didn't know why, but despite feeling incredibly bad due to those BSTRDS, she moved even faster than before, and had more energy than when she was a Pagumon. Probably was what the humans called adrenaline? Something like that. I cannot wait to write about your new form, he smiled tiredly. When we get treated, Izu, she felt more irritable, but she supposed it was due to her new form. Although everyone had their own unique personality, each new evolution changed a Digimon behavior, with some extreme cases a 180 degrees personality. Despite being more angry and with less patience, she still felt like herself. Her main focus was to arrive at home and get Izuku treated. Then she could worry about her change of personality. The only sure thing was how Inko was going to be scared when she saw them in that state, and how she would beat Bakubich's butt. And she wanted a first-class seat to see that. But, right now, she felt tired and sleepy. Itsuka's gonna kill us, and Wanyuman will be jealous that I evolved first, she thought with a tired expression. Her pace was being slower for seconds, and then, she finally passed out in the middle of an alley. Kuro shined intensely before returning to be a Pagumon. A girl carrying a Digimon in her arms noticed the light, and when she approached, she saw the two figures on the ground when they were passing. Mom. Those two are unconscious. Careful, dear. They could be dangerous persons. Wait, is that a Pagumon? The two-horned Digimon asked, squinting her eyes. They are rare to see. Kapurimon, what do you mean? She looked at the passed-out duo. The three started approaching along cautiously. He's my age, we even share hair color. Dark Digimon are rare to see outside their land. Wait, they are injured, can you see those burns in them? Did they fight with a Digimon or something? We can't leave them here. She exclaimed to her mother, who looked at the kid and the Digimon on the ground with a worried face, and called emergency services. Inko entered the hospital at a fast pace. Where's my son? She asked frantically to the receptionist. Despite her nervousness, she managed to tell his name and his Digimon partner. When he told her the room, she ran away as fast as possible. After some tense moments of searching, she entered the room. Izuku. Her son was sleeping in the bed. With a pacific face. Kuro was at his side. Also sleeping, both had bandages through their body. A woman with black hair and her daughter, an almost exact copy of her, but with messy and green hair, hugged a Digimon with metal helmet with horns. Are you his mother? I'm Mio Tokage, and this is my daughter, Setsuna. The girl nodded at the green-haired woman. Is Izuku okay? What happened? Inko asked with a worried face. Well, we were going to buy groceries, and a white shine got my attention. When I looked, I saw both lying on the ground, unconscious, Setsuna explained with a frown. Looking at the boy, we saw various burns and some bruises in both of them. Inko saved that information for later, having a feeling about who was responsible. When we called emergency services, we went with them to make sure they were okay, Mio said. Thank you so much for that, Inko bowed. I can't express how grateful I am for you to take care of both. So the Paguman is that kid's partner, Kapuramon thought. Is not a problem, ma'am. Any aspiring hero would do it. Setsuna smiled, showing her sharp teeth. Oh, you are studying to be a hero too? My Izuku and Kuro also wants to become heroes someday. Probably you will get along, she smiled slightly at the girl. I have to make a call. I will return as soon as possible. Inko left the room and picked her phone with an angry expression. Bakugo was returning to the apartment complex with his partner in his head, passed out by exhaustion. That DMN beach caught him by surprise. Koromon didn't tell him Digimon could evolve and become stronger. He apologized saying he didn't want to say anything to surprise him after digivolving himself and become even better. Katsuki was angry, but Koromon didn't do it with bad intentions, so he let him go with some words. Next time tell me, idiot. She paralyzed me and punched me. His back hurted like hell, and he was unable to heal himself without help because he couldn't reach the injury, and it also had his mouth, who was still bleeding slightly for the left hook. That DMN animal hit harder than it looked. When he opened the door, the old hag was standing there with a serious expression. She didn't scream, something strange to her. What happened today, Katsuki? He knew something was wrong. She didn't call him brat, but his name. Nothing, he tried to keep walking, but she blocked the way. Inko called me. Izuku is in the hospital with scorches and various injuries. What happened? Her glare was colder than an iceberg. Nothing happened, you hag. Deku decided that he was too good for me and I had to put him in his place, he yelled with annoyance. What are you talking about? His place? Have you lost your mind? Izuku is the sweetest kid. She looked like him like he was crazy. What? He's quirkless and he still is thinking he can become a hero. Everyone in that shitty school beats the shit out of him the same. He's not worth of any tea. Her mother slapped him in the face, throwing Koromon from his head. Her eyes were covered in tears. How can you say that? Are you hearing yourself? How she couldn't understand. Even the teachers treated him like garbage. No one almost talked to him. He was a worthless, useless Deku. Masaru hugged his wife, comforting her from, what? He did nothing wrong. Something told him it was gonna become an even worse day. When Izuku opened his eyes, the light hit him with a headache, so he turned his head. Then, an unknown voice was at his left side. Hey, you. You're finally awake. You were trying to cross the border, right? When he looked at the source of the voice, he found a smiling girl with sharp teeth. I always wanted to make that joke. Izuku groaned in pain. Where am I? He asked. In Muzutafu's hospital. We found you and your Digimon unconscious in an alley with some injuries, so we called emergency services. Your mom came while you were passed out. She's nice, by the way. Mom? Wait, Kuro. Where's Kuro? Izuku tried to get up, but his body still felt numb, so he didn't make it. Whoa. Relax, Parsley. The doc said you had some burns and bruises. The Paguman, that I suppose is Kuro by your mother and you, was in similar state, but with severe exhaustion, so she's still sleeping. She explained. Izuku took a deep breath, and when he turned his face to the right, saw his friend, sleeping above some blankets and wrapped in bandages. She's fine. Thank you for helping us, he smiled briefly. Don't mention it, Parsley. Izuku's face became red at the nickname. Receiving a mischievous grin from Setsuna is something that any hero could do. I'm Setsuna, by the way. Setsuna Tokage. I'm Izuku Midoriya, but why do you call me Parsley? He asked while he felt his face warm. Because you look like a giant parsley with that hair. But most importantly, we share hair color, so we are green buddies. She was smiling intensely. He didn't know how to answer. He didn't know if he could become more red. Now you look like a tomato. She started laughing at him. After she ended messing with Izuku, her face were more serious. So, what happened? Both of you looked very beaten up. We got cornered by someone in my school, and we couldn't run, so he attacked us, and it didn't end well. Kuro managed to surprise him with an attack, and she picked me up. She probably passed out after that, he answered while looking at Paguman. I see. Oh true, I should tell your mother you're awake. She picked her Digivice, the name which was given by the government, and pressed a button. Kapuramon, tell Mom and Inko that Parsley is awake. Izuku opened his eyes. Wait, you can talk to your Digimon? He didn't know that. In fact, he almost touched his Digivice. Yeah, if you press this button, it's like a phone call for your partner. It doesn't work very well if you are at miles away, but if you are in range, she shrugged. I didn't know. I only know about the stats. He picked his Digivice and showed her the menu. What? You have a menu? How cool. She pressed the 2 buttons he did and showed her Digimon in pixels with his stats and his only attack. You can use the crosspad to move between the tabs. Look, this is the evolution tab. He moved to demonstrate Setsuna, noticing it. Grew horizontally. Wait, this wasn't there the other day. Gazamon? Mammal-type Digimon, attribute virus. Rookie level. This is in what she evolved fighting Kaken. Then it was true that you fought Katsuki. The voice of his mother froze him. In the door were Mio with Kapuramon, and Inko with a worried face. We didn't want to interrupt you because you looked cute, but, the black-haired woman frowned. I'm sorry, Mom. Kaken cornered us in the school, and we couldn't escape. Kuro fought his Koraman, and I tried to evade, but I couldn't. Kuro also got hit by Kaken's explosions. He started to insult and threaten us? And she evolved and attacked him in the back, then she picked me and ran away, he explained with a regular pace, getting speed as he kept telling the story. Both Tokaiges left the room to give them some space. Izuku, dear, you did nothing wrong. You did what you could, don't blame yourself. Inko hugged him. I'm glad that you two are okay. That's all what matters. After some moments, the mother took a step back. I talked with Mitsuki. She told me she will take care of Katsuki's situation. I will talk more with her later, don't worry about it. Izuku nodded with a sigh. Okay. I'm sorry for this. I told you it's not your fault, dear. Now, let's talk with the others to thank them properly, she said with a smile. Inko went tell the Tokaiges to return. So, Parsley, your mom told me you want to be a hero, huh? Setsuna asked when she entered. She also told me you like to analyze quirks and write about their strength. Her head separated from her body as she continued to smile. I can separate my body in multiple parts and control them whatever I want. That's amazing. You feel any sensations with those parts? You can attack with them? You can separate the parts in even smaller parts? And how about? He started to ask numerous questions with his eyes shining while he made appear a notebook out of nowhere. Setsuna laughed at that, slightly relieved he didn't find weird. Some kids find it very creepy how she could separate like pieces, like she was a living corpse. Kuro grunted in dreams. Stop being so noisy, she mumbled. When his friend woke up, Izuku almost started crying from happiness, but she stopped him to prevent any flood. Kuro, how did you evolve? I thought it was taking longer and longer with each new evolution, Izuku asked. For each stronger form the Digimon took longer to digivolve to the next, some even took years. I don't know. In my previous life I needed 2 years to be a temporal rookie, and now, in 1 year I made it. I felt a burst of energy when I ran to that arsehole. Like something strengthened me, and before I noticed, I had claws and legs. She answered with a frown. She didn't know why, but when she was only focused on saving Izu, then, a warm sensation ran through her entire body. Maybe it has to do something with the Digivice? She asked. Tokaige said we can communicate at long distance, something that is almost impossible unless there's a magic user Digimon. Maybe, it gave me strength to save you. So you're saying it felt that I was in danger and gave you the energy to digivolve? He asked, looking at the device with a frown. Maybe? In our world those things didn't exist, and then, they start appearing to any human who made friendship with a Digimon? Is weird, she had another theory, but, another possibility is? It felt my feelings and determination to attack that little sheet to keep him away to you, she admitted with a blush. Izuku opened the menu and revised the evolution line. Despite being 4 silhouettes in total available in the rookie pillar, only the one she used wasn't in black. Your new form is called Gazamon. Was that the one what you got the? He didn't want to finish the question. When I was in the digital world? No. I was an Impmon. Let me take a look. There, I think is the first one. Remember what I told you, us, the Digimon aren't forced to only one form. We can change it almost whenever we want, as long as we have enough data and energy, though, SE felt more comfortable as a Gazamon than when she was an Impmon, despite she was only for a couple of minutes in both forms. Maybe it has more uses as Tokaige-san showed me? Like, analyze other Digimon we see and retrieve basic data. Izuku asked. It could be useful. For virus attribute, going against a vaccine one is fight in disadvantage, so if we know what element and attribute is, we can get important info. When we reunite with Itsuko or Kendo we will try some more buttons to see if it works. I think is worth the risk. Before the Tokage left, Izuku got Setsuna's number, but because he didn't have a phone yet, he couldn't save it, so he wrote in his notebook, with Kuro smiling annoyingly, amusing him while he blushed intensely. Izuku and Kuro spent the night in the hospital to fully recover, but the doctor said they should stay one more day resting at home to make sure they were recovered. In fact, they were surprised to see a marine angel with the doctor, a Mega Digimon. It went to the human world to investigate and heal whoever in need, meeting the Dr. Hakuno in the process. It was the one who healed Kuro, because healing quirks worked very little in Digimon, with their effectiveness reduced to at most 10%. They theorized it was due to the fact that Digimon still were data despite having material body. The curious thing was that a Digimon's healing worked just as well on humans as it did on themselves. With Marine Angeman, Izuku could test his theory, and with a button half hidden on one side, he opened a holographic screen with the Digimon's image and basic data. Marine Angeman. Mega level and vaccine attribute Digimon. This pixie-type Digimon avoids combat as possible and usually heals whoever it sees in need. Its signature attack, Ocean Love, made their foes lose the will to fight instantly. The Doctor and Digimon. Also tried with Kuro, and it worked, with her nickname and genre in parentheses, so it also registered other details. The Mega didn't have a genre in the analysis because it decided to not get one. Izuku learned from it that Digimon could change their forms with some effort to accommodate their choices in genre if they wished, including shrinking to fit in some places like cities and houses, but it could be uncomfortable for them if the size was too small in comparison. In the menu appeared a Digimon encyclopedia that registered every digital creature that it was revised, being available only Kuro's evolution line and Marine Angeman. That new discovery allowed Izuku to write new details in his notes, like types and the advantages and disadvantages of each attribute, like rock paper scissors, being only a few Digimon who had special attributes that didn't match that. Like all the in-training Digimon who had no data as attribute, or a few of them who had the unknown. Kuro heard that some special Digimon had a variable attribute, but she didn't met one. When they arrived home in the morning, Izuku and Kuro collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep in seconds, despite having slept several hours in the afternoon and all night. Inko woke them up to eat, and then they went back to sleep. Itsuka and her father visited them with Wanyuman. When Izuku and Kuro didn't go to train, she got worried, and Rappa received a call from Inko telling him what happened. When they knew he would return home the next day, they decided to go the next day, when they didn't have training. "You okay, Izuku?" she asked when she saw him in his bed. "Yes. Kuro and I are only tired. Tomorrow we will return to normality," he reassured her. "Yes. I have a score to settle with that explosive blonde," Kuro said with a dark aura of pure hate and resentment emanating from her. Izuku showed her the discoveries he made with the Digivice, about the Digipedia and the distance call. "And I evolved." The Paguman exclaimed with pride, while Izuku showed their friends the entry of Gazamon. Gazamon. Rookie level and virus attribute Digimon. This mammal-type Digimon has sharp claws which they can use to fight fiercely and dig holes, or even create traps for its foes. It can even travel underground and hide there to perform surprise attacks. Its usual wild temperament makes it hard to get along with humans and some Digimon. Its signature move, Electric Stun Blast, makes an electrified smoke breath that damages on contact and can paralyze its enemies. "That's not fair. I wanted to evolve first." Wanyuman pouted. "You will see how my evolution is even better than yours." "Kuro, I have a question. That says that Gazamon has a wild temperament, but outside having a sharp tongue, you are really sociable. Each evolution changes your personality?" Itsuka asked. "Well, yes and no," Kuro answered. "Is complicated. Each Digivolve changes our form and being. That includes personality traits. Gazamon have wild temperament, but if a Digimon is friendly, usually it only makes them angrier and shortens their patience. A few forms can be a little extreme. Like, if it has bloodlust, for example, it can be hard to control, but we are still ourselves. Our base personality changed slightly, but is still the predominant," Wanyuman continued with a nod. "Do you think you can show us?" Izuku asked, receiving a contemplative frown from the Paguman. "Probably I can maintain it for a couple of minutes." She closed her eyes, and started concentrating. Izuku's Digivice screen started glowing, and Kuro was enveloped in light. After some seconds, she turned into a Gazamon. It doesn't feel too tiring. Probably right now I can be like this for 30 minutes without resting." Her voice was slightly deeper, but still feminine. "I have to say that I like it." Kendo nodded. "You look like an anime mascot. Makes it easier to move and fight. Maybe practicing martial arts help with coordination and strength in the limbs? How hard are the claws?" "I saw she can punch someone, so she can move it like fingers, but they are hard and I doubt they work like usual fingers." "How good can she kick?" Izuku's famous mumbling was still full speed. Itsuka looked at him, still amazed how he could talk that much and at a fast pace without breaking. Kuro sighed and hit him in the head slightly with a chop. Stop nerding around. You can do it later. They spent the afternoon talking and playing video games, because no one told Izuku about homework, so he would need to do it as fast as possible tomorrow, or get punished, as always. God, how he hated that school. Wait, where did that come from? When Izuku returned to that useless school, he remembered his mother's advice, Izuku, dear, if they attack you, defend yourself, don't just dodge. You can be sometimes too kind for your own good, he sighed. He still didn't feel sure about it. He probably would defend himself against the other kids, but, for some reason, he couldn't even think about fighting him. But, why? It was because he felt inferior at him? That he, despite everything what happened, saw Bakugo as a somewhat friend? A friend who attacked you, insulted you, and threatened to kill your best friend? Where did these thoughts came from? It sounded something that Kuro could say, but not him, right? Maybe, being around her changed some of his thoughts. He could feel her moving slightly above his head, watching intensely at anyone who were slightly close at him. The mutters were back, and he honestly didn't miss them. Back. I heard that Bakugo beat him, but it seems is not enough if he's still walking. A boy with blue hair muttered. How gross, he glared at me. I feel so dirty. A beach girl with black hair gasped at her friend, and laughed with an annoying voice. Kuro felt the spontaneous urge to evolve and strangle her with her own hands. Izuku tried to ignore them, despite it was so hard sometimes to not let those words affect him. But as soon as he felt Kuro's ear patting him, he felt slightly better. Both entered the class and sat in the desk. The boy sighed when he saw some new things written in the surface. He opened his bag and took alcohol and a cloth, and started cleaning with a tired expression. At least this time there wasn't any red spider lilies. It felt too hard sometimes. Sometimes, at night he had a fleeting thought of giving it all up. But he couldn't do that to his mother, and now, he couldn't do that to Kuro either. When Katsuki entered the room, some of his classmates were surprised that he had bandages in his head, covering his chin, and he moved weird, like he felt pain. We looked at Izuku with murderous intentions, but he went to his desk. He groaned in pain as he leaned his back against the chair. Looks like Kuro's scratch was more effective than they thought. Happened to Bakugo? The whispers Hetsun again. Fought with Deku the other day. That useless nerd did that to him? Impossible. Kuro growled at them, but Izuku touched her to stop doing that. The teacher arrived, and he didn't comment anything about the fight, so he didn't know about it or didn't care. Midoriya, the fact you went to the hospital doesn't mean you don't do your homework. I will give you the exercises of the pages 95 to 100 as punishments. He said that because, of course, he knew no one would tell him about it. And ignored his hypocrisy of letting others not having homeworks if they had to go to urgencies, like when Creepy Eyes couldn't return his eyes to their sockets for forcing his quirk. Izuku held the urge to groan and just nodded. We couldn't also ignore how his tests had much lower grades than they should, but of course, every teacher is free to correct tests however they want. It felt irritant. Izuku just started doing directly the exercises, because he had more than 30 extra to do because everyone hated him for a reason he couldn't control. Despite knowing he could incapacitate almost everyone in a battle without a quirk due to the fact no one tried to train and make an effort despite everyone wanted to be a hero, he had to take a deep breath because he was getting angried for moments with the mere thoughts of his insufferable classmates. The day went without any problems until the end of class, when some idiots approached Izuku's desk. They started smiling, while Kuro was on the table. So, how did your day go without us, Deku? I'm sure it felt lonely with no one showing your place. Katsuki wasn't there. He left the room as soon as the ring began. His stupid parents grounded him heavily, and he couldn't do anything outside except going to class and training. He couldn't hang with those useless extras, it didn't affect him too much, play games or even use the PC. And they warned him to stay away from that shitty Deku or they would make sure to not allow him to go to UA. How they could say that? They didn't understand anything at all. But at the moment he had to hold back and lower his head, ignoring how angry he felt when he did that. I think we could recover the lost day, don't you? A small shine from the Digimon surprised them. Kuro, now a Gazaman, was sitting in the corner, then she showed her claws to them with an evil smile. Are you sure you want to do it? I can pierce the skin like it's butter. Her pure, unfiltered fury could be seen in her eyes. Everyone took a step back. Some of them knew how some Digimon were absurdly strong, and they could defeat a pro hero easily. The fact that she just evolved casually was enough for them to reconsider their actions. When it was clear that they wouldn't try anything weird, Kuro jumped to the floor. Come on, Izu, let's go train. The kid followed his friend, who was walking alongside him. Kuro, you okay? Isn't that form tiring? I'm fine for now. Besides, I have to get used to it, and I wouldn't send those assholes a message if I just de-evolved after some seconds, am I right? Her smile, full of sharp teeth, was kind of cute. Katsuki's parents' threat worked very well. He didn't do anything outside looking at him with hate and say, "Stupid Deku," so in that case, it ended good. Izuku and Kuro knew it wouldn't last forever, but they would make it as longest as possible. In other news, All Might was seen with a Leomon. He made a public declaration that both shared a lot of things in common, including their sense of justice, and ended becoming partners. Some videos showed him evolving into Grappleomon, becoming even faster and stronger if it was possible. Izuku and Kuro had a tense routine in school where Kuro entered as Gazamon, and stayed as much as possible. In lunch break she would de-evolve to recover some energy with the food, and return at the rookie form before they entered class. Bakugo would look at them as if they killed his puppy, but outside some words, would ignore them, and the rest of the class, seeing that the star student ignored him, started to do the same, starting a peaceful age for both. The years passed by, and both kept training. Izuku started developing musculature and strength, while Kuro increased her time in her Gazamon form at the same time she became faster and stronger. Wonderful evolved some time later as a Gaomon, which was a subspecies of Gazamon, something really curious for both tamers. When Izuku received a phone, he could start to talk more with Setsuna and invite her to some hangs with Itsuka. Ojiro wasn't too much interested in that, and despite being educate and friendly, it was relegated as a colleague of the dojo. Kapuramon evolved into Toyagumon, and it became a funny moment when everyone pointed that both could separate into pieces, so they keep saying it was fate, despite the annoyance of both. Despite being very different, Kendo and Setsuna got along, more like a sister's relationship than friends. In one of those days, he reunited with both. "So you are training with your grandpa?" Izuku asked. "Yes. He's a retired pro hero, and my aunt followed his steps, so he's making sure I'm prepared for UA. His daughter also helps me when she has free time. She's the scale hero, Goddessilla." She smiled at that. "The top 48? That's amazing." Her quirk allows her to become a bipedal lizard of 10 meters long with enhanced strength and senses. Also, he started muttering again. "Yes. My quirk is an evolution from my father's family, instead of my mother, so I'm not becoming a giant dinosaur. Too bad, she was obsessed with those prehistoric creatures." Her room was filled with almost only thematic merchandise of them. "So you want to become a hero with lizard thematic?" "Interesting," Kendo nodded. They were in the park, mainly because Izuku and Itsuka didn't have training that day. "So, Parsley, how is your life with that explosive BSTRD?" Setsuna asked. "Yeah, when are we gonna meet him to beat his butt?" Toyagumon asked with angry, despite his afraid of encounter him. Toyagumon, male. Rookie level and vaccine attribute. This puppet-type Digimon is the result of Kid's effort to replicate Agumon while playing on the internet. His ability to separate into pieces makes him sturdier than he looks. Despite his name, is more skittish than an Agumon and will fly away into pieces if he's startled. But he still has a strong sense of justice and will fight any injustice despite his fears. His signature move, Plastic Blaze, makes him shoot a toy missile that is surprisingly powerful. He hadn't do anything to me in some time. We know it will probably won't last forever, though, Izuku sighed. He's just an idiot. And your school is the worst, Setsuna frowned. He revealed to them some months ago he was quirkless, and fortunately, none of them treated him differently. Yeah, but it's weird that you can't transfer. No school allowed you there, like they were forced by someone, Itsuka mumbled. Despite her efforts, Inko couldn't find any clues or hints of Aldera. It was really covered, and it made an abnormal effort to not allow Izuku to transfer, like if he went to another school, the authorities could discover something with the investigation of abuse and negligence. And no police wanted to start a case in that place. It was more than enough to know something was happening, but they couldn't find what it was. "So, you only have to endure, what? 4 or 5 years?" Setsuna asked. Unfortunately, yes, Izuku had 9 at that point, so he still had some years before he could leave that terrible place and begin UA. "Besides, I haven't made any progress in the champion level," Kuro frowned. After numerous investigations and experiments with volunteers, scientists discovered that, despite any Digimon could strengthen and evolve like usual, the ones with human partners became stronger faster, and even could force the Digivolve, at the cost of being that lasting incredibly short, and with a remarkable physical effort. That forced evolution was more like a trump card in desperate situations than as something they could use regularly for the enormous energy consume it required. But there was something they were missing. Kuro used that when she fought Katsuki, that's why she returned being a Pagumon a couple of minutes later and passed out. The news about the Digimon with a Tamer becoming stronger spread like oil, and a lot of unchosen Digimon started actively searching for a partner. Don't worry about it. Becoming a champion can take several years, so is only a matter of hard training, Gaomon answered. Gaomon. Rookie level and data attribute. This beast-type Digimon is a subspecies of Gazamon who specializes in tactics of hit and run, and uses boxing gloves until their claws are strong enough. His signature move, double backhand, uses his strong legs to spin and perform a swirl of blows. But, that arsehole's Digimon also evolved not too long ago and I know he's becoming stronger. I want to beat them to let us in peace. Kuro growled. Since she was a Gazamon, she was slightly more irritable and had less patience. I don't think he's training in a dojo. He probably is using equipment in his room or something, so you are in advantage. Itsuka shrugged, though, with his quirk has some mobility, if he can fly with it, and long-range attacks. It looks hard to counter him. If you get rid of his sweat he can't use his quirk, so water attacks is his disadvantage. Kuro only has a wind claw along her electric stun blast, so right now is hard to nullify his power. Maybe. Izuku started his famous mumbling. Everyone looked at him with deadpan faces. For years and half more have passed. Wow, that's a lot of time. Is almost, like someone doesn't want to waste more time before important things happens? Yeah, let's keep moving. I have to say, she has a nice butt. Kuro nodded while looking at the gigantic heroine. Kuro, you can't say that out loud. Izuku scolded her. But she's right. Someone in the public exclaimed. Besides, I'm pretty sure that you wrote about her SEC appeal in the notes as a public strategy, and started drawing her butt, am I right? Izuku, with his face completely red, started punching his laughing friend. Some time ago, Kuro wanted to use the PC, but Izuku had some tabs open without noticing. That day, she learned some things from her friend that she wasn't sure if she wanted to know, and she wouldn't able to look him at the face for 2 days. After seeing the debut of a new hero, Mountain Lady, the teacher was talking, like usual, so, as third-year students, it's time to start thinking about your future and what to do in your lives. I should pass you the career aptitude, but, he raised the papers, and then throwed, why bother? You all want to go to the hero track. Everyone started using their quirks in an irresponsible way at any directions. Izuku wasn't even paying attention, why bother? No one never talked to him in class, and he already filled his career, so? Don't compare me with those extras. I will be the only one who will go to UA. Bakugo yelled with his feet on the desk. Aniki's right. We will go to the UA and we will become the best. Agumon nodded. Gazamon rolled her eyes with a sigh. We will surpass All Might, and the first step is the UA. The explosive blonde yelled. Oh true, Midoriya, you also want to go to UA too, right? The teacher said without emotion. Izuku cursed him for mention that. He never asks him the class questions because he know them and he doesn't want to give him extra points, but now he talks directly to him? Everyone laughed at him. Deku? How someone useless without quirk can become a hero? That's ridiculous. Is impossible for someone like him. Kuro's forehead started to show a vein of irritation. He's more capable than all of you, you useless sods. She had to hold her temper, taking a deep breath. Bakugo blew up the desk with a slap. What the F dash, Deku? Do you want to ruin my story of origin that much? Maybe you reconsider it with a good beat up, he threatened in low voice. Everyone looked at them with anticipation for the show. Try it, bomber bitch, and I will turn your face into a Sudoku. Kuro growled at that BSTRD. Don't fight in the class, that useless a-hole called teacher only Sayed when Bakugo got someone who confronted him, not before when he was gonna attack Izuku without repercussions. The glare contest prolonged for a couple of seconds, TSK. You furry beach. Don't try to enter the UA or I will FING kill you, Deku. A useless like yourself don't belong there. Go to the beach with all the trash to really feel yourself like home. You are nothing without a quirk. He screamed at him. He didn't pick his notebook because that beach would attack him the moment he tried to get his hand close to Deku, despite the punishment they would receive from the teacher. He tried once, and a scar in his wrist is proof of that. At that moment, the bell rang, and everyone started to leave. Izuku sighed and started to save his belongings. Bakugo clicked his tongue and picked his bag to leave. When he was about to cross the door, he stopped. You know, Deku. If you really want to have a quirk, then jump from the roof and wish for having one in the next life. He laughed and left as fast as he could, evading Kuro's claw for an inch. You little piece of sheet. Get back here, I'll shove my arm so deep on your but I will grab your uvula. She yelled at him with murderous intent and growling. Her claws were digged in the same place he was before he started running to flee like a coward. She was growling, showing her teeth, before she turned around to see Izuku. You okay, Izu? He's a FING coward who deserves to get beaten, she gritted her teeth. Is okay, Kuro? I'm used to it at this point, he nodded, but he looked depressed. Come on. Let's return. Maybe we are lucky and he ends stepping a dog's tail or something. Both went directly at home. Or, at least that was their intentions. I can't breathe. Izuku was fighting for his life while Kuro was attacking a slime who trapped and tried to suffocate him. Let him go, you DMN puddle of sheet. Her scratches wasn't affecting him at all. Just a few more seconds and your body will be mine. The villain couldn't waste more time. In any moment he could appear? The sewer lid flew up to the sky, and an enormous figure emerged from it, smash. With his pure strength, a current of air scattered the slime through all the alley. Izuku collapsed unconscious. Kuro approached her. Izu. I'm sorry for not arriving sooner. The sewers were very labyrinthic. The hero said with a smile. All Might was in a white shirt. A couple of seconds later, a Leomon emerged from the hole. So you got him in the end? Is that a child? Izu, wake up. At least he's breathing, but Kuro ignored them and tried to wake up her friend. She could become nervous later. Leomon picked a notebook what fell from his bag, looking surprising at the notes. This is very interesting. Those are some serious analysis. Might, look at this. In a second, Leomon. I'm sorry, dear citizen. It was my fault for not arriving sooner. Let me handle this, All Might offered after say. Leomon looked at the Kuro, a Gazaman. Is strange to see one of them with a human. He nodded. Wait, partner. Let me do this. I have a gentler hand for this. The champion kneeled and started to pat him gently in his face, while the pro hero oogled the notes, and even wrote his autograph. That's some serious analyze skills. After some moments, Izuku moved his head sleep. Wah. When he woke up, he saw All Might and his partner Leomon. All Might? He stood up with a jump. Izu, you okay? Kuro approached him. Yes. My throat and lungs hurts, but otherwise, I'm fine, she sighed out of relief. All Might in the meantime picked the slime in an empty bottle. All right, we will hand this villain over to the authorities, so don't worry. Your notes were really nice, kid. That's some brilliant mind you have there. He thumbed up at the student. I think it's time to go. We have to hurry before he tries something weird, Leomon spoke, while glaring at his partner. Wait, I have a question. Izuku ran to the blonde, and he clinged to his pants. Kuro gasped and held him tight from his bag. Izu, why? All Might and Leomon jumped, leaving the alley, without noticing the bottle who fell from the broken pocket due to the boy. Might! Your leg! Leomon yelled at him. When the blonde hero turned his head, saw those two clinging him. I'll kill you, Izuku. Kuro was scared for her life. Let go of my leg. The hero told them with a surprised expression. We will die, you idiot. The Gazaman screamed. Ah, true, both landed on a roof. That was very irresponsible. What were you thinking? Leomon frowned at them. I'm sorry. But I wanted to ask you an important question. Something that has been tormenting me. The kid clenched his shirt with the fist. All Might hunched with a grunt of pain. His partner noticed that, and he knew he ran out of time. DMN it. Izuku didn't notice this, looking at the floor, while Kuro was worried about the number one hero's state. I want to know your answer. I always wanted to save people with a smile with no fear. But everyone laughs at me because I'm quirkless. They tell me I'm worthless, useless, and even told me to jump from the roof. But despite all of that, I wanted to save people because it was the coolest thing possible. To be able to reassure people with your mere presence and smile? Can I be a hero like you without a quirk? When he looked at his idol, white smoke surrounded him, while he became a skinny, ill-looking man. Who are you? Both screamed. I'm All Might, he exclaimed while coughing blood, and Leomon gave him a handkerchief for washing his mouth. How? He explained that it was like when someone went to the beach and hid their belly to make it look more muscular. Getting both youngs in shock. He sat in the ground, a smile with no fear. He snorted, and lifted his shirt, showing them a horrendous look. An old injury in his torso, this wound. I received it in a terrible fight 5 years ago. 5? Toxic chainsaw? Izuku asked. Heh, good memory, but no, that punk hit hard, but not that much. That fight was used to cover another one much more intense, he explained. Due to this injury, I only can maintain my muscular form for a little more than 3 hours a day. I have to thank my loyal partner to help me all these years. Without him, I couldn't be able to maintain my rhythm. What I told you is classified info, so I would ask you to not tell anyone. So that's why your public appearances are becoming less frequent, Izuku gulped. And about your previous question, he frowned. His partner knew what he was gonna tell him. Heroes fight every day against criminals who can have powers able to destroy buildings and kill with a gesture. He looked at the floor. So? No. I don't think you can become a hero without a quirk. Izuku felt his world shatter in an instant. He stood there without moving, incapable to say anything. If you want to help people, you can become a police or a firefighter. They may be ridiculed, but they are admirable works. He turned around, and was about to leave the roof with Leomon, when he heard a female voice. How? How dare you? Kuro's eyes were full of hatred towards them. You say that he can't become a hero, despite having trained since he was a kid, while you are not even able to do your FING job for a seventh of the day. You filthy, DMN hypocrite. I'm pretty sure he could beat you in that form without effort, being so skinny and deplorable. She screamed at him, showing her teeth. I thought you were the greatest hero of Japan, but now I only see an a-hole who didn't even take an effort to understand a FING kid who got bullied and told him to suicide almost every freaking day in his life. He may never be able to be the #1 hero, but great part of the quirks are useless in combat, so it doesn't matter if you have one or not. Leomon stood there, with a calm expression, while listening everything she said. I hate you. He's more heroic than you will never be. He saved my life without thinking twice, and you just destroyed his dreams like you were shopping groceries. Her eyes were filled with tears. Come on. Go away, destroying more dreams of powerless kids and sleeping good at night. All Might didn't look at the Digimon, he was looking at the ground all the time, and he just walked away without saying a word. DMN coward, she muttered under her breath. Then, she looked at her friend, and hugged him to comfort Izuku. I'm sorry, Kuro. I'm such a useless partner, he started crying while kneeling. Don't say that, Izu. He's a useless skeleton who can't do his job properly. Come on, let's head back home, she responded and started walking with him. We will show him we can become heroes, and then we will rub it in their stupid face. Yagi walked through the streets, while his partner, now a bearmon to blend in the crowd, followed him. Despite she said some horrible things due to the fury, she had some point, the Digimon said to his partner. You could have told him the same on different, kinder way. Or maybe tell him you don't know, and it probably could be too dangerous to try. At least they would have taken it better. Let's just give the bottle to the authorities. He started searching in his pocket, and then realized it was broken. Oh, no, a distant explosions alarmed them. When they arrived, they saw the same slime having another kid as an hostage, with him causing explosions, and a Digimon passed out at his side. This time I incapacitated the annoying monster and now I will possess your body. With a quirk like yours will give me the victory. He smiled, his unpleasant mouth peeping out from under the kid's face. All Might saw the same boy and Digimon from before, among the crowd. He looked terrified. Oh no, this is all my fault. It was my fault that this happened. Kaken was right, I'm a useless waste of air. He muttered, looking at the scene. Two heroes weren't doing anything, standing there while looking how the villain was suffocating a kid. Hey, you! Stop being useless and help the kid! Kuro yelled. We can't, our quirks aren't appropriate. Death Arms exclaimed. Then, Izuku recognized the hostage's face. It was Bakugo. Without noticing, he started running. Izu? Kuro followed them by pure reaction. No, don't go. You will die. Kamui Woods warned them. Kamui Woods can attack soft parts easily with his branches. Non-solid bodies usually have weak points at the eyes or visible organs. Izuku remembered from his notes. Kuro, wind claw at the eyes. Her partner jumped to gain more speed, and with a shout, pierced his right eye with her claws surrounded by a sharp layer of wind, making the slime village scream of pain and releasing Katsuki, allowing him to breathe. Gah! Deku, what are you doing? All Might and Bearmon looked at them with pure surprise. They ran without thinking to save him, with a fast reaction to counter his quirk. You looked like you needed help, he smiled with fear in his eyes. This boy. I'm pathetic? I'm a pathetic hypocrite. Smoke began to emanate from Yagi's body. You little piece of shit. I will kill you both now. The villain charged against Izuku, while Kuro stood in between to protect her partner while crossing her arms. Both closed their eyes, but the pain never came. In front of them was All Might, blocking the slime. I'm really stupid. Your courage made me realize something I forgot a long time ago. Pro heroes risk their life for saving others despite the risks. His mouth was full of blood. Detroit Smash. His pure force dispersed the villain, and made clouds appear, starting to rain, suffocating the fires. He changed weather with a single punch. Mountain Lady, who was protecting civilians from explosions and fire with her gigantic form, muttered. After capturing the villain, Izuku was scolded by those two pros who didn't do anything, but Kuro wasn't gonna stay silent. If you did your FING job we soon had the need to intervene, he said brazenly. What did you just say? Death Arms yelled at the Digimon, who crossed her arms with a grin. Other people were congratulating Katsuki for his quirk, but he wasn't in the mood. Agumon was at his side, asking for forgiveness due to his inability to save him. Izuku was walking with his eyes on the ground. Ignore those assholes, Izu. Let's back home and rest for today. They were gonna call Atsuka to explain why they didn't went to train. How I'm gonna explain Kuro that I'm not feeling worth enough. About how I can't be a hero. Too much things happened today. Katsuki told him to commit suicide. He almost got killed by a villain. He met All Might and discovered his big secret. He crushed his dreams like they were chalk, and he charged to save his stupid bully just because he wanted to save him despite everything he did. I'm too tired, he said emotionless. Kuro looked at her friend, not sure about what to say. Then, they hear someone running towards them and panting heavily. When they turned around, they saw Bakugo sweating. I didn't ask for your FING help, you hear me? I don't owe you anything. Katsuki yelled, and then he left with his usual bad mood. At least I was able to save another one before giving up my dream, Izuku thought with a sad smile. Then, surprisingly, All Might appeared in front of them with a rush. I'm here. All Might? What are you doing here? Izuku yelled, while Kuro was looking at him with pure hatred. I was busy dealing with the reports, but I gave them the slip, because I'm all me. Blue. He returned to his skinny form, and Bearmon appeared with another handkerchief. I came here to thank you, and revise what I said earlier. Also, I have a proposal, he said with a serious expression. A proposal? Midoriya asked, unsure what he wanted. Without you. If I hadn't heard your story, and if your partner hadn't told me all those harsh truths to my face, I'd have been nothing like but a hypocrite with fake muscles and insincerity. So thank you. To both of you. He bowed. No. It was my fault. I ran after seeing Ka. Him and Kuro just followed me. I got in the way. And despite I'm a quirkless, I dared to ask if. Izuku looked down. Izu, Kuro patted his back. Exactly. Yagi pointed at him. Of all the people on the scene, of all the pro heroes standing there, you were the one who ran to save that boy. The timid, quirkless boy was the one who acted. You spurred me into action. Gave me the motivation. Most of the top heroes show signs of greatnesses even as a kids. Many of them said their bodies just moved on its own. That happened to you, isn't it? He asked. No way. His eyes started to cover in tears. Yes. Might, you sure about this? Bearmon looked at him. The pro hero nodded. So, regarding your question, I want to retract me. Young boy, you can become a hero. The figure of All Might, despite being smaller than it should, he emanated pure determination and confidence at saying those words. Izuku started crying on his knees, being hugged by his friend. Yagi smiled, and that's why, I consider you worthy to inherit my power. The green-haired boy and the Gazamon paralyzed, and when they raised their heads, looked at the blonde with pure confusion. What? Side story, a fateful encounter. It happened when Izuku was around. He and Kuro went to buy groceries, and they were walking through the commercial district. So, the only things left are the vegetables, right? Yes. Mom allowed us to buy Chocomercos, but that's all. In one of the bags was a box with chocolate cookies in the form of rabbits and carrots. You can't blame me. They are delicious. Kuro crossed her arms with a pout. Izuku giggled at his friend, when he saw something in the corner of his eye. When he turned around, he saw two Gazamon cornering a Wanyuman in an alley. Kuro. When she looked at that, she frowned with disgust. For the love of, she groaned. This certainly wasn't her day. So, are you gonna give us all or not? I think you got the message already, the Gazamon at the left growled. The blue Digimon was covered in scratches. I told you I don't have anything, she tried to reply, but she got slapped in the face. That's what I didn't want to hear. The Gazamon B said with fury. What if she doesn't have a thing, brother? The other one asked. Hey, don't blame us. It's not our fault that no one wants us, Gazamon B shrugged. What if we absorb her data? We can at least get something from this. Wanyuman took a step back. I'm gonna die here. She closed her eyes. With tears on them. Wind Claw. A double scream of pain made the in-training Digimon open her eyes, and saw another Gazamon and a human. The newcomers attacked the two Digimon. The Gazamon with an attack, and the kid with a punch in the face. You piece of shit. Gazamon A attacked with a scratch that didn't hit anything. Kuro was way faster than them. Why you attack us? You are like us. Gazamon B yelled. Maybe I'm a Gazamon, but I'm not like you. I'm not attacking defenseless people in dirty alleys. She spied out of pure rage. We came to this world wanting to improve our life, but no one wants to even look at us. How are we gonna get partners like that, if everybody treats us like sheep because we are dark? Gazamon B said with irritation while attacking Izuku. Despite being a mammal type, Gazamon also were considered as a dark Digimon by many. Izuku stumbled while he tried to dodge, and got a scratch on his arm. Getting a partner is nothing like that. is a relationship of trust and friendship. Izuku screamed while he immobilized Gazamon with a neck lock, strangling him until he passed out. You won't get any partner if you are a bunch of greedy layabouts. Kuro kicked the foe left in the face, throwing him to the floor, incapacitating it. Both of them panted heavily. When Izuku turned to see Wonderful, noticed she was injured. Oh, wait. He tore off the sleeve of his shirt and bandaged her. You okay? I do, she looked unsure. Both looked worried for her. I'm glad. We have to call authorities before they wake up, Izuku smiled. Izuku took his phone and started calling while Kuro was watching those two unconscious. Why? Why did you help me? They are like you, Wonderful asked. Meh. I'm not really worried by those stupid things. I don't know them and I don't care. The fact they assaulted you was enough to stop them, the Gazamon shrugged. But why you helped me? You don't get anything, the blue Digimon said, not understanding. Well, you don't need a reason to help someone. If you can help anybody in need and you don't, I believe you are a bad person. She was simplifying it, but it was easy for her. Kuro's right. That's something a hero could do. Izuku approached both. We have to go, we have to keep buying the groceries, and Mom's gonna kill us if she sees us in this state and with not all on the list, he sighed. He picked the bags and walked away. Izu, wait. Wonderful stood there, completely in shock. That abnegation, coming from a human boy and a dark Digimon, it was unbelievable. Her eyes started to shine. Until now, she didn't know what to do with her life. She didn't have a family and just wandered around, but now, she found it. She could save people in danger. So no one could suffer like she did and protect them from bad people. A couple of months later, in Muzutafu, words began to spread about a humanoid-like and yellow Digimon helping people from criminals and small villains, and leaving before authorities came. Huh? Both looked at All Might in surprise. Why the face? Is a proposal. The work begins here. Yagi laughed, coughing blood. Might, telling them that without any context makes their reactions understandable, Bearmon said with a deadpan face. True. My bad, the blonde nodded. I'm talking about my quirk. A lot of forums on the internet loves to discuss what is my quirk, and I never answered that question in interviews, changing the topic with jokes. Is something I had to work too, Bearmon answered with a sweat. His null sense of humor had to be developed to help his partner to cover his quirk. Everyone must think that All Might has born with an incredibly power, but the truth is it was passed to me like the Olympic torch. Yagi continued explaining, ignoring the comment of his friend. Is that even possible? Izuku muttered, but Kuro frowned. His quirk was passed to him. He had another one who was fused to the past one? Or he had none? If it was the second? Her anger began to raise. And now? I want you to inherit it, Yagi pointed at Izuku. Is too much. How is even possible to exist a quirk that can be passed between people? How that works with the body of each user, Kuro sighed at Izuku's mumble, and chopped his forehead. Izu, focus. Yes. Sorry. I know is hard to believe. I have many secrets, but I don't lie. The ability to transfer power, that was the quirk I inherited. One for all, All Might nodded. The first user cultivates power, then passes it to a second one. The third refines it and passes it on again, creating a network of power to help everyone in need. Yagi clenched his fist. But, why me? Midoriya asked the most important question. Because I saw you, a boy without a quirk, going to the danger to save someone in trouble without doubt, despite the fear in your eyes. I have been searching for a successor for some time, and I'm convinced that you are the perfect choice. The pro-hero smiled. But is up to you, Bearmon nodded. Izuku stayed silent. It was everything he dreamed. To have a quirk, to show everyone he could become a hero, to demonstrate those idiots at Aldera that he was worthy. But, on the other hand, accepting would prove them right. Accept the main reason for his torment, the argument that, without a quirk, wouldn't be able to become a hero. One voice in his head, childish and crying of joy, was telling him to accept without doubt, but the other one, more resented and hatred, told him to refuse, to become a hero without that power. He was unsure. All his life he trained to be able to enter UA without a quirk and show everyone that it could be possible. But, on the other hand, it was an ability with such power, that could change weather with a punch. It would be stupid if he declined, and it was his desire from childhood, to have the power to save people. Kuro looked at his friend, with a troubled expression. Regardless of his choice, she would support him. Izuku, after deliberation, decided his answer. I can't accept it, he said, surprising everyone, at least. Not right now. He raised his face. All my life, almost everyone told me that I was worthless, that I couldn't become a hero, or even less, get to UA. I want to prove to them they were wrong. That I can do it without a quirk. But I know is stupidly hard, maybe impossible. But still I want to try. Izuku took a deep breath and got up. So I don't want to accept it. Not until I made it to the UA. To prove to everyone that you can pass the hardest hero exam and start becoming a hero if you work hard enough, despite having a powerful quirk, a useless one, or none. His eyes were filled with determination. If no, when I approve the test, I will reconsider your offer. If you didn't find anyone else. Kuro smiled at him. I know I'm probably being selfish and stubborn, but I want to prove myself that I can do it. He admitted. The Digimon and the pro hero stood there, when the blonde suddenly started laughing. You are something else, kid. I never thought someone would reject my proposal. But I respect your motives. So, regardless of whether you accept my power or not, I want to train you to become a hero. His smile made Izuku feel hopeful. We will reunite in 2 days at Tagoba Beach at 5 a.m. This is my personal number, so don't spread it. Yagi wrote something in a paper and passed to Izuku. Wait, we also train in a dojo. How we will do both? Kuro asked. True, you mentioned that. Give me the name, and I will talk to the owner. I will take care of everything. You only have to rest and prepare for the train. All Might thumbed up. Okay. Izuku nodded with a smile. You know, I like that he refused, Bearmon said after walking in the street. What? Why do you say that? Do you think he's not worth? Yagi asked. No. He reminds me of you, at least in his action of save people, to run to the danger without thinking. And he has a pure, heroic heart. His partner shook his heart. I was referring to the fact he wanted to demonstrate he could do it without your power. That tells me he has a certain amount of pride and determination, and he's not easily convinced of everything. If he had accepted without hesitation, I would have been a little disappointed, because it would seem that he wasn't that affected by what happened in his life. You're right. My bad for misinterpret, Yagi apologized. No problem, is understandable the confusion. Leomon was more interested in his partner because the boy was cared by Yagi. That Digimon was weird. She was easily angered, but in the instant that Izuku was in danger, she would protect him without thinking and comfort him, ignoring her own safety and feelings. She stood in the middle as a shield for him from the attack of the villain, and she even yelled at the #1 hero without a care, because he crushed his friend's dreams. She really cared about the boy, despite being a Gazamon, usually being solitary Digimon, or who were in reclusive groups of other of his same species. I want to train his partner, Bearmon answered. She has quite character, huh? Yagi nodded. She said some horrible things, but he couldn't deny all of it, despite that those words were from pure rage. She's strange. I met some of her species in the past, and usually they're not that attached to others, being more solitary, so she clearly is fond of him. I want to train her to help her to protect him. His partner nodded with curiosity. The duo went to the dojo. What Midoriya told them. When Student and Digimon arrived home, they were approached by a worried Inko. They explained what happened, but they reassured her, telling them nothing bad occurred to them, and a pro hero noticed them and he wanted to train both to the UA. Inko started crying of joy, almost flooding the apartment. After some time, both laid on the bed, tiredly. I want to sleep. I agree, Kuro sighed. What a horrible day. Izuku just nodded. It was a day full of emotions? Hey, Izu. I have to tell you something, Kuro said out of nowhere. He turned his head to see his friend. I'm glad that you didn't accept that idiot's offer, she confessed. What? Why? Because? You wanted to show everyone that you are worth. That you can become a hero despite all the hate and their efforts. That you are better than them, she explained. I know that sounds mean, but I want to demonstrate that, despite having quirks, they didn't made it, and we did without one. Does that makes me a bad person? Kuro, Izuku looked at her friend with a worried expression. I don't think you are bad. You can hate whoever you want, especially after everything what happened, and it doesn't makes you evil or anything. Everyone has complex feelings, regardless of being human, Digimon or anything else. He nodded at his friend. Izu, you are too kind for your own good, she smiled at him. Soon, his phone ringed. Oh, it's Itsuka. Yi-dash? What did you do? Izuku lost his hearing for 2 seconds. You left us deaf, Itsuka. Kuro groaned. The manager of freaking All Might came to the dojo to talk with Dad about your training. And he said you fought a villain. She screamed. Is more complicated than that. Izuku tried to defend himself. I don't want your excuses. Tomorrow you will come to the dojo for explanation so I can punch you for being an idiot. Then, she hung up. Well, it could be worse. She could have threatened us with his father's special training, Kuro said. Both slivered at the reminder of that Spartan torture they saw. They couldn't even start to describe that horrible experience. Fortunately for them, Saturday didn't need to go to the school for the villain attack, instead they received a day off to recover. Both used that time to rest and talk about their situation. I still hate him for how he talked to you, but he's not the #1 hero without a reason, so we'll train with him, and we will talk about his proposal after the exam. Kuro frowned. She was still unsure about accepting it, but it wasn't her decision, and wouldn't deny that a power like that could be absurdly useful, so she was troubled. Okay, Izuku was still unsure if he made the right choice of denying his offer until he passed the exam. Despite his determination, a little voice in his head told him that he should have accepted. But despite that, he wanted to prove himself that he could do it without a quirk. He wanted to stick it to the plan until the end. Ignoring his doubts. He deserves that. At the evening, both went to the dojo, with weird outfits. When they entered, Itsuka was awaiting them. There you are. You. What the hell are you wearing? Izuku was in medieval armor, and Kuro used an American rugby equipment. We were scared of your reaction, and we found these dropped in our house, for some reason. Itsuka sighed, drop that, you idiots, and follow me. When the three of them entered the training room, Rappa was sparring with a mannequin. Dad, they are here. Itsuka took a deep breath. Perfect. He turned around, so that sack of bones came here and talked to me about you. Fighting a villain to save a boy? That's stupidly reckless. I like it. But you have to be more careful. Rappa was scolding them in an incredibly soft way. Anyway, I'm sure your mother already told you that, so I will change the topic. That man and I discussed a well-detailed training routine for you too. That means that, instead of coming 4 days a week, you will come 2, but in exchange you will have training every day with him. He looked very knowledgeable with how he explained and talked about his plan. I really think you will pass that test with no effort with our combined efforts. His smile promised nothing but pain, but Izuku and Kuro were determined to enter the UA. We came too far to give up. The boy exclaimed. That's the spirit. And then, you will start your training, fighting me, the orange-haired man said with a shine in his eyes. A primal fear invaded the human and Digimon. What? I don't feel my body. I think you destroyed all my data. Kuro groaned on the ground. She was lying upside down after the beat. I mean, practice, alongside Izuku, who was replanting all his choices. I think we should have kept the armor, he answered in intense pain. You have several problems, despite having trained here for years. Midoriya, you lack the determination to attack your opponent seriously. Those doubts are mortal in a fight. And that makes your moves sloppy and predictable. Kuro, you are too focused on attacking, and don't support your partner. Having a combat style focused on fast attacks and one-by-one fights doesn't mean you can ignore your allies. And you don't have any defense. Agility is not everything. You have to be able to protect yourself and your colleagues in a fight. Dodge more and cover yourself with anything you can. Charging like crazy without a plan doesn't work unless you are absurdly sturdy like me, and I always watch my surroundings to use them. Rappa explained. But at least, now I know at what point you're at, so I can accommodate the training to strengthen yourself. Itsuka, Gaomon, your turn. Wait, what? I didn't ask for this. The Digimon yelled. But you want to enter the UA, right? Then come on. I will make sure that the 4 of you demolish that test. It was a painful evening for all of them? Except Rappa, he enjoyed it to the fullest. Izuku and Kuro collapsed onto the bed, and fell asleep without even having dinner. In the middle of the night, they woke up, ate the leftovers, and returned to the bed. The next morning, still feeling slightly numb, they went to the beach as All Might asked. NNNGF. Izuku was trying to move a fridge, while All Might sat above it. Why did we come here? Kuro asked with a raised eyebrow. Well, after I talked with your sensei, I noticed that you were well covered in martial arts and speed, at least for now. You are still very young. But if you want to pass the exam with a good note, then you are going to need a lot more physical strength. The UA test is well known for being specially focused in the use of combat-oriented quirk, or at least, in battle, so you will need as much strength as you can get. Toshinori admitted. Might's right. If you want to supply the lack of quirk, then you will have to become much stronger than the others to be able to compare yourself with some of the participants. Bearmon nodded. That's why we are here. Altoug, you are in a good shape for your age, Rapper, and I prepared this training plan for both of you. All Might gave them 2 bundles of paper. Aim to pass, the DG American plan? Kuro read, this is very organized. You even think about the sleep schedule. Your train with me will consist of cleaning this beach and an occasional physical strengthening. I investigated, and this place became a dump because the water currents and people who drops their garbage. Is really a shame that something so beautiful became like this, so you will return it to its former glory. Bearmon smiled, something uncommon for him. And also, I wanted you to learn something. Today, the hero job consists of posing for the camera and doing remarkable jobs, while originally was meant for selfless and charitable work. All Might got out from the refrigerator and crushed it with one hand, like it was paper. Your first job as a hero student will be to return this beautiful Sai to this beach. I admit it's gonna be tough. Are you ready for the task? Yagi asked, but he sensed that he already knew the answer. Tisk, of course. We want to be able to save people. This torture will be just a test, Kuro smiled. She's right. I can't let this down me. Let's do this. Izuku exclaimed. That's the spirit. All Might started laughing. And then, the 10 infernal months started. Tuesday and Friday both would go to the dojo to be trained specifically by Rappa in martial arts in combat, while the rest of the week they would clean the beach under the occasional watchful eye of All Might and Leomon. They felt like their bodies would split apart, but they persevered. Each pile of trash forced them to use different muscles. Also, they noticed an unknown spectator. When All Might or Leomon wasn't around, a figure with a brown coat covering itself was watching them from a distance from time to time. When they turned their heads to look at it, it disappeared at a fast pace. They talked this to All Might and Leomon. Brown coat? I think it could be the yellow Digimon. The mysterious one who has been saving people? Izuku asked. Yes. Looks like it wears a coat and some bags to carry different things, like marbles, knives. I have to say I'm impressed, Bearmon nodded. I wanted to ask myself why is doing all of that. But don't worry about it, it's harmless to you, especially if it's watching you when you're alone. It seems careful enough to stay away when Might and I are here. If he wanted to attack you he would have done it. Okay, both were confused, but decided to wait. She wasn't sure why she was doing that. Not saving people. She started training to become stronger. And when she digivolved, began saving people as they did. It was hard. Fighting is much more complicated than she initially thought. Raw strength and speed are usually not enough, especially in a world with such different abilities, so she started using everything she could find. Small ball which kids used to play? That could destabilize an enemy if used well. Small, heavy items worked as throwable weapons to save energy. Knives were usually used only in specific situations or as a desperate option. But when she saw the faces of gratitude of the people, how glad they were when she saved them, it felt nice, like she was doing the correct thing to do. But one day, in the morning, she saw them cleaning the beach. The same ones they saved her. She didn't know why, but she started to see them some days. She would stand there, watching those two working. She made sure to do it when that human who switched between muscular and abnormally thin and the Leomon, sometimes Bearmon, weren't around. She saw how they had trouble moving heavy things, how they charged that vehicle with their bare hands, without no apparent reason, but, in the end, she knew why she did that. So you really were a Renamon. A sudden voice behind her made her appear white wooden chips in her left hand, throwing to the stealthy visitor. Bearmon dodged it with relatively easy, good reaction time. She was on full alert. Despite not knowing a lot of things about that world, even she knew he was the number one's partner. The same who were sometimes on the beach. Relax, I'm not here to fight you. I just wanted to talk to you, and to make sure of something, he said in his relaxed position. What do you want? Her tone was tense, and she didn't lower her arm. Well, first I wanted to know you. You've built up a certain reputation in Muzurifu, as the yellow Digimon who helps people and stops criminals with no apparent reason, leaving before the police are there, he explained. I wanted to ask you why are you doing this? Despite being a rookie Digimon. You have fought villains who can fight some champion. Is the right thing to do. If you can help and you don't do it, then something's wrong with you, she started lowering her arm. The bear Digimon nodded in recognition, a great way of thinking, but despite there's not actually a law for Digimon doing hero labors, some could say that what you're doing could be considered illegal. It's not an opinion I share, but it is true that some people think that. He growled in response. She didn't understand why laws like that even existed. Yes, it's weird at the beginning, but you have to know this world is more chaotic in the way humans are. Despite being only one race, there are a lot more powers than Digimon exists, so controlling which one can be used and which not is almost impossible, so they decided to forbid the public use for everyone, including to save people, without being a hero or having permission from one. Bearmon explained. Renamon frowned, but she understood the reason, despite the fact that she didn't like it. Also, I'm curious why you're watching them. Bearmon made a gesture with the head to the duo in the distance, cleaning. Renamon looked away. I met them some time ago. They saved me from some Digimon, she admitted. Then, why don't you go and meet them? He asked. A small blush appeared in her face, making Bearmon understand. You are embarrassed? I didn't think you were like that. Hush it. It's not embarrassment. Is just, how can I face them? They saved my life from being absorbed without wanting anything in exchange, and they showed me a purpose in life. Saving people like they did to me, she confessed. I haven't known them for too much time, but I'm pretty sure they would like to know that you are fine. Don't overthink, and go to see them. I can go with you if you like, the black Digimon smiled. I would like that. Thanks, Renamon nodded. Izuku and Kuro were leaving trash in the van, when they noticed two figures approaching. One was Bearmon, the other was an unknown Digimon. Hey, I want you to meet someone, Bearmite, the nickname Kuro gave him only to annoy him, said. The Digimon with the coat didn't look them in the eyes. Hello? Kuro said, tilting her head. Hello. I'm glad you're okay, she said shortly. Have we met before? Izuku asked. Renamon took a deep breath, and searched in her bag, and showed them a piece of cloth, slightly used and with small drops of blood. Wait, that looks like you're the monument of the alley. I'm so glad that you're okay. The boy smiled brightly, blinding everyone else. Ugh, too shiny, Bearmite. Looked away. You remember me? Renamon looked at both with a small surprise. Of course. We wondered if you were fine, Izuku nodded with excitement. At least we know you are okay, but that coat, Kuro squinted her eyes. Yes, she's the yellow Digimon of Muzutafu. She wanted to greet you, but Bearman's mouth was covered by a nervous Renamon. Hush, you bear. So you are doing fine? You have a place to stay or a partner? Izuku asked. Well, I sleep wherever I find suitable. So, she raised an eyebrow at the horrified expression of both. Something's wrong? Yes. You can't sleep in the streets like that. Kuro yelled like it was common sense. You have to come with us after we finish with this. Izuku insisted. But, you don't have to, Renamon couldn't finish her line. Yes. Both answered in unison. After finishing charging the van, Bearmite called his partner to come and pick him up. And the other three went to Midoriya's house. Renamon still was surprised about their reaction to her lack of house. When they arrived, Inko rapidly welcomed the newcomer, telling her how beautiful she was and inviting her to eat with them. When she heard Renamon didn't have a place to stay, she also decided to let her use the guest room, ignoring her complaints. So she became a perpetual guest in the house. Renamon felt weird at the beginning with so much care without an apparent reason, but after a couple of days, she began to get used to it. She began to follow Izuku and Kuro. Bearmite told her that she should refrain from doing vigilantism work, the saving people thing, until he and All Might came up with a solution. She was annoyed by that, but she obeyed. She met a girl with a Gaomon, who was also training in a dojo. She looked responsible and smart. Nice to meet you, I'm Itsuka Kendo, and this is Gaomon. The pleasure is mine. I'm Renamon. Ituska took out the Digivice and analyzed her. Renamon, female. Rookie level and data attribute. This beast man-type Digimon gains more intelligence with each interaction with Digimon and humans. Renamon's tall and slender form withstands among rookie Digimon, and prefers agility and speed on its techniques than brute power. Her signature move, Diamond Storm, or Koyasetsu, throws sharp wooden chips to its enemies, capable of perforate stone. Both wanted to train with her sometime, and then, she met her father. He was a crazy man who was obsessed with fighting. And soon understood why Izuku and Kuro were terrified of going there. How are you that sturdy? She asked after a brief training. It comes with hard work and endless fights. His smile was one of pure madness. I have to say that, despite needing some train as well, you had interesting tactics. I wasn't expecting that dumbbell directly to my head. He laughed like he didn't ignore it and punched her in the face seconds later, but those tactics won't always work against enemies, so you can't rely on them completely. You need to grow some muscles to become stronger and start depending less of them. Those white things were more interesting, but it didn't hurt me that much. The most remarkable thing about them was that they were a lot, and it was sharp enough to note them, but is not something you should abuse, and better save it as a trump card. Renamon noticed it before, that her tactics didn't work well against resistant opponents, or who had the capability to ignore the traps and objects. I will train to fix it. What are you saying? You are gonna train with me, like them? He affirmed. She didn't believe in human gods, but that day she started to fear that devil. After a couple of days, Izuku met another friend, someone called Setsuna, with a toy-argument with, DMN, that new friend of yours is gorgeous. I love how her fur looks like. Her teeth were sharp, but made her smile interesting. Friend? Are we friends? She asked. Are you really asking that now? Kuro deadpanned, of course, you hairball. She didn't know why, but she felt a warm feeling in her chest, especially when Izuku nodded with a smile. Later, they would notice that Izuku's Digivice had some new yellow details along with the purples. Exactly a month later they met at the beach. Then they discovered that a human could have more than one partner. Rinamon helped them with the garbage, but she couldn't go with Izuku and Kuro at school, not only because she could cause commotion, but she would cause problems with the teacher, alleging that more than one Digimon was prohibited or anything like that, and let's not add those stupid kids in the equation. Fortunately, the routine was more calm after the sludge villain, despite the pain in their bodies and tiredness. Bakugo ignored them brazenly, while Agumon was lifting dumbbells and doing push-ups in silence at his side. He was clearly affected by the fact he couldn't help him against the villain. Izuku tried to not fall asleep or distract himself to avoid getting scolded by the teachers, so, at least it was more tolerable, only needing to ignore the rest of the idiots, who were too cowards to try anything with Kuro there. So, the months slowly went by, and they slowly told Rinamon about everything, Izuku's life in that horrible school. They prevented her to go against Bakugo and beat him until he was a messy pulp, his lack of quirk, All Might's secret and his proposal. Is understandable that you feel like that, and I support your desire to take the exam without his quirk, but I think you should accept the offer when you pass. Why? Kuro asked with a frown. First and most importantly, the lack of pure power can make some battles impossible and even put yourself in mortal danger, potentially dying in the fight, she answered calmly, exposing her points. I agree that you could become a pro hero without a quirk, but I can't deny that most of the power you humans has are not suited in battle, so it can be an incredibly dangerous job, so not accepting something that can help you greatly seems illogical. Izuku nodded with a contemplative expression, while Kuro frowned. Maybe, but is infuriating how people treats quirkless people like they were more worthless than crap. Undoubtedly, but if he accepts, it doesn't erase everything that has happened to him. Don't forget it. He may have a quirk then, but he will have passed the test, and he could have created inventions to help him at the job without one if he desired. As far as I know, almost every hero uses some kind of support item, so it's really understandable to use that being quirkless, Rinamon said. It was a welcome surprise that she ended up being a somewhat hero fan with an inner nerd, sharing that with Izuku. While the two girls talked, Izuku was still thinking about both opinions. Kuro was more emotional, saying that he should refuse and become a hero without quirk, while Rinamon augmented that it was more logical and beneficial in the long term, despite being able to do without that power. He had some months to choose, but he still hadn't decided at that point. The day before the UA exam, Kuro woke up with the alarm, and when she looked at Izuku's bed, she couldn't fin him. They shared rooms since she came home years ago. Where the F is he? She sighed and went directly to Renamon's room. When she picked her up, both went to the beach, being the most probable location he would be. After a couple of minutes, both saw the figure of Izuku in shirtless, above a pile of trash, screaming. Kuro's face went red, and a small string of blood came from her nose, but she shook her head to put aside those weird feelings, and approached her friend. Rinamon, on the other hand, stared intensely at his toned body, nodding appreciatively and liking it. He's packed. All Might and Leomon arrived seconds later after 2 busy weeks that they couldn't visit Togoba, surprised that they cleaned everything, including the parts they didn't told them. The beach was completely free of trash. Impressive, Leomon nodded. Oh my godness. Yagi became muscular by the sheer impression. When Izuku started to wobble by the tiredness, and fell. Both heroes started to run to catch him, but his partners, much closer, catched him in midair. Izu. You okay? He smiled tiredly. I did it. He was panting, with his naked, full-tone torso shining by his sweat. Dear creator, I could sharp knives there. What the hell I'm thinking? Kuro shook her head while her face was still red. You are an idiot. Why you didn't wake us? I wanted to give you a surprise, he sighed out of relief. You exceeded my expectations. You even made it one day before. The number one hero smiled at the three, while Leomon gave Izuku a bottle of water. You really did it, young Midoriya. Not only you and your partners did it in time despite you were also training in the dojo, but also studying for the exam. Whatever you accept or not my proposal, I want to tell you that I'm proud of you. He nodded at the tired boy and his partners. I recommend you to rest for today, so you can go tomorrow to the exam with energy. Leomon nodded while he started carrying the garbage left to the van. Kuro picked Izuku's shirt from the ground. She ignored the urge to smell it, and gave it to him. We will make sure that he rests, don't worry, she affirmed, and with Rinamon, helped him to return home. When he collapsed onto the bed, Kuro sighed and opened the group chat. Hero nerd, Kuro here. We finished the training, because this idiot couldn't wait. It was still too soon for Itsuka Setsuna to be awake, so she started to go to her bed. She saw the shirt of Izuku on the floor. She grabbed it hesitantly, and sniffed it. She trembled for a couple of seconds because of the smell, enjoying the feeling, and when she noticed what she was doing, her face went red, and threw the shirt into the laundry basket. What's wrong with me? She went to sleep in her bed, ashamed of what she did and blushing. The rest of the day went more relaxed because it was Sunday, so Izuku used the time to sleep and do nothing except search some news regarding Digimon or heroes. Pro heroes with Digimon partners report a strange case of enhance of their physical capabilities. Huh? He clicked on the new, and started reading. Some pro heroes, in the middle of intense fights, noticed how they got surrounded in pixels, and felt stronger, lasting a couple of seconds. Wait. Leomon and All Might said something similar. A month ago, when we were fighting a Digimon and a villain, we felt stronger, and Might was surrounded by some yellow pixels, like it was an aura. We still don't know what happened. In that moment I felt better than I had in year, like before I got my injury. We are talking with an old friend of mine to investigate, because his daughter has a partner, but is too soon to know. Leomon also said that he forced Yagi to tell them the truth about his condition because he was mad at the fact that a good friend of him was kept in the dark. Despite having a Digimon partner, it doesn't has any other pattern. Maybe it happens when they are in a fight for life or death? Or when they do something without noticing. Izuku picked his Digivice, and revised the status of Kuro and Renamon. They were the same, with no visible changes except the upgrade on their stats. Digimon usually don't show physical development even if they train for years, is only visible in their combat performance, which form can digivolve, and now through the Digivice. They can access to one or more forms depending their stats, sometimes being stuck in the same form for years, or getting one they don't like, and forced to de-evolve again until they are strong enough to the form they want. Izuku thought about the explanation Kuro and Leomon told him. Since Kuro evolved to Gazamon, didn't shown any sign of evolution, neither Renamon. Both told him that it was because the effort required was exponential, being a baby form really easy, and a mega could require entire years of preparation, if they even could arrive at that point due to the constant fights in their original world. It was the exam day. Izuku, in loose clothing that concealed his musculature, walked alongside his partner to the UA entrance. This is it? We are finally here. Izuku was smiling. After that 10 months of pure torture, Kuro sighed. I think you misspelled training, Renamon pointed. No, I didn't, the Gazamon snorted. Izuku shook his head at the view of his two friends arguing. Stay away, Fing Deku. Bakugo growled when he passes with Agumon. The trio looked at them with different grades of disgust and hate. I hope he fails, Kuro said blatantly. Izuku frowned at her, but she smiled innocently at him. Anyway, this is the first step to become a hero? Then, he stumbled and began to fall, of course. Before he kissed the ground, he was stopped by a girl. I'm sorry to use my quirk on you, but it could be bad luck if you fell before the exam. The girl smiled. She had a perpetual blush on her face. Oh. Thanks. I owe you one. Despite being slightly more confident around girls because he had some of them as friends, Izuku still was nervous with new people. Well, I don't want to be late. Good luck to you and your partners. She ran to the academy. Izuku stood there, and then shook his head. She's right, let's go. Wait, a sudden voice made the three to turn around. They saw a white-haired girl with a dark Digimon with a creepy aspect. Can we accompany you? I find your share of dark partner interesting. That surprised the trio. Oh. Okay, there's no problem for me. And you too? Izuku asked to his partner. Go ahead, Kuro shrugged. It could be a good way to distract from the nerves, Renamon answered. Thanks. I'm Yanagi Reiko, and this is Karamon, she introduced herself and her friend. Hello. Nice to meet you. I'm Karamon. Let's be friends. The Digimon said in a high-pitched voice. Karamon, female. Rookie level and unknown attribute. This unknown type Digimon can absorb great quantities of data in short time, destroying most of it in the process. Is extremely playful, but if not educated properly can become highly destructive. Its signature move is Crazy Giggle, which unleashes a destructive beam of light while laughing. Sorry if I sounded weird, but is extremely rare to see dark Digimon with human partners, so I let my emotions get me, she apologized. Don't worry. You are the only other one we met with a dark one as partner, so is normal to feel curiosity. Izuku dismissed. Yeah, we aren't too much, unfortunately. A lot of people besides Digimon don't trust us too much, Kuro growled. Oh yeah, this is Renamon, and this is Kuro. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Izuku introduces the group. A Digimon with nickname? How interesting. I already like you. Karamon was someone who always smiled and said whatever has in her mind, so being the partner as someone as so strange and melodramatic was quite a fun contradiction. I would like to talk you after this exam if is possible. I find alluring that you don't let those prejudices blur your mind. Reiko took out her phone. Then they exchanged numbers. Kuro frowned at that. Why I feel uneasy at the sight of Izuku getting friends. She thought. When they arrived at the conference room, each one went to their seats. Izuku, Renamon and Kuro noticed, for their annoyance, that they were at Bakugo's side. The blonde growled. Then, he noticed that the Digimon at the entrance was with Deku. You got a new useless partner? TSK, like if any more help would let you pass the exam. Choke with your micro-dick and shut up, Baku bitch. The talk is gonna start, Kuro glared with pure hate. He was gonna insult her, when the lights turned out. All right. Can I hear a yeah? The room was in total silence. A hard audience, huh? I can respect it. The test will consist in 30 questions. You have 2 hours to answer all of them. You can't talk to your Digimon or receive help from them. If you need more paper, raise your hand and we will give it to you. Ectoplasm started to duplicate and distribute the papers. The exam began, and Izuku started writing with intensity. Kuro looked at the paper with curiosity, but after reading some questions, her head started to smoke, so she walked around, trying to not get closer to anybody else. Renamon sat in the ground in a meditative pose, with her eyes closed, with her coat covering her body. Her reason to wear it was, originally I used it for the cold, but it saved me from various attacks and weapons, so I got used to wear it. And I like the sensation. Renamon's face went completely red when she got gifted a new one, exactly the same color and size by Inko as a celebration gift for becoming Izuku's partner after she found out the original was full of cuts, holes and dirt. Izuku answered all the questions, explaining everything he could, elaborating each answer. He even asked for more paper. After he finished, he gave his test, and asked if he could write in his notebook. Ectoplasm allowed, and then he awaited analyzing some Digimon he saw and quirks, including the pro heroes at his side. He didn't notice he was reading what he wrote with interest. His analytic mind is worth noticing. He walked away and talked with Nizu. Sir, I think we will find some interesting people this exam. After some time, everyone finished. Izuku saw some more people from his class, but was more focused on the scenario. Okay, after the theoric, comes the practice test. Then, Present Mike started explaining what consisted. Robots of 3 different points were reparted through the zone, and their objective was to destroy as much as they could, adding all the points they could. So is a combat-oriented test. They ignored the part about saving and helping people. Maybe they will give some bonus? Or they want to see how well we perform in a disaster zone where we are surrounded by villains. The robots look tough, but with some effort we could defeat them, or search for a way to deactivate them. Izuku was mumbling while thinking for a plan. Meanwhile, 2 people raised their hands. Seat 6234. Ask your question. The person that was a girl looking like Frog stood up. I saw some dark Digimon during the test. Is this correct, Ribbit? She asked blatantly. At the instant, Kuro decided she didn't like her. Yes. In the UA we accept any kind of student and Digimon, no matter their origin or quirk. The clear racism toward other people or Digimon due to their aspect or type are prohibited, so if you act against anyone or attack them you will fail the exam, no matter who you are. Mike answered. Despite his cheerful tone, everyone felt like their advice was incredibly serious. Understood, Ribbit. The girl sat again. Now, seat 7111. He pointed at a blue-haired student with glasses. Thank you, sir. I saw in the paper that there are 4 types of enemies, but you only explained 3. If this is a mistake, then is highly unbecoming for the U.A. Kuro snorted and rolled her eyes. And you? The green-haired boy. You have been muttering all the time, is distracting. If this is some kind of game to you, then leave immediately. He glared disgustingly at Izuku. What did you just say? He is not distracting at all because he's mumbling in low voice. And if you are more focused in a small voice than the screaming instructions is your FING problem. Kuro yelled at him while showing her teeth. How dare you to speak at me with that tone? The man chopped in the air. Both, relax. Seat 7111, the 4th robot gives 0 points, there's only 1 in each area, is a gimmick to rampage around, more like an obstacle than an enemy. And don't criticize others without justification. If someone does something wrong, we'll tell them. And seat 6890, don't respond too blatantly, please. Mike answered with serious expression. My apologies, he bowed, and sat. So he apologized to Thim but not to Izu? TSK. She was already in a bad mood. Also, for anybody who has 1 or more Digimon partners. You can only be with 1 Digimon in the practice, and we will give you bracelets who are connected each other to not stray too far. The max distance is 25 meters. If you are close to surpass that mark, the bracelet will start to glow in yellow, and if you go beyond that, it will beep and glow in red, and you will be disqualified. That's to evade too much disadvantage to the ones who don't have partners and prevent 2 pairs to split to get too much points. Izuku nodded, noticing that he and Bakugo got in different areas. That was a relief for him. Tisk, I can't beat you up. He didn't want to tell his bully that if he tried he would fail. Then, he started thinking who bring with him. Go with Kuro, Renamon said before he could start deliberate. Huh? Both looked at her. You have met for a longer time, so you two have better teamwork. Also, you two wanted to pass the exam, so it's fair that she's the one with you. She nodded with a small smile. Ha, thanks, Run, the yellow Digimon deadpanned at the Gazamon. I told you countless times to not call me that, she answered. And I ignore it each time, she smiled. For each Digimon who can't join their partners, we have a waiting room for you to see the test while waiting. Mike added. Izuku and Kuro were in the starting area, waiting. The boy put on some metal gloves that Rappa had given him to help him with the exam. He registered before the entrance, so they gave him no problem. Hey, is the nice girl. We could talk to her. Izuku started walking, and a shout of surprise from behind him startled him. Kuro hit his hand with a slap before he could touch her friend. You again? What's your freaking problem with us? Don't touch anyone without permission. Kuro growled at the blue-haired boy. You were to distract her? Are you there to sabotage? He was interrupted. Oh my god. Do you have to judge everyone in the worst possible case? We met her before, so shut up and leave us in peace. She dragged Izuku to stay away from him. But before they could talk to her, the speakers turned on, and begin. Everyone was confused, standing in the place. Kuro and Izuku looked at each other, and then they began to run. What are they doing? They are gonna get disqualified. The boy with glass said with annoyance. What are you doing? The test started. Those two had the correct way of thinking. The rest of the examinees started running around like headless chickens. Meanwhile, the duo found a 2-point robot in the way. Izuku accelerated, and jumped before he punched him in the face, breaking his head. I did it. Let's pass the exam, Kuro. Izuku smiled with emotion. Let's demonstrate we can do it. She smiled with her sharp teeth. In the examination room were the staff of UA and the 4 recommended students with their partners, at least, who got them. The participants aren't informed of the number of villains or their location, so they have to use everything they have to pass. The ability to get information, the mobility to arrive sooner at the enemies, and raw combat power. Nizu smiled. A screen was showing an examinee with multiple arms, the blue-haired boy running through the area, and Bakugo standing above a destroyed robot alongside Agumon. And also there are others who help people despite wasting time because it's the right thing. Namuri pointed at a screen who showed Midoriya and Kuro helping a purple-haired boy who was gonna get attacked by a 3-pointer and a 2-pointer. The boy tossed his hand and ran away. That's the boy with analytic mind. His notes were really interesting, and he separate every part of my quirk really well. Ectoplasm nodded. Setsuna smiled proudly at the comment from Midoriya. Interesting. Maybe he has an intelligence quirk? He looks like he is. Planning every move in while he runs, a black-haired girl with a ponytail asked. No. He doesn't, Tokage answered. Ho? You know him? Midnight asked interested. Yes. He's a nerd of quirks and Digimon. He can nullify any power he finds in minutes. He and his Renamon were debating one day about defeating the number 2 hero. She laughed. A mint-haired boy looked with interest his screen. So, what's his quirk, then? Maybe a strength-based? He hits the robots with enough force to break them apart without too much effort. The black-haired girl was intrigued. Setsuna giggled. You will be surprised, girl. He doesn't has any quirk, Nizu said out loud, surprising everyone. I'm reading his expedient. He has some strange black mark that doesn't mock his behavior. And I see an interesting handwritten note here, he said while glaring at Yagi and Bearmon, who coughed some blood. The expedient had a paper with All Might's calligraphy. Ignore the marks, something's wrong with his school. Nizu took a mental note to investigate it later. He doesn't has a quirk? Then? How he can destroy the robots? The girl asked. Once I went with him at his dojo, and I wouldn't want his trainer to anybody. They also did a lot of exercise. I saw him lift his soft with one hand, so I can assure you is pure effort. That was a surprise when she and Kendo saw it that time when they went to his house, and something fell down the couch. Then they understood he had some unnatural strength. Momo was surprised by that. Is really fine to let him do the test? He has no quirk, Aizawa asked with a frown. Well, a lot of the examinees has a lot of quirks who has little or no one use in battle. We have a participant who her power is being invisible, and we also had a graduate who her power was to create bubbles of different smells, and as long as he pass and doesn't get expelled, he can do it. But if he pass, then he will become the first quirkless student in the hero course. Almost no one tries it, and the few of them doesn't has the body to pass the practic exam. Nizu nodded. The purple-haired boy from before was as thin as a noodle, so he clearly had problems dealing with the robots. Probably he thought he could use his quirk to pass the exam, while the green kid trained incredibly hard to surpass his lack of one. It was quite ironic. How much we have? Kuro asked, panting heavily. We have between 42 and 50? I'm not sure. Izuku took a deep breath to recover some energy. When they recovered, a shake surprised everyone. Then, a gigantic robot appeared, destroying the buildings in his way. That's the zero-pointer? That's FING huge. Kuro exclaimed, we have to run and search for more robots. They turned around, but both heard two voices, help us. Then, both saw the girl from the entrance trapped in the debris with floating clothes at her side. Without thinking, they began to run to help them F. What we do? Kuro yelled. We have to move that giant rock and carry them. The boy answered. Ida saw that, but didn't went to help the duo, doubting about giving assistance. When Izuku and his partner arrived, they tried to lift the debris, but it was too heavy. It trembled a little. I can't use my quirk. I'm sick. Sorry, the gravity girl said while her face was pale. No, we have to make more effort. Run. Save yourself, a female voice came from the clothes. No. Heroes save people despite the danger. The Digimon clenched her teeth because of the force she was using. I refuse to let them here. His Digivice glowed slightly, and then, surprisingly, Izuku was covered in a small layer of purple pixels. The duo didn't notice as they were too busy. Gra. With a huge effort, they moved the rock away, and each one carried one girl, just in time to escape the giant robot. They began to run as fast as they could with the injured in their shoulders, ignoring the sensation of their arms breaking and his painful lungs. Time's over. Mike yelled with excitement. Izuku and Kuro fell to the ground, almost passing out, with the girls above them. Ugh. I think we are dead. I feel like one, Kuro mumbled. Her limbs were trembling for the overexertion. We did it, Izuku smiled tiredly. They did it, Momo couldn't believe what she just saw. A quirkless boy and a Digimon not naturally strong managed to lift a rock who weighed at least a ton. Is amazing? Did you see those pixels? Is like the news? What is that thing? Everyone started mumbling. Hell yeah, parsley. Setsuna and Toyaguman raised their fist in victory. Young Midoriya, young Kuro, you did it incredible. All Might smiled at the view of those two in the floor. Meanwhile, Rinamon sighed out of relief. Those two are too reckless, she muttered with a smile. Ida was shocked at what he saw. They saved them. They ran directly without thinking and managed to lift that rock to pick those two. But that didn't give any points. The judges were looking, so I'm sure. Wait, the judges. They thought they could get more points saving them. He started overthinking. Thank you for saving us, the invisible girl said. Really, we probably would have become pancakes. She sat in the ground, moving from Kuro's back. I'm Toru Hagakure. Yes, thanks. I'm Uraraka Ochako. She smiled brightly at both. We were in the middle of the street when that robot appeared and we got caught by that rock. I'm Kuro, and that reckless arse is Izuku, the Digimon answered while panting. Who do you call reckless arse? You also ran towards them. Izuku answered. It was because you are too stupid and you're unable to don't be hurt. She replied. That could make sense if you didn't ran at the same time as me. The boy exclaimed, and then started to argue. They look like brothers, Uraraka said with a giggle. More like husband and wife, Toru laughed while those two keep discussing. Side story, the wrong choice. Some months before the UA exam. Yagi, please, reconsider it. The man with glasses begged. Mirai, I already told you that my choice is already taken. Despite if he accepts or not, you can't decide for me. Is my quirk, not yours. You have to understand. Mirio is the perfect successor. I'm sure that Digimon is the source of your madness. He gritted his teeth. Leomon hasn't obligated me to do anything. He respects my choices, and gives me his opinion instead of trying to force it on me like you do. This conversation is over, Mirai. If you call me again with the same topic, there will be consequences. Then All Might hung up. Night Eye's hand shaked in fury, and then he throwed the phone to the wall. It was not like it should be. He found the perfect successor. Mirio was destined to become the next All Might. He had the personality, the same aura as him. Everything started to get worse when those monsters came to this world. They were an anomaly, an unexpected event that shattered every vision he had for the future. And then, before he fought all for one, became partner with one of them. They weren't humans, nor habitants of this world. They were intruders, foreigners. They had to disappear. But some of them were too strong to fight directly against them. That Leomon was able to spar with Yagi without too much effort. And he even wasn't that strong. It was infuriating? In order to be able to counter those anomalies, and against his better judgment, recommended Mirio to get a Digimon as a partner to be able to fight them. The hypocrisy didn't matter as long he could become the next number one. But then, Yagi called him a couple of days ago, telling him he found a successor with a Digimon, who had the audacity to postpone the acceptance of his quirk after he passed the exam. How someone could not accept it instantly? Unfortunately, Toshinori didn't told him his name, or which partner had. And there are too much students who want to go to UA in Muzutafu to start investigating, so he couldn't intervene to make sure that boy couldn't inherit the quirk. But he had time to wait and prepare. He only had to make sure to watch the sports festival to see which one got Mirio's quirk. Maybe he could send Bubble Girl to investigate Muzutafu to start getting some info. After they were treated by Recovery Girl, except Kuro, because her kissing almost didn't affect her except traumatizing the Digimon, the four of them walked away from the exam zone. I want to sleep, Kuro sighed. Yes, let's pick Rinamon and get out, Izuku nodded with a tired face. I want to eat mochi while I'm on the couch, Ochaki daydreamed while she was drooling. Or some chips, too, Hagakure nodded. Oh, true. You have two Digimon partners, right, Midoriya? Uraraka asked. Yes. Kuro was my first when I was a kid, and some months ago, I met Rinamon some time after Kuro and I saved her from some Digimon when she was a Wanyuman, Izuku explained. Cool. I want you to meet Terriermon. She picked a Digivice with light green details. He couldn't be here because he got stomachache with some food, unfortunately. We will see him another time, Hakagure said before someone poked her shoulder, and she turned around, Then, she saw a headless body waving at her, while she held her head in her right arm, smiling at her with sharp teeth in an evil way, Jaiya. She jumped at least 1 meter back. Ha 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 ha. Ah, that works every time. Setsuna put her head back on her shoulder. Setsuna, what are you doing here? Izuku asked. So, first Itsuka, then me, and now those beauties? You are quite a ladies' man. How many more girls will you break their hearts? She pouted dramatically. What? No. Is not like that. Izuku's face went red while started gesturing nervously. In response, Tokage laughed. It's a joke, man. I came here with the other recommended students to see the practice test. I have to say that you did a number here. Hey, guys, Toyagiman waved at them. Midoriya, who's her? Uraraka asked. Oh, sorry. She's Tokage Setsuna and Toyagiman, a friends of ours, Izuku presented her. Sup, she made a peace sign. Itsuka already left because she had to help her mother with something. Oh, hey, that's Rinamon. Rinamon approached the group, and when she got closer, she hit Izuku and Kuro with her fist on their heads. Ouch. Why that? Kuro groaned. Because I left you 10 minutes and you managed to do something incredibly dangerous and stupid. How did you come with the idea of lifting a rock with a ton of weight? She started scolding both, like she was her mother. Uraraka started to tremble, and Hagen laughing, being followed by Hagakure and Tokage. Toyagiman facebombed with a smile. They exchanged numbers, and started to walk to go home. I have to say that was impressive, Midoriya. How you lifted that rock, and those purple pixels around you. Hagakure said with joy. Purple pixels? Izuku and Kuro looked at each other with confusion. Yeah, like some kind of aura? Was that your quirk? Uraraka nodded. No. It wasn't, Izuku shook his head. So it happened to me the same that happened to the pro heroes, but, why? Then how can you be that strong? Is a strength-based quirk? Toru asked. Well, you see, he tried to explain with nervousness. Parsley doesn't has a quirk. He's pure muscle, Setsuna answered. What? Both girls froze. They saw him sometimes hitting robots with his gloves and kicking them. Yes. He's built like an Adonis. Her sharp smile made Izuku blush. She said directly to watch their reaction. If they judged him, she would beat them up. That's incredible. Ochako smiled brightly. You went to the UA exam without a quirk and smashed robots like they were butter. It's so impressive. Yes. Is amazing. My only power is invisibility, and, well, it helped me to deactivate robots from behind pressing their switches, but that's all, Hagakure admitted, and you attacked them with pure strength and all. But, then what were those pixels? Setsuna asked. Well, they were talking yesterday about them in the news. Everyone look at Izuku. I mean, some pro heroes noticed that at some random moments, usually fighting villains, they were covered in strange pixels, enhancing them physically. All of them had Digimon partners, so? Maybe is some kind of power-up from the Digivice? Izuku took his from the pocket with a frown. Is a good possibility, but that could be great if we knew why that happens and use it actively, Uraraka nodded. Izuku was in his own world. If it wasn't for those pixels, he and Kuro wouldn't be able to lift that rock, and Oko couldn't have saved Uraraka and Hagakure. Then, he remembered the words from Renamon. I agree that you could become a pro-hero without a quirk, but I can't deny that most of the powers you humans has are not suited in battle, so it can be an incredibly dangerous job, so not accepting something that can help you greatly seems illogical. She's right. His ability and physical strength had its limits, and a lot of time he wouldn't be able to surpass a lot of situations or enemies. Izuku made a decision. After the trio returned home and greeted Inko, talking with her about the exam. She was so proud that he could be able to destroy the robots, so it wasn't that dangerous. Everyone decided to make the rock smaller in their story to not make her faint. When they entered Izuku's room, he took a deep breath. Girls. When we get the results. I think I'm ready to choose. He looked at his partners. Kuro sensed what the answer was. Are you sure, Izu? He nodded. Despite how good or bad the exam went, Renamon was right. Without the quirk I will not be able to face too many situations and enemies. And you two will not be always close to me to protect me, so? Is the right choice. We don't know how good we did it, but I want to be positive about it. Izuku trembled slightly. We are with you whatever you choose, Izuku. Don't forget that. Renamon put her hand in his shoulder. Thank you, he smiled briefly. The consequent days, the school was more animated than usual because the UA exam. Everybody believed they passed, and made fun of Izuku, as usual. Bakugo was in a strange good mood, so he ignored them intensely, without even saying meaning words towards him, so it was something. All Might messaged him saying that he couldn't talk with him because he had a lot of paperwork to do in addition his hero work, and he will talk to him when he was available. All of those things didn't make him become calmer, and the week passed. At Saturday, while Izuku was doing push-ups shirtless, without noticing the intense glare of Kuro in him, Inko opened the door of his room. Izuku is here. He got up in an instant, nervous. Okay. His hands trembled. I will do the dishes, don't worry about me. Her mother decided to give them some space to celebrate, or to comfort each other. When Inko left, Izuku took a deep breath, and opened the envelope. A metal disc with glass fall to the desk. A disc? The crystal glowed up. I'm here. All Might's booming voice made the room shake. Behind him was Leomon with tired expression. All Might? The three of them were surprised. Sorry for not contacting you, kiddo. A great work comes with a lot of paperwork. I was busy preparing for my new job. You are seeing the new teacher of UA. I forced him to learn how to teach this 10 months, Leomon nodded. A voice from outside the recording was heard muffledly. What? That I speed up? Okay. Wait, how many of these I have to do? That made Kuro snort. Okay. So, in the writing test you got a score of 97, the number 1. Only that guarantees a seat in general course. But that's not what you wanted. Behind him, a screen turned on, showing recordings of Izuku and Kuro attacking robots. You had a score of 45 villain points, so is just enough to enter the hero course. Some of the judges weren't sure about letting a kid without quirk allowed to study there, so, after the voting, it was approved with 12 in favor and 7 against. Izuku's eyes started to cover in tears. He made it? But wait. There's more. The exam had a hidden part. Every good hero helps those in need even if that doesn't give them any benefit or even puts them at a disadvantage. Then, the screen showed some parts of him and his partner helping different examinees, like the purple-haired boy, or a blonde guy with French accent. Then, the full recording of both lifting the rock, and what academy wouldn't we, if we didn't reward those who help selflessly. It showed a classification table of the points. Number 1, Itsuki Sora and Coronamon, 70 villain points, 35 rescue points. 105 points. Number 2, Izuku Midoriya and Gazamon. 45 villain points, 57 rescue points. 102 points. Number 3, Yui Kodai and Gabumon, 65 villain points, 30 rescue points. 95 points. Number 4, Katsuki Bakugo. 92 villain points, 0 rescue points. 92 points. You managed to be the number 2 in the test. I can only congratulate you on achieving something that was thought impossible. Not only getting into UA without a quirk, but also reaching the top 3. I'm really proud of you. And I'm glad you demonstrated me that I was wrong, young Midoriya. This is your hero academia. All Might extended his hand to him. Izuku fell to his knees and started crying of pure relief and joy, being hugged by his 2 friends in similar state. Inko entered the room after hearing the cry, but when she saw his son smiling, she joined the hug, with her own tears. The apartment got flooded, but it didn't matter. How? Katsuki was trembling in pure rage. How the F, that nerd managed to pass, and even got a higher score than him. He had to cheat somehow. And what the F, were those rescue points? Aniki, we passed. Ignore him. He probably cheated. Let's celebrate, Agumon tried to calm his friend. When Bakugo saw his partner, who had a worried face, then took a deep breath, and counted to 10. Yeah. Without his trick, he could have become the top. He will show that nerd not to cheat, when he's back in the school, you're right? We will demonstrate we are better than those two. We have to keep training. Sparks appeared in his palms. That's the spirit, Aniki. That Midoriya will be punished for what he did. The dinosaur smiled. At that night, Izuku received a call from All Might to reunite with him at the beach tomorrow Sunday at 6 a.m. The trio went directly after they woke up. When they arrived, Yagi and Bear Might were awaiting them. Humph. Renamon covered his mouth before he could scream. Hush. We are not alone in the beach, a young couple was walking in the distance. I'm glad to see you, young boy. I said in the recording, but congratulations for passing the exam. The hero thumbed up, though, you will have some trouble in the hero course due to your condition. But that will not stop you, right? He assumed that he would decline his offer. Izuku looked at his partners, who nodded at him, all. Sir, I wanted to talk to you. I made my choice. I accept your proposal. Bearmon and Yagi looked surprised, really? I mean, I'm happy to hear that, but why? I thought you would decline because you passed the test as the top two. I'm really happy. I still can't believe it. But the test made me realize something. If it wasn't for those strange pixels, we wouldn't be able to save you. Those girls. And Kuro and Renamon won't always be there to protect me. If I had your quirk, I would be able to lift that rock, destroy it, or even stop the zero-pointer. The fact that I made it to the UA without a quirk doesn't mean that having one that's strong is not incredibly beneficial, and as Renamon said, the fact I get one doesn't make disappear everything I had to go through all these years. But I'm glad that I demonstrated to others and myself that I could enter the UA without one. Toshinori nodded at him, understand in his thoughts, and smiled. Then, he buffed himself, I can't show you how proud I'm to you. You had more determination and inner force than most people older than you. Then, is time to give you my powers. He took a stray of hair, never forget that, with or without a quirk, you will become a great hero in the future. Not. Eat this. Huh? The three looked at the blonde with pure confusion. To inherit one for all you have to get my DNA to get the quirk. This is the least gross way. Now, eat it. He pushed his hair to him. Wait, I have to mentally prepare, UEGH. Kuro sighed and shoved the stray deep his throat. Stop wasting time, I want to return home. She rolled her eyes while her friend was coughing. Wait, is that All Might? The couple exclaimed him. Sheet. We have to run. The group started running. After a couple of minutes they stopped, panting. Renamon talked, so, now we will have to create a story to cover. Huh? Both humans looked at her. She's right. Quirks don't appear from night to day. We will have to think of a good excuse, Bearmon nodded. Izuku, All Might and Kuro stayed silent. Of course, that was I was thinking. Ha. Yagi laughed while Izuku had an awful smile, and Kuro started hitting her head to a tree. Renamon deadpanned, and Bearmon face-palmed, all of your brain cells went to us when we became your partners? Or you didn't have any from the beginning? You won't get the quirk until my hair has digested, so you will have to wait. I want to be with you to make sure that nothing wrong happens, and to prepare to let you get used to it to your new power, so don't even try to use until that. All Might's words echoed in his mind when he was called to the principal alongside Bakugo. If looks could kill, he'd be dead 13 times over. The rest of his classmates muttered about his results. I'm sure he cheated. It's impossible that he managed to pass and I wouldn't, a jealous boy with spiky hair quirk mumbled. He doesn't deserve that seat, any one of us should have been there, not him. A girl with black hair glared at him with hate. Izuku tried to ignore it, he really tried, but he didn't know why, but those words made him feel angry, and had to hold his hate towards them. It's incredible that 2 of our students managed to enter the UA. Obviously Bakugo had enough talent to pass, but it's really a surprise to see you enter, Midoriya. The principal had the fakest smile he ever saw, and make him really uncomfortable and really angry for some reason. We hope you remember us when you become great heroes. The director ordered them to leave. When the boys and the Digimon got out of the room, Bakugo pushed Izuku to the wall. How did you cheated, you FING nerd? You ruined our origin story. Izuku was in an already bad mood due to his stupid classmates, so when he heard those words by his principal bully, he clenched his teeth in fury and pushed him with one hand, slamming him against the wall. I didn't cheat, Bakugo. It was the first time he didn't call him Kaken. All of you are so DMN annoying because you can't believe that not everything in this life are quirks. I trained almost every day since I was 7, and this past 10 months I passed a torture to become even stronger and surpass my lack of quirk. So don't you dare to insult me. His outburst surprised Kuro, so stop being obsessed with me and leave us alone. Kuro and we are going to UA, you like it or not. Izuku turned around and walked away, leaving a surprised Bakugo and Agumon. Izu, wait. He left the school directly. He already passed all the exams before he did the test of UA, so he could miss the classes and wouldn't matter. You okay? It was uncommon for you. His partner felt weird. On one hand, she liked how he faced Baku bitch, but in the other, it was so out of himself. Yes. Sorry, it's just everybody thinks I cheated, that I don't belong there. I'm so sick of them. I trained harder, more than anyone in this stupid school, and I entered, not them. Despite not having a quirk and they do. He yelled while he was walking, exiting the building. I'm feeling weird. I'm more angry and I have less patience. What's wrong with me? Rinamon approached from the gate, is completely understandable. I could explain to you, but I think it's better if you find it by yourself. Right now you need to release your frustration with something tiring. Izuku took a deep breath, and pulled out his phone, send a message. Later, Izuku entered the dojo, while Itsuka and Rappa were waiting. Okay, kiddo. My daughter told me what happened. First things first, congrats for the exam. You showed those assholes you were more worthy than them, the hero nodded. Second, I will supervise the whole training. If I see something out of order I will stop. Fighting letting your emotions control you is very dangerous. I talk from experience. Izuku nodded, thank you, to both of you. Don't mention it. It was Itsuka's idea, he shook his head. Both students looked at each other. Then, Izuku charged towards Itsuka. She was ready when he tried to attack her with a direct punch to her stomach. She averted his hand with ease with a single move, but he answered with a leg sweep, making her to fall. You are fighting too aggressive. Itsuka said with a groan when he back hit the floor. I'm angry, I have been feeling angry since some weeks and I don't know why. I'm so flustered, impatient and furious and I hate it. He gritted his teeth when she kicked him in the stomach, making Izuku stumble back. It's normal to feel angry. Everyone has treated you like garbage your entire life. Kendo answered while she covered her chest when he tried to hit her with his palm. No one can endure that forever. And you have the right to feel like that. I don't want to be like this. Feeling anger and hate towards people. He yelled while he tried to kick her in the knee. Kendo evaded with a quick step to the left. I want to be a hero who helps people with a smile, not someone who is terrible against people. People don't work like this, you idiot. She headbutted him, throwing him to the ground. She felt irritated at what he said. Is impossible to feel happy every time. Is completely normal to feel anger or hate towards someone. You can't keep those feelings to yourself or you'll end up exploding, like you are doing right now. The fact you don't like those feelings doesn't mean that aren't yours. Right now I'm angry with you because you are hurting yourself with that. She exclaimed at her friend, who still was on the ground. You have to manage your feelings, instead of hiding them. Do you know how many times I had to control myself to not beat all those idiots who called me a boy, that I had negative femininity and I would never like any boy? But I endure it and released my pent-up rage. Izuku took a deep breath, and some tears started to appear in his tears. Izuku, it's completely normal that you feel like that with those terrible people. All of your life you had to endure constant abuse and hid your feelings. Despite how much effort I did, how hard I trained, everyone was accusing me of cheating and told me that I didn't deserve it, he said while he had his eyes closed. Itsuka approached him, and after she helped him to get up, she hugged him to comfort him. After a couple of minutes, Izuku took a step back. I also wanted to tell you something. I'm not quirkless. Those words took both orange-haired out of guard. What? The doctor he saw me when I was a kid used a faulty test. I've always had a quirk. But it didn't show any signs until a few days ago. My trainer, Mr. Yagi, sent me with a professional and we discovered that it was an accumulative type, and needed years to fully manifest. He started explaining while looking down. It accumulates energy inside my body, and after those years of training, especially after these 10 last months, it storage enough energy to start using it. So, all these years, she frowned. Yes. It was for nothing. Now I feel like, that everything I went through feels less important? Of less value? Izuku admitted. Kid, Rappa approached, the fact that you had a quirk doesn't make disappear all the bullshit you had to endure for years. You passed an exam that was centered in combat-oriented quirks without knowing you had one. So don't let these news change your point of view, because you survived an experience no one should live. You are still you. Thanks, he smiled slightly. He still felt bad for lying to his friends, but it was a half-lie, and they confirmed him that he was himself, with quirk or without one. Later, he told the rest of his friends the story through the chat, and everyone was shocked, especially Setsuna. But they congratulated him for passing the exam with the top 2, and for the fact he had a quirk. Dino Gal, Parsley, I'm pretty sure that you would kick Buttes in the UA even if you hadn't a quirk, so just enjoy and discover everything you can of it. Miss Gravity, Tokage-san is right, Midoriya. I can't wait to be at UA. When you know more about it you can tell us. Izuku smiled at those messages. Tomorrow he would meet All Might to start the tests with One for All. All Might in his skinny form and Bear Might picked Izuku and his partners in the van, and went directly to the UA. Why are we here? Izuku asked with surprise. Because this is the best place to discover how your quirk works with your body. Also, Recovery Girl will be watching us in case something goes wrong. Nizu gave me permission. Anything we need to avoid explosive limbs. Yagi thumbed up. The trio gulped with feet. The group crossed the entrance, and went directly to the Gamma Gym, where an old lady, the devil, and an animal with uniform, God, welcome to the UA once more. I hope your future stay here is as pleasant as you imagined. Nizu smiled. Is a pleasure to meet you, Director Nizu. I'm highly interested in how your quirk works. Izuku muttered while Rinamon picked a notebook. The animal laughed. Oh, I like this one. All Might, you picked a good one. We can conversate about quirks later. First I want to see how One for All works with your body. All Might buffed, exactly. And the first thing to do is theorize. He was interrupted by a light slap from Rinamon with a notebook in Yagi's arm. First we have to create a plan based on the information we got. Using it directly without knowing the dangers is, at the very least, stupid, and at worst, a bloody disaster. Rinamon clicked at the pen. Finally, some intelligence came to this. The user of the quirk got one partner who thinks. Chio, the demon incarnate, said, feeling she could cry of joy. I just thought it was a good idea to begin with practice. Yagi shrank himself, slightly depressed. Rinamon sat on the ground, and Izuku imitated her at her left. So, I'm the 9th possessor of the quirk, so that means there are 9 generations of energy stored in my body. The accumulative is made gradually or exponentially. If it is the first, then some of the users had to be incredibly strong for All Might to be that strong, so I think the most usable option is the second one. Izuku started writing. Don't forget how it could affect you physically. We aren't sure what could happen if you use excessive energy, or if you can handle all of the power from the beginning, Rinamon stated while pointing at some parts of his notes. You're right? Can I regulate the energy? If I can, maybe I could start with. While they were at it, Kuro picked a chair from the corner, and went for some chips. When she returned, she sat and opened the bag. Make yourself comfortable. When they are like that they can spend dozens of minutes or even hours. Their record was 3 hours of full non-stop discussion about Setsuna's quirk. Hopefully we will not stay that much. Bearmon grabbed some of the potato chips and started eating. Recovery Girl sighed, while Nizu was clearly interested in their brilliant minds and analytic capabilities, hearing everything. After 20 more minutes, both stood up. Okay. After some deliberation, we decided to try to see if we can regulate the power to a 1% and start increasing from that. Rinamon nodded at her partner's words. Initially we thought about 20%, but if we compare All Might body with Izuku's, it's clear that it could be dangerous due to the difference in musculature, especially with our theory that the quirk is even stronger now than it was with All Might, the yellow Digimon explained. So, are you ready? Yagi asked. Both nodded. Now I have to concentrate on the quirk. Izuku took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. Some seconds later, red and green sparks began to cover himself. Wow, Kuro raised her eyebrows. How does it feels? A little uncomfortable. I should reduce the power. The quantity and glow of the sparks reduced considerably, only feeling the quirk is slightly painful. Despite your pain tolerance, so if you were like any other people, you should be screaming. Rinamon nodded. Izuku has a high resistance to pain due to obvious reasons. How much percentage are you using right now? Rinamon was writing in the notebook. I think 15%. I have to lower the power even more. The sparks started to become smaller and only green. Okay. I think this is my limit. I think it's around 6%. Only 6%? Is that too, little? Kuro asked. Normally yes, but you have to think that there are 9 generations of power in Izuku's body. A mere 6% is powerful enough to surpass some strength-based quirks, Rinamon pointed. A good observation. Besides, Might was able to use his quirk easily at the beginning because his body was more suited to it. And it was way less powerful. Bearmon nodded. If our theory is right, each time the quirk is passed, it duplicates the power, or at least gets exponentially stronger, if not double, maybe multiplied by 1.5 each time. It's just purely theoretical, because we can't measure the energy of All Might's body when he had it and now inside Izuku's. Renamon nodded. So, if Ren's right, I told you not to call me Ren, then, Izu's 6% is the same as almost 10% of All Might at least? Or even 12 or 13? Kuro asked. It's possible. Now we have one last thing to do, and is to test the full power. Everyone looked at Renamon with surprise. This is to make sure what the limit is. We decided to know that in a controlled environment instead of in a desperate situation, to make sure with what we are working. A reasonable thought indeed, Nizu hummed. Chio sighed, alright. But only use it in one arm. I don't want to heal you from a messy pulp. Izuku deactivated the quirk, and focused only on his arm, then he turned around, and with a deep breath, he punched the air with all his strength. It felt like a hurricane inside the building. Everyone fell to the ground by the pure strength of the wind. What the F dash? The Gazamon flew away from her seat like a comet. After the wind disappeared, everyone saw how the wall of the gym did it too, with an enormous hole that almost reached the ends of the wall. Incredible, Renamon muttered. Izuku fell to his knees while gritting his teeth. His arm became purple with blood in it. Oh shit. Izu. Everyone surrounded him, and Recovery Girl quickly used her quirk to heal him. I can't start imagining what could have happened if we didn't start controlling the power from the beginning, Kuro gulped. If Izuku wouldn't be able to adjust the power, it could have been a terrible experience each time, breaking his arms or legs. A disaster, without doubt, Bearmon nodded. We are lucky that Renamon insisted on theorizing first, or this could have ended in a terrible way, Yagi gulped. Izuku was feeling slightly better, but he felt really sleepy. I'm sorry. Young Midoriya. I almost caused an accident, Yagi bowed. No problem, you couldn't have known. He fell asleep. He will be sleeping for some time. My quirk drains the energy from the patient to heal their wounds, Chio explained. Izuku woke up half an hour later. He still felt numb and dizzy, but some gummies from Recovery Girl helped. So, right now your max is 6%. Then I would recommend you to start getting used to it. Activate at a lower level, like 3%, while you're at home doing other things and slowly rise it until 6, to allow your body to move without problems, Bearmon explained. The trio nodded. So your friends and mother believed your story? Then it's a good cover, Nizu nodded. He started investigating Aldera, and found a challenge to entertain himself. He noted some strange patterns and things out of order. It still feels wrong to lie to them, Izuku admitted. I know how you feel, but some things can't be told for their safety. Despite he was pretty sure he killed him, something as big as his influence didn't disappear in only 6 years. Some of his old subordinates or officials could be still there despite the cleaning work he and Leomon did. Maybe in a future, when you feel more confident with one of them, you can tell them the truth. Despite the secrets, you need someone to talk about it, not only your partners, but someone outside of the knowing group, Bearmite said. Even Yagi had some few people which could talk to them about the quirk. Izuku nodded, slightly more confident. Future Heroes Chat. Dino Gal, so, how it went the training, Parsley? Invisicure, yeah. I want to know more. Hero Nerd, well, we started theorizing, and we decided to try beginning with the lowest power possible because we didn't know how much energy I had storaged. Right now I can access to S6% without hurting myself. Spectral Girl, the 6%? Did you test at 100%? Hero Nerd, yes, we did it at the end. The wall of the gym disappeared. Kuro note, it was a gym of 100x 100m size. Them hands, wait, what? That strong? Hero Nerd, yeah, but there's a downside? He broke his own arm. Like, really bad. Kuro, stop stealing my phone. Miss Gravity, so, if I understood properly, Midoriya, someone that could lift more than 200 kilograms in press bench if you told me right, now has a quirk that allows him to destroy a building with a single punch? Hero Nerd, well, yeah, that's the resume. Hero Nerd, Renamon here. We think that, the fact is an accumulative quirk, with the years it will grow even stronger. Despite being a theory, it has quite sense. The percent is not accumulative, is somewhat exponential. The 6% is not the double of 3%, is more. He went a 70% faster than when he was using 3%, that it already increased his running speed in 40%. Them hands, DMN? Izuku. We need to test it. And don't let Dad know it. Hero Nerd, noted. Invisicure, didn't anyone notice that Midoriya is the only boy here? It feels like an harem. Dino Gal changed the name of the chat to the harem of Parsley. Hero Nerd, Setsuna. Dino Gal, I ask the truth and you know it. Hero Nerd, I approve. Hero Nerd, Kuro no. Hero Nerd, Kuro yes. Hero Nerd, I will not be Silkja 1 UEJEJBDJ 2 UDIAJ HSJHWHH plus Euro, _. Miss Gravity, They started fighting while holding the phone? Hero Nerd, PC yes, they did. Right now they are rolling onto the ground while trying to steal each other's the phone. Invisicure, hi, Renamon. Hero Nerd, PC hello. Hagakure. Izuku and his Digimon waited impatiently the beginning of classes in UA while meeting with their friends. Midoriya. Uraraka approached them with a creature with an aspect that could sell millions as a plushie. Sorry to keep you waiting. Where's Hagakure? The boy looked around. She said she would come slightly late. The train was delayed. Ochako nodded. This is my partner. She held the green creatire between her arms. Hello. I'm Terriermon. Nice to meet you. He smiled with emotion. Terriermon, male. Rookie level and vaccine attribute 1. Don't let this cute beast-type Digimon fool you. He can hit as hard as any other rookie and has great combat capabilities despite his size. Some of them born with a twin. His signature move is Terrier Tornado, in which spins like a propeller and creates a small tornado. How cute, Izuku and Renamon thought. Hey, have you seen my sister, Lunamon? She's almost as short as Aimi, but she's white and blue with pink and yellow details, he explained. The trio looked at each other. No, we didn't. If we see a Lunamon we will ask. Don't worry, Renamon nodded. Thank you. I came to this world with her some years ago, and we got separated briefly after. I want to reunite with her as soon as possible, he frowned with worry. I told him a lot of times that she probably is there with a partner and she's searching for him, Uraraka said with a smile. We have to be positive. Also, thank you for saving Aken. I couldn't be there because my stomach hurted so much. I'm glad she's okay. He smiled. Next time don't eat too much mochi. Ochako scolded him. You ate even more than me. He replied with a pout. Soon, Turu arrived. Sorry for making you wait. Is that Terriermon? It's so cute. I want to hug him. She was excited at the sight of the small Digimon. The group went to the shopping district to enjoy an evening for themselves, walking and enjoying the view and different activities. After picking some desserts, they went to a comic store, where Izuku bought the new volume of Ultra Hero, for Hagakure's amusement. The rest of the evening they walked with no direction, just enjoying the mood. In an unknown location, an eerie voice started talking from a TV. Doctor, how are the experiments going? Were the test subjects worth to your expectations? An old man with white coat looked at the screen. Yes sir. Despite some failures that I could use to feed the most promising ones, the first group of Digimon have shown a great adaptability to the extra data. And the tests on the Nomu with digital data is looking promising. It developed even more strength and speed with that Digisoul that we discovered. The forced link between him and Skullbaluchiman is stable and shows no signs of deterioration. Excellent. And what about the special guests? An evil smile could be seen from the screen. The doctor looked back at some crystal tanks, where various Digimon with some strange scars and visual defects were locked up. They gave a very interesting data that I used in the Nomu and the Skullbaluchiman. They will be part of the assault with the humans. Despite the info they proportioned me, they are all replaceable, like those criminals we gathered, but they can work as fighting fodder. Some of them showed signs of self-erosion with a long-sustained force digivolve, but for the assault will be more than enough. In the tanks were different Digimon. A lot of them were dark type because they usually were recluded in certain areas forced to the ostracism. One remarkable one was a white, pink and blue Digimon with a strange black scar in the left ear and in half the face. The main trio was in Izuku's room, writing and drawing something in a notebook. So, what name we will give it to the quirk? Kuro asked, because we can't name it one for all. We can call it chatting and you pose each time you got mentioned? She was hit by a pillow, courtesy of Izuku. Superpower? Is too simple and generic. How about Decade Force? Because it took 10 years to manifest? Izuku said. Is cool but I have feeling that we might be copying someone. I don't know why, Kuro frowned. If you could levitate things and strangle people we could call it the Force. Hey! Another pillow hit her. What about Strength Overcharge? It makes sense with what does with your body, Renamon suggested. Is simple enough to remember and describes what is it. I like it. Thanks, Run. Izuku smiled at Renamon, who blushed slightly at the nickname. Somehow, when Izuku said it, she felt less annoyed. I'm not Run, she muttered, not convinced. Now, we have to finish the hero suit. Are you sure you want to keep the green details of the suit of your mother? Kuro asked. Despite being a lovely detail, they managed to stop Inko from create the hero suit, and instead, she made Renamon another scarf, but instead of blue neck one like Izuku and Kuro had, hers was green and had in her left arm. Yes. I also want to keep some things, like the black bracelets and the fanny pack. They are part of your costumes and looks, Izuku nodded. Both smiled. Rinamon kept her old bag to carry different items, like emergency kits, and some tools, while Kuro had those black leather straps in her tail. Perfect. Then we only have to finish some details and there will be done. The Gazaman nodded proudly. There was 1 month left before classes started, and everyone was excited. Izuku and his Digimon were prepared to go to the first day of the school. You three have everything? Inko asked. Yes, Mom, we packed everything up, Izuku nodded. Okay, then, have a nice day, she smiled at her son. We will have it. Bye. The trio waved and left. They picked the train, and when they arrived at the UA, Izuku took a deep breath. Okay, let's search for the 1A. Setsuna, Kendo and Tokage weren't in the same class as Uraraka, Hagakure and him, but at least they will be able to lunch together and share some classes and training. After some minutes searching, they found out. I'm sorry for the other girls, but I hope we don't get Bakubich or that stupid blue-haired boy, Kuro muttered. When they opened, Ida was discussing with a blonde-haired girl with horns. You can't say those meaning words in class, even less in other languages. Is disrespectful. I'm telling you that my Japanese is bad. How many freaking times I have to tell you? The girl yelled in English. Half of your wish is fulfilled, Kuro, Rinamon said calmly. Ida turned his head to the new voice. It's him. He opened his eyes. Hi. I'm Tsunotori Pony. Nice to meet you. The girl approached Izuku with her hooves making sounds with each step. Oh. Nice to meet you. I'm Izuku Midoriya. A pleasure, he answered in English, making her eyes shine. You can talk in English? Oh my gosh, that's great. I was scared of no one being able to fully understand me. She waved his hand with a much more strength than it initially looked due to her appearance. Midoriya, Ida approached him with a frown. Kuro was prepared to yell at him due to the past interactions. That's why no one was expecting the perfect 45 degrees bow he made. I wanted to apologize to you and your partner. I let the nerves take control in the exam and I misjudged you. I sincerely ask for forgiveness. He exclaimed in a high voice. Okay, don't worry, he said nervously. And you obviously were aware of the rescue points, that why you helped those girls, right? He asked. Oh, no. Midoriya didn't know about them. A familiar voice came from a side, and they saw a floating uniform. Despite being invisible, the uniform accentuates her body. What am I thinking? Izuku tossed those thoughts while blushing. Why, yeah. We didn't know about them, we just helped them because it was the correct thing to do. Then you are more admirable than I initially thought. His hand chopped the air at high speed. Todoroki saw that interaction, with no interest. He didn't have a quirk, despite being second in the classification. He was no threat. Momo, on the other hand, was intrigued by the boy. A purple dragon Digimon at her side looked like he was bored. So, he's only half idiot? I can work with that, Kuro thought, noticing an intense glare from a frog girl, who had a tadpole Digimon in her head. She frowned at her, not liking that look. Finally, Ochako appeared on the door. I'm so glad that I arrived in time. She was panting while Terriermon was clinged in her head. Hello, Izuku. The small Digimon greeted. She's so cute in her uniform? Stop. I have to concentrate. While internally he was panicking, in the real world he froze. Hey, guys. If you're here to make friends go away. Izuku and Ochako turned around and saw a kind of yellow caterpillar behind her. Aya, both hugged by surprise and fear. It works every time, Pai, a high-pitched voice was heard behind the creature. A small-looking pixie Digimon appeared. The man in yellow took off his sleeping bag. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shoyuta Aizawa, and this is my partner and assistant, Pixamon. Ignore the sleeping bag, Pai. He was sleeping until a couple of minutes ago, Pai, the pink Digimon said. Pixamon, male. Ultimate level and data attribute. This pixie-type Digimon can control magic that consists of advanced programming language. He can appear anywhere at any time thanks to that. This small Digimon can become a terrifying foe, so don't underestimate it. Its signature move, Pit Bomb, creates a dangerous and giant explosion compacting a virus and throwing it to the enemy. Aizawa picked some bags from a drawer in his desk. Put these and meet me at the Delta area. What about the orientation, sir? Momo asked. It never says anything interesting outside a boring 3-hour presentation, and is a waste of time in my opinion. I decided to ignore it, the tired teacher answered. Everyone looked at the pro-hero with confusion. Aizawa wasn't a good teacher. At least, that was what Pixamon told him when they met 4 years ago. So he ensured to put more effort in the teaching camp after the insistence and hits from his spear, from his partner. That meant not lying to his students to develop a better relationship and read the expedients. So when the students arrived at the Delta Zone, he spoke. 8 minutes. You have to be faster than that. In 8 minutes a lot of things can happen in this profession. Don't forget it, he said tiredly. What Shoyuta says is that you need to be faster at preparing, so you can be ready in any situation, no matter the place. Pixelmon added. We will do an quirk apprehension test to retrieve info about how are your physical capabilities. Quirk apprehension test, sir? A pink girl with a plant Digimon, and a fuchsia one asked. Yes. Despite what the government says, the quirks has become something that almost everyone has to live with daily, whether they like it or not. Not taking into account these tests is illogical and doesn't show the true potential. But there are some exceptions. He looked at Izuku Midoriya. Your expedient says that you discovered your quirk after the entrance exam, am I right? Why, yes, sir, he nodded nervously, receiving some muttering from his classmates. Wait, after the exam? He got second place without using a quirk? That's so freaking manly. I can't believe it. Did he cheat or something? Izuku took a deep breath. And that's why you need to be very clear about something. Quirks are important, but not everything. If you neglect your physical training, then you are gonna have a bad time dealing with situations where your quirk is useless or is countered. Midoriya, what was your mark in middle school? 58 meters 2 years ago, I think, sir, he replied. Okay. I want you to throw this ball without your quirk to see a comparison. He passed a baseball. Izuku stood in the middle of the camp. You seem you know Midoriya, ribbit. Did he cheated or something? The frog girl asked. What? No. He trained intensely. I saw him lifting 200 kilograms with his bare strength. Ochako said, a little offended by that accusation. Izuku took a deep breath, and then, he throwed the ball with all his strength. It flew for a couple of seconds, until it fell to the ground. Aizawa showed the screen, 102 meters. 102 without quirk? DMN, a girl with strange earlobes nodded. Her partner, a purple Digimon with a red scarf, did a horn sign with his hand. Good. This is the base of someone who didn't use a quirk, but had trained his body to overcome the lack of 1 inch, he explained. Now, you will use yours to do these tests. Really? This will be fun. Mina smiled. Fun? Are you sure about that? Okay, then. If I see someone who doesn't take this seriously, I will expel them, no matter how good they did in the practice exam. What? You can't do that. That's unfair. Uraraka yelled. Natural disasters, assassinations, kidnaps, rapes, and even genocides. The world is unfair to a lot of people who didn't have an opinion to begin with about their situation. You are here to become heroes to save people in danger or who needs you, not because it's fun. He glared directly at the students. Then, everyone started doing the test. The first one was the jumping test. Ojiro started running, and when he jumped, he propelled himself with his tail. It wasn't that bad, he smiled after he got closer to the edge. The rest of the students went after her, getting good and bad results. A red, spiky-haired boy did a very bad jump, but his partner was there to cheer him up. Don't worry, Kiri. You will do it better next time. A dinosaur-looking red Digimon screamed. You're right, Gilman. Gilman. Rookie level and virus attribute. This reptile-type Digimon possess a great brutality, and has the ability to become a potential threat to damage any computer data. However, if trained well, can become a protector of the world. His signature move, Rock Breaker, allows him to break any rock with his bare claws covered in fire, thanks to his brute strength. When it was Izuku's turn, Aizawa approached. Midoriya. You can do this? He asked with his neutral expression, but Izuku could see anticipation in his eyes. Yes, sir. I can use a percentage of my quirk to not hurt myself. He received a small nod. Izuku kneeled with one leg, and used his one for all in his L legs, covering them with green sparks. When he jumped, he went half a meter over the sand. Well done, Aizu. Kuro yelled with a smile. The next test was one of strength. When Izuku, with his already toned body, used one for all, got a score of 380 kilograms. That's so manly. Kirishima said. Him and someone called Shoji got very close to each other's mark. The tests kept going, and Izuku wanted so bad to take notes. Fortunately, Renamon was there writing for him, so it was something. Sir, the Digimon aren't gonna do these tests? Momo asked. No. The fact that Digimon changes forms from time to time to a completely different ones makes really difficult to keep a chart of their progress in these tests, Aizawa answered directly with a tired nod. Bakugo didn't end in the same class with that nerd. Great news, he will not need to see his annoying face every day again, and that beach neither. But for some reason, a girl with a shitty face was looking at him like he kicked her puppy or something. What was her FING problem? Anyway, he ignored that beach and tried to enjoy the sensation of getting a step closer to become the number one. Their teacher accompanied them to the orientation. The other hero class will not be there. Its teacher doesn't like to follow the rules, that was what Ken said. His last name was easy to remember, at least. I'm sure that's because that class is afraid to meet us, the superior one. A blonde with a sheet-smelling face yelled for no fing reason. They didn't know them. They couldn't be afraid to him and Agumon yet. But he will be sure to demonstrate why they are the best and why they had to be careful with them. When they sat in the auditory, soon the director appeared and started a monologue which lasted hours, or at least, that was the feeling everyone shared. He used part of the free time, and looked at the extras. The beach with orange hair, a girl with green hair like the nerd, and another with eye-covering bang were sat together. He wasn't interested in them. He saw a small girl with her hair like a mushroom, a black man, literally, another with a comic bubble as a head. There was quite strange people, but they didn't matter. They were only peebles in his and Agumon's way. His partner was sleeping deeply at his side, with a bubble in his nose. He couldn't help but smile slightly at that. He was such an idiot, but he was his friend, and he would defend him until death. In almost every test, the last test, the ball throwing, went without complication. The best score was from Uraraka. It was Izuku's turn, the last one. He picked the ball, and he took a deep breath. With sparks covering his left arms, he threw the ball with his strength. The ball flew with a shot-like sound, falling after some seconds. The meter marked 308 m. All right. I will show you the results. Take them as a reference to improve in certain areas. Aizawa said with a tired expression. Momo Yaoyorozu. Shoto Todoroki. Izuku Midoriya. Tenya Ida. Fumikage Tokoyami. Mizo Shoji. Mashareo Ojiro. Eijiro Kirishima. Mina Ashido. Achiko Uraraka. Koji Koda. Rikido Sato. Tsuyu Azui. Kodai Yui. Hantashiro. Pony Tsunatori. Denki Kaminari. Kyoka Jiro. Toru Hagakure. Minoru Mineta. And after some deliberation, we will not expel anyone today, Pai, Pixelmon answered. Everyone sighed relieved. What? It was obvious that it was a lie, Momo started talking. No, it wasn't, Aizawa interrupted her, surprising the black-haired girl. If one or more of you didn't took all the tests seriously, I would have expelled you without flinch to Gen Ed. The last year I did it with 3 students who thought I was joking and they behaved as if it were a game. His intense stare made everyone gulp. This job is mortal. Heroes die every day in the world, especially now with Digimon around. If you don't take this seriously, then better leave this course and go to general course instead. And that goes too for people who don't use all of its potential, no matter the reason, he said that while looking at Todoroki brazenly. The mint guy returned the gaze with intensity. You are free now, Pai. If you go to the orientation at this moment, you will have skipped almost entirely the 3 hours introduction and will listen to the important info, Pai. I advise you to change into your uniforms and go directly, Pixelmon nodded. Everyone was surprised at that. Their teachers made them skip the boring part and accelerate the tests? Ida was catatonic by that blatantly breaking of the rules, but everyone else ran to change their clothes and go to the orientation, and were followed for him seconds after. When the group came to the auditorium, everyone in the seats were incredibly bored, or even asleep. Nizu saw them, and smiled briefly with a hint of recognition. When the 1A sat, he clapped his hands. Thanks for keeping with me all this time. After this long introduction, I will explain to you the different zones and facilities that our academy has. Some students woke up their classmates and some Digimon with a shake. There was a library, infirmary, a huge dining room, various gyms in the outside of the main building, a pool for each year and different training camps distributed among the campus. He also explained each signature and introduced each teacher, except for the Practice Heroics, who, technically, couldn't be there due to his work, so, right now we will introduce you to Mr. Yagi Tashinori, who will teach the theory of the class. Yagi stood up and bowed. The students looked surprised by his appearance. Smart one, Rinamon muttered. Why? Kuro asked, but she didn't receive an answer. She pointed her ears and some of the students, indicating that they could be listening, especially the ones with good hearing. After the talk, everyone stood up, and were surprised that the 1A was already there. When did you come? A student with metal hair asked surprised. Kuro smiled, we have been here all the time. You didn't see us? She was clearly lying, but because no one heard or saw them appear, they couldn't say it. Setsuna and Reiko approached, Heya, Parsley and Co. Tokage. Are you fraternizing with the Enum? Monoma screamed indignated, when a fast hit in the neck made him unconscious. So it really works, Itsuka nodded with surprise. Kendo, why are you attacking Monoma? The metallic boy yelled. Because he was being AD-? Gaomon said, like it was the most common thing. How was your day? You appeared late, Kendo asked with a smile. Our teacher decided to ignore part of the orientation and make us do an apprehension test, Uraraka said. Yeah. It was totally surprising. Toru added. Everyone else in the two classes looked at the interaction with curiosity. So your teacher has decided to send you through a dark mission, Reiko nodded. I think what Reichan meant was, your teacher was smarter and made you skip the boring part. Karamon laughed when her partner started hitting her. Hush, you fiend. Their friend smiled at that. Shiozaki was looking at them, while an orange Digimon with small wings stared at Gazamon intensely. When Kuro noticed, ignored it blatantly with an annoying grin, angering him. Well, we have to return to class. We will talk later, Setsuna said with a sharp smile, and left with the others. You should do the same, the voice behind them made everyone jump from surprise. Aizawa was there with Pixelmon. We still have a little bit more than an hour left, so we will return to class and introduce each other. Follow us, Pi. The Pixie led the march. Okay, we will go in order. Say your name, hobbies, quirk, if you have one, and introduce your Digimon partner, if you also have one. Aizawa nodded. I will begin. I'm Shoyuta Aizawa, my hero name is Eraserhead. And I can erase any quirk with my eyes. I like cats. This is Pixelmon and is the pain of my existence. Next, everyone dropped a sweat at that. I'm Tenya Ida. My quirk is Motor Engine and gives each leg a motor to move faster. I like studying and reading. It's a pleasure to meet you. He bowed in a perfect 45 degrees. Izuku and Rinamon started writing furiously at their respective notebooks to compare to them later. I'm Yayorozu Momo. My quirk is creation, and it allows me to create any non-living thing through my skin. I use my lipids as fuel. My hobby is reading. This is Doraemon, my partner. Nice to meet you, her partner made a gesture with the head. Doraemon, male. Rookie level and data attribute. This beast-type Digimon is said to be an experimental Digimon due to the interface in its forehead. His combat instincts are sharp and tends to bite everything, getting attached in some objects and even persons who bite. His signature move, Metal Cannon, makes it shoot an iron ball from its mouth. With that info, Izuku started mumbling, and Kuro covered his mouth to not annoy anyone. I'm Jairu Kyuka. My quirk is earphone jack, and makes my ears go like this. I can hear better and even transmit my heartbeat to everything they touch. My partner is Impmon. Our hobby is listen to music and go to concerts, she said with a bored expression. Impmon, none. Rookie level and virus attribute. This little devil type loves to play pranks and watch people struggle with them. In reality, is because he feels lonely. His signature move is summon, which it can call fire and ice elements and attack with them. I'm Kaminari Denki, and this is Terramon. The blonde boy pointed at the green bird in his right. He's incredible. My quirk is electrification and makes me produce electricity, but if I use too much I'm, well, kinda become silly. We love to play video games. Terramon, none. Rookie level and data attribute. This dragon bird type Digimon likes to fly with other bird species, including Baiamon and Falcomon, so he appreciates its family. He can regrowth its feathers to heal almost instantly its injuries. Its signature moves are Wind Slicer, in which creates a sharp wind to attack, and Rumble Claw, which allows to scratch and even pierce its foes with sharp claws. I'm Sato Rikido. My quirk is Sugar Rush, which makes me stronger each time I eat sugar. I like to bake and make desserts. I'm Ojiro Mashireo, my quirk is Tail, does what its name is. It gives me this tail. I like to practice martial arts. The name the dark gave me is Tokoyami Fumikage. And this is my life partner, Dark Shadow. A dark shape appeared. Hello. Don't be afraid of Fumi, he just likes paranormal stuff and terror movies. She was hid by the bird boy. Hush, you demon. I get a feeling that he and Yanagi can become great friends. Izuku, Kuro, Rinamon, Terrimon and Hagakure thought. I'm Mizo Shoji. My quirk is Dupply Arms, and allows me to recreate any organ or part of my body through my arms. He raised his left arms, in plural, and created ears in them. Izuku's notebook looked like it was about to burn at any second. I'm Azuitsuyu, but I prefer you to call me Tsu, Ribbit. My quirk is Frog, and allows me to do what any frog does. This is Otamamon, my friend. The Digimon in the desk waved. Otamamon, male. Rookie level and virus attribute. This amphibian-type Digimon has still to develop completely, and his mobility out of water is deficient. His signature move is Lullaby Bubble, which shoots a bubble that can put a slumber to anyone who touches it, sometimes eternally. A boy with hair in two colors stood up, Todoroki Shudo. My quirk is half cold half hot. After that, he sat, not explaining anything else. After a couple of seconds of silence, the red-haired boy stood. I'm Kirishima Ijiro, this is my sworn brother Gilman. My quirk is hardening. I can make my skin incredibly hard. I like to train and manly things. Gilman waved with a smile, if that face the dinosaur was making could be considered smiling. I'm Ashido Mina. Those are my pals. This is Liz, and this is Coco. Elizamon, Liz female. Rookie level and virus attribute. This cute reptile type is usually depicted as elegant, but she can be incredibly ferocious. Her hearing is so good that she can to almost any small sound at her surroundings. Her frill is so soft that some people want to be her partner only to touch it. Her signature moves are helicopter tail, in which rotates her frill to glide and use the momentum to hit her opponents with her tail, and frilled cutter, charging through the enemy while spinning her frill like a drill, mincing them. Hello, a pleasure to meet you, Liz bowed. Nice to meet ya. The Palmon answered. Palmon, Coco female. Rookie level and data attribute. This plant-type Digimon resembles a lizard despite being a vegetable. Her flower blooms when there's sunlight and can bury her legs' roots to the ground to absorb nutrients. Her signature move is Poison Ivy, which allows her to extend her claws and trap the enemies in those toxic ivies. A boy with a rock-shaped head started doing signals with his hands, it says. I'm Kota Koji, a pleasure to meet you. My quirk is Uni-voice, and I can talk with animals and gives them orders. I like to be with them. Izuku squinted his eyes, trying to understand it. You know signal language, Midoriya? Uraraka asked. Well, yeah. I thought it could come handy in some situations, he admitted with a blush. Hero nerd, Kuro coughed, and received a slap in the head from Rinamon. I'm Siro Hanta. My quirk is tape, and I can shoot them from my elbows. I like to read manga. The smiling boy thumbed up. A silent girl stood up, with a stoic face. I'm Kodai Yui. My quirk is size. I can change the size of any non-living being, she sat. I'm Gabuman. Don't worry about her, she's shy about talking in public. We love anything related to heroes, especially Ultraman and Ultra Guy. The Digimon with fur raised his hand. Gabuman, male. Rookie level and data attribute. This reptile-type Digimon covers his appearance with the fur that Garuramon left behind, due to his extreme shyness. His signature move is Blue Blaster, in which shoots a fire breath. Why do I have the sensation that she doesn't belong to this class? Kuro thought. In the 1B class, the top one of the exam sneezed at that moment. I'm Mineta Minoru. My quirk is Pop Off, and is my hair, which is very sticky and can stick it to almost anything except myself. I have a partner, but she's not interested in becoming a hero, so she stays at home. Mineta sighed. I like video games, and I want to be popular, especially with girls. He exclaimed. Then, he picked his phone and showed a pic about him and a yellow bee. She's so cute. Mina yelled. I'm Tsunatori Pony. I'm from USA, my Japanese is no good, she said slowly. I can translate you, Izuku offered with embarrassment. Pony nodded with enthusiasm. Okay. Then, my quirk is Horn Cannon. I can shoot my horns and control them. I like manga and anime. Oh, and, my partner, Sue frowned with sadness, and opened her backpack, picking a giant egg with brown lines. He protected me during the exam test from a robot. Fortunately his Daiji egg wasn't shattered, so, is only a matter of time until it hatches and recovers. Izuku translated, and Pony received some pity looks. Don't worry, girl. I'm sure he will be back in no time. Hagakure smiled. My turn. I'm Hagakure Turu. My quirk is invisibility. I like cute things and fashion. I'm Uraraka Ochako, and this is my partner Terriermon. I like desserts and series. My quirk is zero gravity, and I can nullify the gravity of anything I touch with my 5 fingers. Hello. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Those are Kuro and Rinamon, he stuttered. Sup, the Gazaman waved her hand, while the yellow Digimon bowed. My quirk is strength overcharge. An accumulation type that enhances my body, but due to, be able to access it since a short time, I can only use a small percentage. I like everything related to heroes and quirks. Nice to meet you. Izuku was incredibly nervous. Alright. That's everything for today. Don't be late for tomorrow class. Aizawa left with Pixelmon. Izuku sighed of relief. He and his partners stood up and prepared to left. That was a long day? Side story, being a good teacher. Some years ago? Aizawa was looking at his nervous students directly. I lied. No one is gonna get expelled. Ouch. The sound of a bonk was heard in 100 meters. Pixelmon hit him with his spear. What the hell are you doing? Don't lie to them, Pi. You were gonna expel anyone who didn't made enough effort, Pi. The Digimon scolded him. Lying to your students, unless is a very good reason, is a terrible strategy, Pi. You have to build a trust relationship? If not, how are they gonna believe you when you are serious, Pi? Pixelmon yelled. I can do whatever I want. Is a logical trick. The pro hero responded. Your logical tricks are but, pie. You have to be sincere with your students, pie. The students were looking at the duo with surprise, while his teacher and his partner were arguing. Pixelmon required some time, but he managed to make Aizawa a better teacher, or so he says. Izuku started to go to the train station, along with his partner. But they were joined by some more people. Midoriya, wait. Ida was running to approach them, followed by Hagakure, Uraraka, with Terriermon, and Pony. Uraraka told us that you three go to the train. I thought it would be a great opportunity to know each other better. He chopped the air. Kuro mentally sighed, but she nodded. She was still slightly resented about the exam test. There's no problem for us, right? Both Digimon shook their heads. Thank you. He bowed in 45 degrees. I want to know you more, but my Japanese, Pony sighed. Don't worry, Tsunatori, you will learn soon. Despite knowing English, I'm more biased on the reading part, so my talking skills are somewhat lacking, Tenya admitted. Hey, maybe Midoriya can teach you. Hagakure said. What? Izuku and Kuro yelled. You would do that for me? Pony's eyes were shining. Oh no, puppy eyes. Everyone's weaknesses. Everyone thought except Izuku and Tsunatori. Well, yeah? I can help. You after class, maybe? He asked, unsure. Then can we start today? I will call Mom to tell her I will arrive late. She picked her phone, and a couple of seconds later, started speaking in fast English. Well, it seems that you will have to call Inko so she doesn't get surprised at the guest, Renamon said after a couple of seconds. That's a great idea. Making a study group despite being the first day shows how focused you are, Midoriya. Ida congratulated him. We also should make a group chat for all the class to share any news or things our teachers tell us. Relax, Ida. It's just the first day. Hagakure pat in his shoulder. Soon after, Izuku, his partners and Pony went to Midoriya's apartment. Inko greeted the girl with excitement, and she began to prepare some snacks for everyone. Pony was surprised when she saw Izuku's room. It was full of hero merch, especially of All Might. Fortunately, with the years, Kuro managed to convince him to add some merchandising from other heroes so it wouldn't look as an obsession. At that instant, a tall man with glasses sneezed. He ignored it, and kept investigating the UA students. Then, the three of them discovered that the horse girl was a huge nerd of mangas and anime, and it was one of the reasons, the mainly one, of why she moved to Japan. Okay, we can start with the basic things, so we can make sure that you understand anyone who talks, and you can answer without too many problems, Izuku hummed in English while he was reading his books. Perfect. Pony smiled. Then, they started the lesson. Tsunatori had trouble, obviously, but she was very eager to learn. Slowly but steadily she was making a huge effort to get better at Japanese. Kuro started to play with the console, and Renamon was writing and revising her notes from the quirks she saw. After a couple of hours, both students stopped. I think that's all for today, Izuku nodded while stretching. His loose t-shirt lifted slightly, partially revealing his abs. Pony noticed, and her cheeks got slightly red. DMN, she muttered. Something's wrong? The green-haired boy asked. No, is nothing. She exclaimed nervously. Now I understand why he's so strong. DMN, he's packed, and his arms are muscled. She shook her head, dismissing those thoughts. Thanks for helping me, Izuku. I will go home now. Bye. She waved with a smile, in a good mood after getting new friends, and even one of them was willing to help her to learn Japanese. Especially one this cute. Parsley Harem's chat. I will change the name as many times as needed. Miss Gravity. So, Midoriya, how it went the study? Was Tsunatori kind? Hero Nerd. Oh yes. My mom loved her. Apparently she's a huge fan of manga and anime. Dino Gal, then she had nerdgasm when she saw your room, right? Spectral Girl, your room is full of comics and figures, Midoriya? I'm curious. Hero Nerd, well, yes. Kuro also has some things there, but she usually reads my mangas, so she doesn't has too many books. They are usually figures and video games? Them hands, so, is she struggling so bad with Japanese? Hero Nerd, a little, but she's a god learner. When we finished the lesson, she looked really happy. Invisicure, a girl from another country, who just got accepted to the most prestigious school in Japan, that comes with a haughty nerd classmate with giant muscles who helps her to improve her Japanese and shares the same likes? I wonder why she's so happy. Dino Gal, is a complete mystery. Hero Nerd, ha. You're so funny. Besides, my body is not a big deal, is it? Them hands, Izuku. I have seen you shirtless. You were the most muscular guy of our age on the dojo, and that was 6 months ago. I can say for sure that you're built like a Greek statue. Yes, it is. Invisicure, I mean, if I moved to another country to study, then a cute boy who could lift 200 kilograms in the press bench offered to help me with the language. I don't know the others, but I would like it. Besides, if we add the fact that you're too kind for your own good. Hero Nerd, PC Izu, you need to start to understand that you are a good match. Hero Nerd, Kuro, Renamon told me you're bleeding from your nose. Are you okay? Karamon, she looks funny. Our classmates are special. Spectre Girl, Karamon's right. We got a colleague who is obsessed with your class, and someone who can explode things, and his ego is so big that the darkness can't envelope it fully. Them hands, yes. Bakugo. Each time I see him I want to punch him in the face with my quirk active. Miss Gravity, huh? Why's that? Is he that bad? Them hands, is not that he's an a-hole or not. Dino Gal, he's the former bully of Parsley. In fact, I met him after he beat him and Kuro years ago. Invisicure, what? Why would he do that? Them hands, because Izuku didn't show any sign of quirk until he was 15, so he and everyone else thought he was quirkless. Spectre Girl, now I understand why he got no sympathy from you. Miss Gravity, that's terrible. That's not a reason to bully someone. Midoriya is a great person. Dino Gal, we know, but he's an a-hole who's been told all his life that he's the best. And I don't need to be a psychologist to notice it with 10 minutes at his side, and after everything Parsley told us. Them hands, if having to endure him means he's not near Izuku, then it works for me. Hero Nerd, guys? Hero Nerd, PCF-. He's flooding the room. Look at what you've done. Dino Gal, sorry, but everyone told facts. Pick a bucket. The next day, school started incredibly normal. First class was math, second was English, then geography. I'm the only one that thinks that the fact that the UA is teaching normal subjects is weird? Uraraka asked when everyone sat in the dining room. Well, UA is still a high school. It makes sense that they still teach those things, Izuku answered. Everything that they teach us we will need it in the future, Uraraka-san. Ida answered with a chop. When they were gonna sit? Izuku and Uraraka received a message. Dino Gal, hey, guys. Do you want to meet with us? We are with some of our classmates. If you see a blonde guy screaming, despite Bakugo, ignore him. The rest are nice. Invisicure, I can't, sorry. I'm with some of our classmates. Maybe we can rotate tables in days. Guys, do you want to come with us and meet some of the students of 1B? Tokage invited us. She says that they are good people, Ochako asked. It could be interesting to meet some of our colleagues. Ida chopped. I could try it, Pony looked unsure. Are you gonna meet some people? Mina heard their talk and approached them with her partners. If you don't mind, I would like to go. It could be a good opportunity to make more friends. Coco exclaimed. We also want to join you. Kirishima and Gilman held their plates with food. Maybe we know some more people to train with. Can we join you? Jairu asked while approaching with her partner Impmon. I heard that you have friends in the other class and they are nice, so. Is there a dark Digimon? Impmon asked, unsure. Well, Yanagi has a Karamon as a partner, so technically yes, Kuro shrugged. Besides, we don't care which type or species they are, Renamon nodded. Impmon's eyes shined. He was scared of the reaction of some people and Digimon. The group stood up and went directly to the table of Setsuna and others. Hey there. Glad to see some new faces, she smiled sharply. Thanks for inviting us, Izuku bowed his head. Hello, a girl with brown hair who covered her eyes said in low voice. Time for presentations. This is Komori Kanoko and Floramon, Setsuna point with her flying hand. Hi. The flower Digimon waved. Floramon, none. Rookie level and data attribute. This vegetation-type Digimon also digivolved in a reptilian form like Palmon, but its head is shaped like petals. They can emanate a great fragrance when is in a good mood, but a terrible one when's mad. Its signature move is Rain of Pollen, which allows them to release a cloud of pollen who affects anyone who touches it, erasing their will to fight and composure. Nice to meet you. I'm Jiroda Shishida. I hope we get along well, the boy with wild look spoke calmly. Such a contrast with his appearance, everyone in 1A thought. And this is Monodramon, my faithful partner, he pointed at the dragon at his side, who nodded. Monodramon, none. Rookie level and vaccine attribute. This mini-dragon-type Digimon is always involved in a fight due to his rough personality. Despite having its arms shaped like wings, it can't fly. Its signature move is Knuckle Beater, in which it charges to the enemy and hits it with a powerful blow with their claws. I'm Kyuka Jairu, and this is Impmon, the little devil waved. I'm Reiko Yanagi, and my destined partner in this dark existence is Karamon, the creepy Digimon waved with an eerie smile. I'm Uraraka Ochako, and this cutie is Terriermon. She hugged her partner. Hello, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Those are Rinamon, she bowed before starting to eat her steak, and Kuro. What's up, she asked while eating calmly. I'm Mina Ashido, and these are my friends, Liz and Coco. Both Digimon smiled, but only Elizamon bowed slightly. I'm Juzo Hananuki. Nice to meet ya, the man with strange face said. I'm Ijiro Kirishima, and this is my sworn brother Gilman. Both flexed their muscles. Setsuna Tokage. And this is Toyaguman, both separated their arms in unison. Itsuka will not join us today, she's with the rest of the class, mainly to prevent that Monoma and his partner from making a scene. Whose partner is? Izuku's question was interrupted by a flying tomato to his face, which was intercepted by Renamon's hand. DMN it. I almost got him. A small Digimon, with the aspect of a devil, was flying not too far. Kuro frowned at that. Try it again and you will have problems, Rinamon threatened with an uncharacteristic deadly tone. You, scary. Everyone in 1A is a mood killer like you. He asked jokingly while returning to his table. Demodevaman, male. Rookie-level virus attribute. This little devil-type Digimon loves to cause troubles whenever he goes. He usually acts as a familiar for a stronger Digimon, like Devimon or Myotismon. He usually deceives almost everyone thanks to his cunning. His signature move is Demi-Darts, a sort of syringes which shoots to his enemies to drain their blood. Great, Demodevaman. One of the most annoying Digimon. He and others are usually the responsibles for our bad image, Impmon said. Despite its own species usually does some tricks and pranks, they are harmless and are more seen like kids' jokes. A seconds later, two smack and screams of pain could be heard. When they stood up, saw the same Digimon and a blonde with a giant bump on their heads and unconscious, courtesy from Kendo and Gaomon. I ask you for forgiveness on behalf of our classmates' behavior. Monoma has shown his disgust for your class and obsession to surpass you. Fortunately, Kendo-san can control him somehow. Jirota said. Don't worry, man. It's not your fault. If one of your colleagues is an idiot there's nothing to do. Mina smiled at him. You don't have any fault. What your classmate did was not manly at all, but you are nice. Kirishima frowned. Ashido and Kirishima are right, Shishida. You don't have to apologize. Ida chopped the air. Thanks. Shroom, Kanoko said in a low voice. Can I ask what your quirks are? Izuku and I are very interested in analyzing everyone we see. If it's not too much trouble, Rinamon asked, with her notebook already prepared. There's no problem for me. My quirk is Beast. I can transform and become stronger and faster, like a beast, Shishida said. That's great. That could be very useful in fights and the rescue. Your improved strength can be used to lift debris, pick more injured civilians. Izuku picked a notebook from nowhere and started writing. Where? Did he? Kanoko asked. Don't bother. It's still a mystery even for me, Kuro sighed. My quirk is softening. I can turn any object I touch into semi-liquid, Hananuki said. That could be helpful for rescue, surprising enemies and trapping them, Rinamon nodded while writing. Well, my quirk is mushrooms. I can create any kind of mushrooms in almost every place, but I can do it easier in humid ambiences, Komori said, still very timid. And we discovered that Noko-chan can even create digital mushrooms. She only did it once, but she can. Floramon said. Incredible. That is a very strong quirk. You could incapacitate a big group of villains with spores, drain people's energy with them, create food in disasters, Izuku and Rinamon were writing. Wait, you don't see it as a useless and creepy quirk? Kanoko was really surprised. Her old classmates bullied her because she was weak and her quirk was stupid. What? No. That's a wonderful quirk. Not a single one is useless. And why should mushrooms be creepy? Midoriya was really confused, while Komori blushed intensely and looked away, really nervous. Kuro looked at her friend with a deadpan expression. He didn't see her self-confidence problems? Oh true, the pot calling the kettle black. Some of her classmates looked at her with confusion. Mina noticed that interaction between them and she smiled, but decided to change the topic anyway. I cannot wait to see who will be our teacher of practice heroics. She exclaimed. We will have our practice tomorrow. Today we got at second hour the theory. Mr. Toshinori is really well informed about the hero job. He talked about the media impact of our actions, and how important it is to always be careful about journalists, because almost everyone wants to trick you to coax info about your private life and your thoughts about other hero colleagues to write controversial news, Shishida nodded. Well, Toshinori is the manager of All Might. Makes sense that he's well versed in the world of heroics, Izuku said, trying to not reveal Yagi's true identity, but everyone looked at him with their eyes open. What? Toshinori is All Might's manager? How did you know that? Uraraka asked. Well, he tried to think an excuse. Izu and I ended up in a villain attack a year ago, and All Might saved us. Then, when that same villain escaped and he stopped him, Tashinori approached us to make sure that we were all right, because this idiot, Kuro pointed at Izuku, decided to help the hostage. Hey, you also ran with me. He pouted. So that's how you know him. Makes sense that he sent his manager to make sure that you were all right, Mina nodded. Wait, Shroom. If Mr. Tashinori is the one who teach the theory, wouldn't that means that the teacher of practice will be? Kanoko asked, making the rest realize. No way. All Might's gonna teach us? Uraraka was excited. That's so metal. Jairu and Impmon made horns with their hands. DMN, Parsley, I didn't know that you had some interesting contacts, Setsuna smiled. Well, he was the one who gave us the training regime as a way of All Mights to apologize with me to let the villain escape and putting us in danger again. But I don't like to say it because we could receive unwanted attention, Izuku explained. Now makes sense that why you got the top 2 on the entrance without using your quirk and why you are like a mythologic hero in body, Tokage nodded. Wait, what? The 1B students and Ida looked at Midoriya. Jairu heard it the day before thanks to her enhanced hearing. Yes. My quirk showed signs of existence days after the exam. So my entire life I thought I was quirkless. He lowered his head while kept eating. DMN, Midoriya. That's impressive, Hananuki said. That's so manly. Kirishima was crying, manly, tears. Is amazing, Shroom. You are inspiring, Kanoko said with her face completely red, because she noticed how packed his arms were after they mentioned it. That's incredible, Midoriya. To be able to get the top 2 with pure training and strength is admirable, Shishida nodded with respect. DMN, Midori, you sure are built up, Ashido pocked his stomach, you're rock hard, dude. What? He became incredibly blushed and started stuttering uncontrollably. Ashido. Don't talk like that. Your words can be misinterpreted. Ida chopped the air, making her laugh. Kanoko's nose started to bleed slightly with a red string, while Jairu nodded appreciative. Returning to the topic? I think we should keep silent about our teacher of heroic practice, so it will be a surprise for our classmates, Rinamon pointed. Maybe he wants to make an entrance. You're right, Rinamon. We should keep the secret. But to think that the UA would make us learn from such great hero? Ida adjusted his glasses. Everyone nodded, deciding that they would stay silent. When the bell rang, the group split and returned to class. Did you manage to obtain info, or you just were trait? Ouch! Monoma was punched in the back of his head, becoming unconscious. Ignore him. I think he fell out of the crib when he was little. How was the rest of the 1A? Kendo asked. Truly remarkable. They were really kind and friendly, Shishida nodded. He truly deserves the top, Juzo said with recognition. Tisk, Deku was there? That cheater nerd, Bakugo growled. Cheater? He truly had some remarkable muscles only looking at his arms, so I can see him fighting the robots, Shishida said. Yes, and he was very nice, Kanoko said with an intense blush. He stole my top 3. He's only a creepy nerd obsessed with the quirks because he has no one. He yelled. You know him? He told us that he had a quirk, but showed no indication until after the entrance exam, Juzo answered. Bakugo froze. What? The nerd had a quirk? But quirks always shows at 4 years old, 5 if it's a late bloom. He lied to him? He was making fun of him? He looked down at him, Katsuki. Bakugo? Sparks started to appear in his hands. I will kill him, he muttered. Is he interesting? A girl with black, braided hair with a brown hat decorated with a flower and a leaf appeared out of nowhere, scaring Shishida and Juzo. She was the top one, Itsuki Sora. Sora-san, please, don't scare us with your quirk, Shishida begged. Sorry. But it's so funny to do. She smiled and disappeared again, only to be at the same instant at 5 meters away, sweating slightly. Itsuki Sora. Quirk, the time goes at my own pace, the world. Her quirk allows her to literally stop time for herself and anyone who's touching before she activates, but has some important downsides. The first and most important is that she and anyone who's affected by her quirk can't breathe while using it due to the lack of movement of the air in her surroundings. The others are that each activation consumes a lot of stamina, she can only do it for 5 seconds at this moment, and that every non-living object she throws or stops holding them, freezes in time, but the last one can be used for surprise attacks. With enough training, it can become one of the most powerful and dangerous quirks in existence. He was kind and really interested in our quirk, as Bakugo pointed out in a rude manner, Shishida nodded. He liked my quirk a lot, Kanoko smiled slightly. That was a good buff of her confidence. We need to know more about them. You got his quirk information? Weaknesses. Monoma recovered and yelled, receiving a chop from Kendo, passing out again. You clearly don't learn, Itsuka sighed. She knew how packed Izuku was and how hard he trained to enter the UA. And she would never admit that she stared at him sometimes. And appeared in some no. Don't think about it. He's just a friend. No one of her classmates knew her internal fight, and they returned to class. Team B, Uraraka Ochako and Todoroki Shoto as heroes, and Team D, Midoriya Izuku and Kodai Yui as the villains. All Might exclaimed. That seems a little problematic. Isn't it? Everyone was waiting in the classroom for the new teacher. The group from the lunch break were more nervous. A loud steps was heard outside. I'm walking in the door like a normal person. All Might posed while Leomon facebombed behind him. No way. All Might's gonna teach us? So manly. Kirishima was excited. That's his Silver Age costume, Ribbit, Azui pointed out. Yui still had her deadpan expression, while Gabuman was jumping. Yui, is All Might. He was yelling at his partner. Yes, she nodded. The only indication that she was happy was the shine in her eyes. Holy sheet. This is gonna be great. Pony was stomping the ground from pure emotion. Me and my partner will teach basic hero training, while Mr. Tashinori is in charge of theory of heroic work. The pro hero thumbed. I will sometimes appear in the theory to assist him and talk from experience, Leomon explained. Great. This is gonna be amazing. Midoriya was smiling intensely. We will start with battle training. But before we can start the practice, every hero needs a costume. Shelves with briefcases emerged from the wall, numbered. These briefcases are numbered according to your table. Change yourselves and meet with us at ground beta. Everyone rushed to pick their briefcases and ran to the changing room. Some Digimon also had smaller ones, like Gabuman or Kuro. In the changing room, the girls were talking animatedly. I can't wait to test my costume. Mina exclaimed. Wait, Kuro. You and Renamon also have costumes? Hagakure asked. Yes, but it's not as complicated as Izuku's. They are mainly some basic equipment, Renamon nodded. She already had a brown robe and belt with different bags and pockets to hold multiple items, along with a green scarf. Kuro wore her blue scarf and a fanny pack, a really simple outfit. I have to say that you two look amazing. Uraraka said while she was in underwear, changing into her costume. Thanks. Wait, Hagakure. Where is your costume? Kuro asked, looking at the floating bra. Well, I'm invisible, so I can't use too much clothes if I want to take advantage of my quirk. She put on gloves and boots. Tada. I'm ready. Kuro and Renamon stood silent, and looked at each other. After this, you're coming with us to the support course, the yellow Digimon said seriously. What's wrong with her outfit, Ribbit? Tsuyu asked. Where do I begin? She has no protection against cold temperatures, physical attacks like punches and kicks, and doesn't make me talk about guns and weapons like knives, or even claws, Renamon sighed. Besides, I doubt you want to flash anyone with infrared vision, Kuro added. Toru kept silent a couple of seconds. Kyaa. No. I don't want to anyone see me naked. Her gloves covered her chest and lower part of her body. Both Digimon were too focused on Hagakure that they didn't notice Momo's costume, at least, for now. I'm pretty sure that Izuku can help you with ideas for your hero suit. He knows a lot of weird stuff that could be useful, the Gazaman shrugged. Okay, can I go like this? Her confidence disappeared. As far as I know, no one in our class has infrared, so yes, but just in case, Renamon picked her other robe, which wasn't prepared to fight and it was just cloth, and gave it to her. You can use this until you need to be stealthy. Toru picked and covered herself. Thanks. Ha. You smell like roses, Renamon. Hagakure noticed her sniffing the robe, making the yellow Digimon blush. The shampoo, she admitted while scratching the back of her head. How cute, some of the students and Digimon thought, seeing the stoic fox embarrassed. Let's go. There's no time to waste. Uraraka exclaimed with her costume on. The boys were already waiting when the female part appeared. I'm glad to see everything went well. All of you look like true heroes. All Might smiled. Sensei, after this class can I go to the support course? Some of my colleagues noticed some problems with my costume, Hagakure asked. Leomon noticed the lack of clothes when she raised her hand, revealing the interior. He pinched the bridge of his nose. There's no problem for us. If you want to wait until your suit is ready you can skip the practice. No. There's no problem for now, she shook her head. Wait, Yayorozu, did you accidentally send them your swimsuit instead of your design? The walking armor, Ida, asked. What? No. This is my costume, Momo answered, confused. Renamon facebombed. I didn't notice that, what a mess. But, how can you go like that? Izuku asked. His dark green overall had a black fanny pack, in honor of his partner. Red and white thick gloves to protect his fists, in sync with his armored red boots. The blue scarf on his neck matched Kuro's. Well, my quirk needs as much skin as possible to use it. I based its design in my needs. Something's wrong? She asked. If you want to be arrested for indecent exposure, no, Kuro answered with a deadpan expression. What my friend's meaning is, there are a bunch of problems, but we can talk later, Renamon said, pointing at the pro hero and Digimon waiting. Thanks, young Renamon. We will explain today's practice. The class will be separated into small groups of 2 students, along with their Digimon partners in a random way using this. Yagi hold a box with a hole in it, each one of you will pick a ball and depending on the letter, you will be paired. Sir, I have a question. Ida raised his hand, aren't there more efficient ways to form the groups? Usually yes, but in a lot of crimes and accidents, you will have to work with other pro heroes without knowing their quirks and capabilities due to the suddenness of the situation and urge, so this is a way to show you to do teamwork despite the odds, Leomon nodded. Thanks, sir. Ida bowed. But there's another problem, Ribbit. Not all of the students have partners. That wouldn't make the groups unbalanced? Azui asked, for example, Midoriya and Ashido have 2 partners, Ribbit. Excellent observation, young Azui. Yes, it can lead to unbalanced groups, but to prevent excessive unfairness, each student can only go with 1 Digimon. The other one will stay here with the rest of the class. And there's also an explanation for that outcome. Not always the heroes will fight on equal terms, so it's important to improvise and try to do your best. All Might answered. It's impossible for all the groups to win matches, but instead of a loss, you can think of it as an opportunity to discover flaws in your abilities and costumes, as Hagakure noted thanks to her classmates. Leomon explained. Each group will fight against another one in each match. One of them will have to deactivate the bomb or capture the enemy team, while the other will have to protect it. The hero exclaimed. Each hero has 1 capture tape. Enveloping it in each part of the villain disqualifies them. The villains will have 5 minutes to plan and hide the bomb, the lion nodded. Everyone picked a ball, and Izuku ended with Kodai in Team D. Her red and white costume really suited her. Hello. I like your outfit. Is it based on Ultraman? Izuku stuttered. Her eyes shined, and nodded energetically, yes. We are big fans of Sentai heroes. Gabuman answered with a smile. Yes. She started writing on her phone, I'm not too good with words. You're using laconism? I read about that in history books, but I don't know too much about it. Not exactly. I can't express myself well with the words and face, so I usually use the phone and some gestures. I know it's strange, she wrote. Oh no. Not at all. Don't worry about it. I think it's completely normal to not be able to express yourself well. It happens to me sometimes, Midoriya shook his head. She looked at him for a couple of seconds, as if she were judging whether he was telling the truth. Then she wrote a phone number, this is my number. Add as a contact. Izuku was surprised, but he took his phone and saved her info and sent it a message. Soon, he received some, full of emotes and faces. The corners of her lips were slightly raised, showing how happy she was. Kuro and Renamon watched that interaction, they look cute, the fox said. Kuro was angry, without knowing the reason. At least he's making more friends. We could ask for Ida, Shishida and Komori's numbers for the group, Renamon nodded, maybe Ashido and Jairu too. Okay. After a brief time talking, we can start with the first match. Team F versus Team F? Oops. Wrong ball. He tossed the second ball, receiving some giggles, there we go. Team F versus Team A. Go to the designated spot. And please, remember that this is just a practice, so don't overdo it. We don't want to receive recovery girls' hits, Leomon said. Kaminari, Teramon and Ida went to the building, while Azui, Otamaman and Ojiro went outside to planificate. Renamon, can you explain the problems with my outfit? Momo asked. When Izuku looked at her, he had to look away with an intense blush. The yellow Digimon stared at her, I can do something better. Can I? She raised her hand, asking for permission. Yaoyorozu looked confused, but nodded. Renamon clasped her fingers together and gently pressed them against her stomach, slowly increasing the pressure. Ouch, ouch. When Momo began to complain of the pain, the Digimon withdrew her claws, leaving a small mark on her skin. I only pressed slightly. Your suit gives you almost no cover, giving almost the same protection as Hagakure's nakedness. I can see some kind of cloth, so you are exposed to any attack from your opponents. And any weapon or sharp part from them, like my claws, can perforate your skin like butter, Sei explained her point of view. Yes. I think you prioritized your quirk too much, ignoring important parts about what a suit should do. Which is to protect you, Izuku added, trying so hard to not look at her directly. Young Midoriya is right, young Yaoyorozu. A hero suit is your principal protection against enemy attacks or other hazards, like the environment. All Might nodded. If you still want to use a suit with skin revealed to create objects, I would recommend you using a robe with durable fabric, like mine, Renamon offered. You could also use a suit with removable parts, such as plates, so you can accommodate it easily depending on what you need to create, while also, Izuku started mumbling. Kuro sighed at that. Time's up. Heroes, you can enter the building. All Might said through his earpiece. Momo looked at her suit, with slight embarrassment for not noticing all of that. Doraemon shook his head with fun. I think I also need to go to the support course, she muttered. Well, you can keep the costume as a swimsuit, Uraraka said with an awkward smile. Her suit was tight and remarked on her curves. Izuku was nervous around every girl because they looked so good. DMN, you are so smart, Midori. Can you help me with my quirk and suit, too? Mina approached him and hugged his arm, just to receive a reaction. Izuku's nose started to bleed slightly after feeling her chest in his biceps. Can you please step back? He was trying hard to not look at her cleavage. She started laughing because of his face, and took a step back, not noticing the intense glare from Kuro. You're so easy to mess with. You're funny. Her devious smile made him more nervous. Now I'm serious. I want to see what you were writing during the lunch break. It looked interesting. I don't think that's a good idea, he muttered, unsure. Inside the notebook were his inner thoughts. Oh, if you don't feel comfortable then, it's nothing. Ashido and some more noticed his discomfort, so she decided to not insist. Everyone was watching the practice, but soon it was clear that the villains got the advantage of the terrain. Terramon throwing winds and attacking Azui, while Kaminari throwed electrified objects to her, made it really complicated for the frog girl to climb the building, while her Digimon wasn't the best suited for ground, so he stayed back. Meanwhile, Ojiro was contained by Ida, who moved too fast to fight him properly. Time's up. Villains win. Please, everyone, return here. The pro hero heard his watch beep and notified the students. Soon, the groups returned. All of you did great, but there can only be one MVP. Any guesses? All Might asked. Yaoyorozu raised her hand. That could be Ida, sir, she said. Interesting choice. Could you elaborate? Leomon asked. First and most importantly is the fact that Azui and Ojiro wanted to make Ida, Kaminari and Terramon busy while she climbed the building. But Ida saw Azui's capabilities in the apprehension test and guessed she would try to touch the bomb as soon as possible, so he and Kaminari ideated a plan where Terramon flew outside and attacked Azui, using Kaminari's Digivice to communicate her position and stop her, while he fought against Ojiro until time ran out or defeated him. I think he's the MVP because his analytic mind and how he figured out the hero team's plan only by their strengths, but all of them did it good, she explained with a nod, demonstrating her intelligence. Well said. The hero team had a good plan that could have worked if the villains didn't know against who were gonna fight. In most situations they would have won, but sometimes it's really complicated because your opponents have vital information, their powers nullifies yours or they prepared the place with effective traps, Leomon said. Azui, Otamim and Ojiro, don't get discouraged if your strategy didn't work. Think about how you could have acted differently to win, even though it's not always possible. Alright, now is time for the second match. The teams will be Team B as heroes, and Team D as villains. All Might said. Wait, Team B are Todoroki and Uraraka, right? Team D is Midoriya and Kodai. Mina looked at the duo. Izuku gulped at the sudden attention. The rest of the class looked at him with empathy, as if they had already lost. Kuro sighed. Okay, Ren, go with Izu. Why is that? Renamon raised an eyebrow. Well, you has the most analytical skills, and I owe you the entrance test, so, the Gazamon shrugged. The yellow Digimon nodded with a small smile. Thank you, Kuro. Can you hold this, please? She gave her notebook to her, and Izuku did the same. Let's go, Kodai, Renamon, Gabuman. Izuku smiled nervously. Todoroki still had his deadpan expression, like if he didn't have to make an effort. Uraraka tried to talk to him, but he just stared at her, and shook his head, not even answering his teammate. How much time do you think will Todoroki need to win? Kaminari asked. He's not gonna win, Kuro said distractedly while she was reading Izuku's notes about him. Didn't you notice? He wasn't paying attention at all. I doubt he even knows what Uraraka's quirk is or the villains, she explained. And why is that a problem? Kirishima asked. Yes, we wanna know. Gilman raised his hand. Almost everyone was paying attention while looking at both groups walking. Izuku was talking, while Yui and Gabuman were listening, and Renamon added some things. First, he doesn't care about them because he thinks he can win easily. That pride can lead him to make terrible mistakes and underestimate his foes. And if Izuku is good at something, beside being an idiot without self-preservation, is analyzing people and their powers. Him and Ren can create a great strategy, especially because the villain team has the advantage of the terrain and time to prepare traps. And if they take rid of Todoroki, Uraraka and Terriermon have no chance of winning against them combined. Kuro explained, Izuku and Ren had time to see his quirk in action and guess his possible weaknesses and weak points, like he's only using half of his power, or so it says their notes, and depends only of one side, so attacking on his left side can be a good way to fight him, including traps, ambushes. And I'm not including Kodai, quirk, that makes her perfect for those kinds of strategies. You see them? They are planning already. Uraraka is weak at long distances, and while Terriermon can cover that with his tornado, Gabumon and Ren can fight them while Kodai and Izuku can take care of Todoroki. But if he's stupidly enough, he will ignore Uraraka and freeze the building while entering alone, going directly to his defeat. She knew how Izuku's mind worked, they have been together for years. She could notice when he was planning and analyzing someone completely. That's incredible. And you say that they analyzed his quirk only by the apprehension test? Momo raised her eyebrows. No, I'm saying that they analyzed everyone on this class only with the apprehension test. I'm only looking at Todoroki's entries, she said without looking at anyone, while focused on the notes. The rest of the 1A looked at Kuro with surprise, and then to the screen where Izuku and Renamon were talking to their teammates. That's fearsome. Izuku doesn't fully understand how smart he is. He can create a plan in minutes with only being seen your quirk once, so the worst decision you can make against him is give him time to elaborate a countermeasure against you. He understands how quirks works in another entire level, and he is still learning about Digimon's behavior and attacks, but in some time he can create strategies against them. Years ago I made a joke about how he could become one of the greatest villains in history only with his intelligence, but he almost began to cry. Kuro smiled. DMN? That's amazing, Zero gulped. So, there are all of our weaknesses? Mineta asked with precaution. More or less, there's only some notes about how some quirks and actions could counter you. Mainly there's the explanation of your powers, strengths, flaw points. Their brains are like a huge PC with storage info about random topic, heroes and quirks. Here are mainly explanations and guesses, and a lot of notes of how to fully use your powers, techniques, or support equipment. She shrugged. Besides, they would never use this to harm people. It's just a hobby. Kuro-chan, could you please lend us those notes? Mina used puppy eyes. Over my cold and dead body, it was not very effective. Those are their private notebooks, and they gave them to me. I can look at them because they trust me, and I would never betray that trust. Erng. Mina took a step back, feeling an invisible arrow impaling her heart. If you want to know what is written here, ask them, but only about general ideas and ways to improve your quirks. It's very unlikely that they will ever let you look at this notes. The Gazamon closed the notebooks. Aren't you gonna use this info, Ribbit? Tsuyu asked. Why I should use it? I'm always with Izuku, and he's better than me about how to plan and create countermeasures if we are fighting in practices. And if I'm separated from him, I will think something. Maybe I'm not that smart, but I can think by myself. So many years with him and months with Ren gives me some knowledge, she shrugged. So you're not gonna betray us? Azui asked. Kuro froze, and then she looked at the frog. What? Her voice was cold as ice. You're a dark Digimon, or at least you were, so it makes sense that. Her speech was interrupted. Young Azui. I recommend you to stop talking. That's a clear discrimination, and you will be sanctioned if you keep going. All Might looked directly at her with disappointment. Impmon and Jairu also glared at Azui with disgusting faces. If you want to talk about species and characteristics, that wouldn't mean that you only eat insects and live in lakes or swamps like Shrek? Kuro gritted her teeth. Enough, both of you. Leomon frowned. Time's up, Might. TSK. Todoroki will probably freeze the building. And if I'm right, Izuku will be ready for that, Kuro kept explaining, trying to ignore the sudden fury due to that Kermit. Heroes, you can enter the building. When All Might said to his earpiece, Todoroki stomped the ground, and soon freezed the entire place in a layer of ice. Well, you were right, Terriermon shivered in cold. Thanks to Renamon I have her coat, Hagakure stuttered. It was very predictable. In other situations that could be supposed an instant win, but Momo looked at the villain's cameras, not recognizing the cold due to her costume. In the screens, Gabumon unfreezed Izuku and Yui's feet with his fire breath after Renamon's, who already was running through the building for a hiding in a spot. Uraraka tried to talk with Todoroki and form a plan, but he literally ignored her and Terriermon, saying, that won't be necessary. It was teamwork, not lonely wolf. Ochako sighed after seeing how Shudo freezed the building. Stay here. I will retrieve the bomb, the mint-haired boy said, and entered. This idiot is gonna make us lose. Terriermon exclaimed. Todoroki was walking calmly without any preoccupation in the world. He literally freezed the build, and as far as he knew, he was the only one with fire powers in the class, so they wouldn't be able to release themselves without hurting their feet. A sudden move on his left surprised him, and a strong hit in the neck made him lose consciousness. Rinamon was standing here, looking at the boy with her fist ready. So we were right, she mumbled. Young Todoroki has fallen unconscious. All Might spoke from the earpiece. Uraraka saw Rinamon exit the building. I recommend you to give up. We are 4 against 2, she said calmly. Uraraka sighed. DMN it, why we have to be paired with him? We give up. Uraraka raised her hands. Young Uraraka gave up. Villains win. Young Todoroki will go to the infirmary directly with the Metabots. Both heroes were looking down. Sorry, Uraraka. It wasn't your fault, Rinamon said with pity. Return with the others. I will go for Izuku and the rest. She bowed and jumped to the first floor. Soon, when everyone except Shudo returned, All Might were looking at them. Okay, before we can proclaim MVP, can anyone tell me what did Todoroki wrong? Leomon asked. Ida raised his hand. Sir, Todoroki ignored all the time his teammates, not even trying to collaborate with them, and decided to do a dangerous move, freezing the entire building. Something that could have damaged the bomb, but the most problematic thing he did was underestimating his foes and get exposed to an ambush or traps, like the one from Renamons. Tenya adjusted his glass. Well said, Ida. The overconfidence can be your worst enemy. Underestimate your foes can be a mortal mistake. Just because you have a strong quirk or power, doesn't mean that you will always win, or that you can defeat anyone in seconds. Todoroki made a rookie mistake here that could have cost him his life and his teammates in a real mission. All Might thumbed up. Now, the MVP. I think it should be Rinamon. She and Midoriya were planning different scenarios while Yui was writing her phone. Oh, wait, you talk like that? Momo looked at Kodai's phone, in which were writ. I was talking with them. Sorry, then? Well, they were planning different scenarios in case Todoroki and Uraraka collaborated or not, and decided that the best course of action was take rid of him as fast as possible due to his dangerous quirk, using an ambush. The fact he decided to not work with them facilitated their job, Yaoyorozu finished explaining. Well explained. Yagi nodded with his usual smile. If Todoroki had collaborated with Uraraka, they could have won much more easily, but he decided to go by himself, and he ended up eliminated. Now, for the next match. The class kept going, and in a lot of the matches villains won. Good job, everyone. This ends the class for today. The ones with small injuries, please go with the recovery girl. Leomon nodded. Midoriya, let's go to the support course. Hagakure exclaimed. Why, yes. He and his partners followed Toru. I should also go there. I will do it tomorrow, Momo sighed. Initially, she didn't thought too much about Midoriya, only that he was slightly strange. But when he demonstrated that he was incredibly smart and analytic. If his partner's words were right, Heck could help her with her quirk and costume. She will ask for his opinion before class starts. Izuku, Hagakure and his Digimon stood in front of the door. The boy knocked, and seconds later, a man with a suit of an excavator appeared. May I help you? Your power loader. Oh my gosh, I have so many. A soft slap from Rinamon stopped him. Ask him later. We came here for Hagakure's suit, she pointed out her classmate, who still had her cloak. What problem is? Oh. Now I see it. Maijima pinched the bridge of his nose. Okay, come in. Be careful with the pink-haired student. Today has blown up 3 inventions. The group went to his desk. I see that your hero costume description was a pair of gloves and shoes. And no one told you about any alternative? Like, special fibers using your hair. Is that a thing? It's been years since I have seen myself. Since I was 4, I don't remember well. She started panicking. Don't worry, Hagakure. We can help you with your quirk and investigate if you can turn it off. Rinamon put her hand in her shoulder. Yes. But, first you could get a hair shortcut so they can make you a suit that you can use with your invisibility, Izuku pointed out. I will call one of my female students to get the cut. We will not need too much, so you will not end up bald. Power Loader explained. Thank you for everything, guys. You can leave me here. Take your cloak, Rinamon. She gave her robe to the yellow Digimon. After I'm done I will return home, so don't worry. Alright. Take care. Izuku smiled briefly, and the trio went to change back, because they were still using their costumes. Parsley's harem, and friends. Them hands added Jirota Shishida. Them hands added Komori Kanoko. Them hands added Juzo Hananuki. Jirota Shishida changed its name to Beast. Komori Kanoko changed its name to Mushrooms. Juzo Hananuki changed its name to Juzo. Miss Gravity, hello, everyone. Beast, is a pleasure to meet you all. Mushrooms, hi. Hero Nerd, welcome. Ignore the name. Setsuna is always changing it. Juzo, thank you. Dino Gal, because you keep erasing it. Hero Nerd, oh, true. I also wanted to add someone. Hero Nerd added Yui Kodai. Yui Kodai changed its name to Ultra Girl. Ultra Girl, hello. Miss Gravity, oh, is Kodai. Hello. Ultra Girl, hello, Uraraka, laughing face. Miss Gravity, is strange to see you write faces, but I like it. Ultra Girl, thanks. It's really hard for me to express myself vocally, so I ended up getting used to writing with a lot of expressions. Hero Nerd, don't worry, Kodai. You can talk with us with anything you want. Ultra Girl, thank you, Midoriya. Miss Gravity, oh, true. Midoriya, how it went your visit with Hagakure to the support course? Beast, that soon? Do you need any support items? Hero Nerd, no. Is just. Hagakure's suit had some important problems and we went there to see if they could give her some solutions. Hero Nerd, PC the problem was that she was walking around naked with a pair of gloves and shoes. Hero Nerd, Kuro. I didn't want to tell them that. Mushrooms, I can see why you had to go there, Shroom. Juzo, due to her condition, it makes sense that she had to use that thing as a costume, but Invisicure, well, Power Loader told us that they could fabricate a special fiber with my hair to create a suit, so a student cut my hair with infrared glasses. After I changed back to my uniform, of course. Hero Nerd, so, how it went? Invisicure, she was really nice and kind despite her initial rude look. Her name is Rika Nanaka, and had a Rinamon as her partner, like you. My hair is shorter, but I can live with. Hero Nerd, okay. Rinamon and I will start with our investigation about your quirk. Maybe we can discover if you can turn it off, or use it for more things. That could be amazing. Hero Nerd, PC Izu started mumbling while looking at his phone. He will be out for some time. Beast, well, meanwhile, I wanted to ask you how it went the first practice. Miss Gravity, it was great. Well, not too much for me, but All Might was the teacher, as Midoriya and Rinamon said. Them hands, wait, what? Dino Gal, oh, true, you weren't there. Mr. Toshinori was the one who created Parsley's regime, and he's the manager of All Might. Them hands, I knew that. He appeared in our dojo to talk with Dad. Spectre Girl, that explains why Midoriya is incredibly strong. Mushrooms, so he received a regime from the number one's manager? Beast, that's truly amazing. He still has it? Hero Nerd, PC, send a photo. Hero Nerd, PC there you go. Izu scanned it some months ago. Miss Gravity, oh my god, it even has a sleep schedule. Them hands, I didn't see it personally. Now I see why he's so strong. Dino Gal, God DMN, Parsley. That's some serious training. Ultra Girl, now I understand why Midoriya looked that muscular in his hero suit. By the way, Uraraka, I'm sorry for the practice. Miss Gravity, you don't have to apologize, Kodai. You didn't have the fault. Todoroki was the one who ignored me and Terriermon and decided to go to the building alone. Beast, what happened? Ultra Girl, Todoroki froze the building and tried to capture us alone in the practice, but we were prepared and Rinamon neutralized him. When Uraraka and Terriermon had to face 4 of us, she had to give up because he didn't even try to work with her. Mushrooms, that's terrible. Juzo, what an a-hole. Wasn't supposed to team up with Uraraka? Hero Nerd, PC that was the theory, but he didn't. Everyone was surprised about Izu and Ren's analyzing skills, but then Kermit had to talk. Ugh. I'm still angry of only thinking about it. Miss Gravity, Kermit? You mean Azui? Hero Nerd, PC yes. She asked me if I was gonna betray everyone because I'm a dark Digimon and bullshit like that. At least All Might was there to stop her before she continued her sheet talk. Ultra Girl, that happened during our practice, didn't it? Because I don't remember it. Spectre Girl, her prejudices darken her sight and makes her say horrendous things. Hero Nerd, PC yes, it was while you were planning. And Yanagi, I don't care if it's because of prejudices or because she's stupid. If she tells me a sheet like that I will answer her in the same way. Spectre Girl, completely understandable. Miss Gravity, how can she be so mean? You are a good person. Maybe you have a sharp tongue, but anyone only needs 5 minutes to see you are great. Beast, maybe her preconceived ideas makes her unable to see Kuro as herself, and instead only sees an evil Digimon in general despite she's not one. Dino Gal, let's just change the topic. I don't feel like talking about racism, or is it speciest? Anyway, tomorrow we will do our battle trial. Mushrooms, I hope we don't end in the infirmary. That woman scares me. Them hands, recovery girl scares anyone, Kanoko. The next day of school, after a tense moment with the journalist at the entrance, Izuku and Rinamon weren't at their seats, only Kuro. Where's Midoriya and Rinamon? Uraraka asked. They went to the support course. Yesterday they spent more than 2 hours planning how to turn off Hagekyu's invisibility, she said tiredly. At some point, she just put on noise-canceling earphones and went to sleep early. The door opened and both entered with a cannon-like object. We're here. Hagekure, can you please stand up? Rinamon asked. Is that a gun? Kaminari asked in panic. Is a light cannon. Only shoots light, so we got special glasses for you. The rest should look away just in case, Izuku coughed. If our hypothesis is correct, this should work, and then we can start working with this, Rinamon nodded. Do you know that you two look like crazy scientists, like terror movies, right? Kuro raised an eyebrow. Is dangerous? Hagekure asked with fear. No, probably, Izuku muttered that last part. Toru sighed. Well, here goes nothing. She stood up, picked the glasses, and raised her arms in horizontal, like a T-pose. In case that I die I will haunt you, Midoriya, she joked, trying to lighten the mood. Wait, Midori, an intense light interrupted Ida. In an instant, the white light became a rainbow-colored light. Everyone looked away with their eyes closed. After some seconds, Izuku turned off the canyon. Am I still alive? Can I open my eyes now? Hagekure asked, unsure. Oh my god. Mina was the first to look. Aizawa and Pixelmon appeared in a rush. What happened? They saw the light spectacle. Hagekure, open your eyes and look at your hands. Kaminari exclaimed. When Toru looked at her hands, she saw them. What are they? Wait. Wait. She can see them. I need a mirror. She started looking frantically, until Momo gave her a hand mirror. She looked at her reflection. Her hair was shorter because the cut, but it wasn't bad, in fact. She was wearing a short hair. And her hair? Oh dear, her hair had multiple tones, like a rainbow. Her eyebrows shared that colors, but they were slightly thick. Oh my gosh, you are beautiful, Hagekure. Mina exclaimed. I can see me, she muttered, I can see myself. Then, she ran towards Izuku and Rinamon and hugged both. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. She kissed the boy and the fox at the cheeks. Izuku's head started to smoke, and Rinamon blushed slightly. A small flash came from Mina's phone. What's going on, Pai? Pixelmon was confused. Hagekure, your hands are disappearing, Zero said with a nervous smile. She looked at her fingers, which started to vanish again. Oh, is just temporal. That means that it can be turned off. Rinamon was the first one to recover. Izuku was still catatonic with his face intensely red. Your quirk is not just invisibility. You can refract the light. And, what does that mean? Toru asked, unsure. She started to feel tired. That is not a mutation quirk, is an emitter. So, probably can be turned off. We just overcharged yours to force it to turn it off, Rinamon explained. Are you gonna explain what is happening? Aizawa's eyes turned red, and his hair started floating. When the class explained the situation, Aizawa and Pixelmon scolded intensely Izuku and Rinamon for their dangerous actions and for putting a student in danger, and punished them by forcing them to clean the classroom 3 days in a row after school. You are gonna make my head explode, problem child, Aizawa sighed. Anyway, today you have to choose your class representative. Everyone started to yell, wanting to be chosen. Kuro took out her noise-canceling earphones and began to sleep. We should do a votation. In that way, only the most suitable will be chosen. Ida proposed. Why don't we make it so that you can't vote for yourself? Yayorozu said. Great idea, Yayorozu. Ida chopped. Maybe we should make that anybody with their Digimon's partners count as one vote. Are you interested, Izuku? Rinamon asked. Well, more or less. Sounds interesting, but I'm really nervous around crowds, so, he answered. He didn't feel like he was made for that position. How did this happen? Izuku exclaimed. He was chosen as the representative with more than 10 votes, while Yayorozu ended up with Ida was third with, well, you were so smart yesterday and your analysis was incredible, Mina admitted, being able to defeat Todoroki so easily. Shudo was glaring intensely at Izuku and his Digimon. I have to admit that your intelligence was inspiring, Yayorozu said with a small blush. You did a great job, man, Jiru thumbed up. Okay. After this, we can start class without any dangerous experiment. Aizawa looked directly at Izuku and Rinamon after saying that. They, at least, pretended to be repentant. Then, Yagi's class started. He talked about the problems heroes had with public media, the repercussion on their actions, and to be careful with any journalist, because they can use your words to distort it and make you look like bad. Izuku was writing furiously everything. After the class, everyone walked to the dining room. I wish I could see myself again, Toru pouted. She was going with Ida, Uraraka, Izuku and Mina. Worry not, my friend. I have a solution. Ashido took out her phone, and showed her the photo she took out, where SE has with Renamon and Izuku. She was smiling intensely while hugging Bo, while he was red as a tomato and the fox was slightly flustered. Oh my gosh. I want that photo. Hagakure jumped of joy. Mina shared her phone number, and sent the pic. Soon, they were joined by Setsuna, Itsuka and Shishida and their partners. Greetings, the student with glasses nodded. Guys, look at this. She showed the group the picture. That's me. They managed to reveal me for some seconds. Nice. You are a real cutie, huh, Hagakure? Setsuna smiled sharply. Parsley looks like he was gonna pass out there. That's great. So their plan worked? Itsuka nodded with respect. More or less. In the end, we confirmed that her quirk is refracting the light instead of just being invisible, so is a emitter instead of mutation. We have to discover how to turn on and off actively, like a switch. So you only need to work to make that work, Hagakure. Ida chopped. May we sit here? Yaoyorozu and Doraemon asked. There's no problem. Uraraka smiled, while eating her miso. Thanks. I wanted to ask Midoriya and Renamons about something, but we can wait, Momo said. No problem, I can talk with Hagakure while Izuku can talk with you, Renamon answered. Well, what do you need? He asked nervously. Yesterday I was thinking about your words and my costume. After Kuro explained how well you analyzed our quirks, I thought that you could help me remade my suit, Yaoyorozu explained. Izuku picked his notebook from nowhere, and started passing pages. Well, as I said yesterday, you could use a costume in pieces, or that can be disassembled with relatively ease. That would allow you to quit in specific part to use your quirk, or even substitute a damaged one in the middle of the battle. Izuku drawed a fast sketch to exemplify his words. Interesting, but that wouldn't make me heavier? I need a suit with low weight, so I can fight properly, Momo asked. The pieces can be made with one or more materials. For example, the frontal torso part could be created with a resistant metal, or something strong enough. While he started mumbling, and Yaoyorozu soon joined him, both being covered in a bubble of tangible words. Oh no, now there are 3 of them, Kuro gulped. Renamon was talking with Hagakure, slower, trying to explain how they did that in class, and telling her to focus in that feeling she felt when she was visible. But soon, an alarm began to sound, and a stampede began, crushing multiple students and causing chaos. Ouch, what the F dash? Asoa's voice echoed. Hey! Watch your hands. Who touched my butt? A girl voice asked angrily. I'm innocent. Mineta yelled at the other side of the room. Izuku looked through the window, and saw the journalists there. Is the press? Ack. Izuku almost fell, due to the force from the stampede. Ida, tell everyone that is the press. He exclaimed to his friend at his side. Everyone, calm down. Is just the press. Tenya screamed, please, act like a students of the best school in Japan. You are hurting people. The mass started to calm, and even some of them helped the ones from the ground to stand up. Thank you, Ida, Midoriya. I almost got crushed. Toru exclaimed. Me. Too. I felt like a pachinko ball. Terriermon said while hugging Ochako. We have to return to class? I lost all desire to eat in groups after this, Uraraka groaned. Ditto. At least nobody got injured. Itsuka sighed. We will talk later, guys. It's time for our heroes practice. The students of 1B waved and separated. Well, at least no one got badly injured. Uraraka tried to stay positive. Everyone returned to class, and soon the normalcy came back. They stole the week's schedules for the classes, Nizu said after investigating the teacher's room. The cameras from the hallways coming here and this room were sabotaged. Why would they do that? And why right now? Namiri asked. The rumors? Those FING vultures entered in the UA despite knowing is illegal. Aizawa frowned. I'm already working for multiple demands, but I think the break of the door didn't do it the press, because now we have a variable that didn't exist last year. Nizu looked directly at All Might. So anyone who did this is targeting Might? Then we should cancel the practice at USJ, Leomon said with worry. No, the director surprised everyone. We don't know who did this and their capabilities. If we cancel the USJ, they could attack the rest of the school in any possible way, especially since Digimon appeared in our world and some of them can destroy entire cities with relative ease. If we keep the schedule, we can get ahead of them, giving the teachers a panic button, or an alarm that is triggered when the communications fails, seeing that the invader had someone that could hack or interfere with cameras or technology. This way we can get ready if they decide to attack, just in case. And if that was just a way to get the schedules for a novelty, the Chimera explained. So your plan is to risk the students of 1A to prevent them from attacking the entire school, Pi? Pixelmon said with anger. Since we don't know exactly the motivations after this infiltration, the best option is to do that, having multiple pro heroes there with their Digimon partners, alongside the rest of the staff ready to go to the USJ the moment they appear. If we don't do this, their actions can become unpredictable and more dangerous. I don't like to risk my students' lives either, Pixelmon. The director answered with a serious tone. So that means that we can't work tomorrow in hero duties, might. You have to save your time in case they invade the school. Leomon looked at his partner. Toshinori sighed, you're right? I won't solve any crimes tomorrow morning. If nothing happens, I will try to do it in the evening. Okay, so at least we have a plan? That reminds me. How is the man from the streets going? You told us that he was very confused and affected by his quirk, Namuri asked. He's staying in Might Tower right now. That poor man had some serious mental problems due to his quirk, so we are making sure that he's recovering. Leomon nodded. I read his file. If that man decided to become a villain, we could have got a very big problem, Nizu admitted. What's his quirk? 13 asked. He can create 2 copies of anyone he wants, and his copies can do the same, without limits. Toshinori said, receiving a surprise look from the rest. Unlimited? That's incredible. Mick's glasses almost drop. But his quirk almost made him go crazy due to an existential crisis. Now he can't see his own face in a mirror and has developed a bipolar disorder. Fortunately, he's harmless and only talks strange while he has his mask, Yagi nodded. If that man knew a quirk like that existed? All Might trembled in fear of what he could have done with the ability to clone himself. Parsley's harem, and friends. Invisicure added Mina Ashido. Mina Ashido changed its name to Melter. Hero Nerd added Tenya Ida. Tenya Ida, why is the group named like that? Hero Nerd, Tokage returns it every time we change it. At some point we gave up. Tenya Ida, Tokage. That's offensive. Dino Gal, relax, Fridge. It's a joke. Miss Gravity, Ida, you know that you're writing in caps, right? Tenya Ida, yes, I know. I write like this so anyone can read me. Melter, at least he's dedicated. So, when are we going to create the harem? I'd say yes. Hero Nerd, Ashido? Tenya Ida, Ashido. Stop with the jokes. Melter, okay, I won't joke, unless it's not a joke. Hero Nerd, Izuku passed out. Good job. Dino Gal, she and I will become besties. Invisicure, guys. Look what I got. Invisicure sent a pic of the silhouette of 2 fingers in a cute room. Invisicure, I can slightly see my fingers. Although, I have to concentrate a lot, but it's a beginning. Melter, that's great, Hagakure. In no time you will be able to turn it off completely. Also, I love that plushie of Paimon. Invisicure, thanks. My parents cried when I showed them the photo of my true appearance. They wanted to thank Izuku and Ren. Hero Nerd, you're welcome. Izuku is still unconscious. But I approve of the harem plan. It's practical. Beast, oh lord, is it really happening? Tenya Ida, Renamon. Stop joking. Hero Nerd, is only a 50% joke. I won't say what part is the joke. Kuro, your nose is bleeding again. Hero Nerd, PCF-. Them hands, is Kuro alright? I have seen her bleed once and you talk about it sometimes. Hero Nerd, yes, she's fine. She's only a pervert. Hero Nerd, PC what? I'm not a pervert. Come here and tell me in my face. Hero Nerd, PCTHA Beach yelled in the house. I'm gonna kill her. Hero Nerd, see ya. Miss Gravity, that was unexpected. Melter, but now I have some very juicy info. He. Tenya Ida, what are you talking about? Side story, 1B battle trial. So you knew that All Mights were gonna teach us, and you didn't tell us. Monoma yelled at Shishida, Tokage, Hananuki and Kinoko, yes. We hid it because we wanted to be a surprise, Jiroda explained calmly. Then, that means that eating with them makes you retrieve info? Wonderful ACK. He passed out with a hit on the neck from Kendo. Stop goofing around. We got enough stupidness with the stampede in lunch break. Luckily that Midoriya saw that it was the press, Kendo sighed. Her hero suit was some kind of Chinese training suit, but with some plates in her stomach and part of the torso, along with an eye mask. Midoriya was the one who helped us? I could give him my thanks, a Salamon said timidly with a blush, above Ibra's head. Salamon, female. Rookie level and vaccine attribute. This mammal Digimon doesn't fully understand her true potential, and she can become one of the strongest sacred Digimon, or one of the most powerful evil. Her resemblance with a human pet makes the kids adore her. Her signature move is Puppy Howl, in which paralyzed her foes and hurt their ears. Deku? TSK, that FING liar, Bakugo muttered and growled in annoyance. Well, I can't wait to test my costume. Itsuki exclaimed. She was wearing a suit with blue leggings, a red and white dress with buttons, and with an oxygen mask and an air tank on her back, reference image without the scarf. The first team was chosen. Bakugo and Juzo as villains, while Sora and Tsuburaba were the heroes. Bakugo was overconfident, thinking that they were gonna win, but when the villains met the heroes, in less 1 second was immobilized to the ground and captured. What? How? He couldn't move his left arm thanks to her weight and strength. The mask is working. Yay! Sora was smiling intensely. Bakugo and Agumon have been eliminated. All Might exclaimed through the earpieces. Soon, the hero team defeated Juzo due to numerical advantage. How did you do that? Bakugo yelled at Sora. It was obvious that you were gonna explode at us, and you were the most threatening foe, at that moment, so we decided to get rid of you as soon as possible. She smiled proudly. I'm asking about how you did it, damn it. He was trembling with fear. Well, you may control explosion, but, her eyes shined blue, and disappeared. I can control time, she whispered in his ear from the back. When he turned around, she was already at 5 meters, walking with a giggle. Aniki, she's dangerous, she neutralized us in a second. His brother spoke. Bakugo gritted his teeth, and a wild smile appeared in his face. So, in the end we are gonna have some serious competitors, huh? He was angry, but instead of seeing it as just a nuisance, like that liar of Deku, he also saw it as a challenge, a way to prove to himself that he was the best. And he was going to win against that timey-wimey and prove it. We are gonna die here. Mineta cried while he was carrying Tsuyu. He was running to escape the enemies. Shut your FING mouth and let me concentrate. Kuro yelled at them before she attacked a villain with her claws, marking his face and throwing him to the ground while bleeding from the scratches and screaming insults. F dash, F dash, F dash. Izu, where are you? She thought while she evaded a giant flame from Greymon for centimeters. Let's return half hour before, shall we? Today's class will be special, pie. Pixelmon exclaimed as soon as he and Aizawa entered. We will do a special practice centered in rescue and dealing with natural disasters, such as tsunamis, earthquakes, and other problems. You will be supervised by All Might, me, and a third person, everyone with their own Digimon partner, Aizawa explained, with a tired expression. Great! That's gonna be amazing! Kirishima yelled. This is where we can show our true potential, Ribbit, Azui said with her deadpan expression while Otamamon was clapping. We will have to get the bus to our destination. You can decide to use or not your hero costume, because your suits may not be fully adapted to this type of work, Eraserhead explained to his students. Everyone changed into their hero costumes, and went to the bus. Pony went to the 1B class for a couple of minutes. Kendo, why do you have that egg? Tsuburaba asked. One of the 1A asked me to take care of it while she went to train, so, Itsuka shrugged. Once everyone changed into their costumes, Mineta glared pervertedly at the girls, but didn't say a single comment. When the class sat, Azui turned around. You know, Midoriya. I usually say what I think, Ribbit, she said. We noticed, Kuro answered with a deadpan expression, still angry about the battle trial. What I was saying, your quirk is strange, Ribbit. You can use only a small percentage of your power or you will break your body. She asked. Well, yes, is like, to fill a glass with water. If I try to fill it with an industrial hose it will break, so I use a tap instead, Izuku tried to explain. What percentage are you using? Jairu asked. Right now I can use 6%, I'm pushing constantly to 6-5 to get used to a higher percentage as soon as possible, Midoriya nodded. She's cute with that jacket, he shook his head. And you are faster than almost any of us. That's metal, man, Impmon said. Thanks, he blushed slightly. Todoroki was looking brazenly at him and his partners. Man, your quirk sure is great. Mine is really simple. Is good to protect, but is not really jazzing. We have to think about popularity too, Kirishima said while using his quirk in his arm. What? But your quirk is great. You can use to become a shield, to protect people, to fight closely without much less dangers. Izuku listed, while Kuro snorted with a smile at the sight of her friend excited about his hobby. Well, if we talk about dazzling quirks, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu are ones of the most interesting. Kaminari said. The mint-haired just looked at him and decided to ignore the blonde, while the black-haired shook her head. Well, I don't think is that important right now. We are just students in our first year. We have time to worry about it. Momo argued. Pixelmon and Aizawa were silent during the trip, all of this because those DMN vultures. I wonder how All Might managed the press, Aizawa was blaming. The press and the one who erased the door. Him and his partner are expecting the worst. At least the rest of the staff were paying attention if everything went to hell. After the bus stopped, the class walked to the USJ. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Uraraka was smiling brightly. Why, yeah. Izuku smiled awkwardly. DMN it. I didn't see it yesterday, but her suit is really tight. He thought with nervous. Kuro, Renamon and Terriermon were looking at the duo with deadpan expressions. Is so obvious that he's uncomfortable, and she doesn't notice, the three thought in unison. 13 appeared alongside her partner, Starmon. Starmon, none. Champion level and data attribute. This mutant-type Digimon is a space warrior that has a fierce spirit and an indomitable will to fight for justice. Its signature move is Meteor Shower, in which shoots small meteors to its enemies from above. Oh my god. Is 13. I can't believe it. Midoriya, look, is 13. Ochako started shaking Izuku intensely due to pure emotion. Welcome to my place, the unforeseen simulation joint. The pro-hero opened her arms. I created this place with the approval of Nizu years ago to help the students to train against any natural disaster. Torrential rains, earthquakes, eruptions, tsunamis, landslides. Every possible scenario can appear here and help you to learn how to act against them. She's right. Today's lesson will consist in simulacrums to test your ability to deal against different problems. Starmon continued the explanation. Its deep voice was filled with charisma. All Might is also here, but he will be patrolling the different areas to make sure that no one's injured, and to give some tips and advices, so all of us can cover more places. 13 said. You probably already know about my quirk, Black Hole. The teacher raised her hand. Yes. You used it to save countless lives in disasters and rescues. Izuku answered while Uraraka was nodding with energy. Nerds. Ouch. Renamon slapped Kuro's head after she whispered. Let them have this, the yellow Digimon said while squinting her eyes to her friend. Is true, but my quirk can also harm people or even kill them if I'm not careful. The same goes for our Digimon partners. With the apprehension test you used your powers to think creatively or in new ways to improve your physical condition. The battle trial put you in a situation of fighting against other people without experience in simulated battles, and now you will learn to start controlling your quirks to save people from natural disasters. Hero work doesn't only consist of fighting villains and criminals. Her speech was interrupted by the blink of the lights. Aizawa pressed the button on his pocket, hoping that it worked. A mist portal appeared down the stairs, and soon, it became bigger. Numerous people and Digimon crossed from it. Stay behind us. This is not part of the lesson. Aizawa exclaimed to the class. Everyone tensed and obeyed. In another world, where he tricked his students, they would have been hesitant, but here they knew he wasn't joking or lying. All Might's not here? Ha, what a pity. We wanted to kill him in front of his beloved students. The man with blue light hair, with his head covered with hands, spoke. The schedule was wrong? That was unexpected, the man with black mist covering his head answered. At his side, an enormous creature with his brain exposed, and some kind of strange fur similar to a gabuman growled, standing close to the handyman. Well, we can't leave here with our hands empty, so, how about we kill some NPCs? The red eyes of the light blue-haired squinted, Kurogyri. When a portal appeared, 13 started using her quirk, trying to absorb the villain and surprising the warper. Starmon began to throw meteors to the enemies. A blonde kid with 12-inch wings looked at the group, bored. I was expecting some more action, you know? He said with no interest. Meanwhile, Aizawa ran to the group of villains, nullifying their quirks and attacking them with fast and precise hits in vital points to incapacitate them, even wrapping some with his scarf. Pixelmon began to create small tornadoes with a move of his spear, throwing them to the Digimon and other villains while he evaded multiple attacks with his small figure and speed while flying. You will need a lot more to catch me, Pi. She's more annoying than I thought, Kurogyri mumbled, and then, he created another portal behind her to attack her with her own quirk, damaging her severely in the back. Ainin. Starmon yelled at its partner, and looked angrily at the warper. The pain forced her to deactivate her quirk. The villain used that moment to dispersate various students through the USJ along with some villains. Have fun killing the kids, gentlemen. A sudden yell warned everyone, Carolina smash. All Might appeared with a jump, trying to punch the warper to prevent the teleports, but the colossal creature blocked his attack with ease. So you were here, All Might, hiding like a rat. That's so unheroic from you, but that saves us the trouble of coming to pick you up, the handman spoke. This is Nomu. A bioengineered weapon made specifically to kill you with hyper-regeneration. Leomon appeared 1 second later, but we're not so rude as to leave your partner without any fun, so we've also prepared one for Nomu. A bigger portal appeared, and a big Digimon, made of bones with a quadrupedal form appeared. This Scobaluchimon here has been a good test subject when it was a blue Greymon, but now he has no mental process or emotion. It just wants to kill and destroy everything. And it follows my orders, like the Nomu, Shigaraki explained. He was telling a lot of info just because he loved to monologue. Leomon shined, and soon, transformed, getting an armored look and fiercer. You will not leave this place today. Good luck with that. Nomu, kill All Might. Scobaluchimon. Kill that annoying Digimon. With a growl from the two creatures, they started an intense fight while the remaining students moved the space hero, taking advantage of the commotion. Renamon and Uraraka were with them, while Izuku, Kuro and Terriermon were teleported to different locations. I have a first aid kit. We have to heal her until help arrives. Renamon exclaimed between the trees. She picked bandages from her bag to stop the bleeding of 13. She didn't want to start using it so soon and without proper training. Phew! Kuro fell face down in the middle of the volcanic zone, along with Mineta and Azui. God damn it. Aizu? There was no sight of her partner, or Renamon. She was alone, with the pervert and the speciest. Great. Okay, calm down, girl. It's not like this is the first time you've been separated from Izuku in years or something. That would be really creepy, she said to herself while Minoru was crying and yelling. We're gonna die here. I shouldn't have come to school today and stayed home with V. Mineta was still screaming when he received a slap from the Digimon. Shut up. We are not gonna die today. You are training to be a hero, act like one. She growled. Her ears got step sounds. We are not alone. She prepared to fight. Soon, they were surrounded by various villains and multiple Digimon. While some of them were beast, and even machines, more than half of them were dark. A lot of them had some weird, dark scars and marks. See? I was right about yo. Gah! The Gazamon punched Azui in the face, throwing her to the ground. Shut your fing mouth and stop being a beach until we are not in mortal danger, Kermit. She yelled angrily at the frog girl. I wasn't expecting one of my kind here. A Gazamon said, slightly surprised. I thought everyone treated us like sheet, and she proved me right. He was pointing her sharp claws to Azui, with clear intentions. Try to touch her and I will do a Jackson Pollock with your body, Kuro threatened. The Gazamon charged towards her, but Kuro simply evaded his claws with ease. She trained for years in the dojo, where she fought opponents faster and stronger than her. He was no threat. Stop evading. With agility, Kuro kept moving with simple moves, not getting hit a single time. With a direct strike, she used a wind claw directly to his face, and sent him fly backwards, unconscious. The rest of the enemies stood there, watching the whole spectacle. She's tougher than we taught, a man with flaming hair muttered. Kill the Digimon and the dwarf, but keep the frog alive. We can use her later. When the rest of the villains charged at the trio, while the Digimon attacked them and an Agumon evolved, a single thought came to Kuro's mind. Mineta was right. I shouldn't have come to school today. Izuku appeared in the snow zone, along with Doraemon and Ida. Ugh. He spiked the snow from his mouth. You okay? Tenya nodded, while Doraemon looked around. In which part are we? There is even a map of the USJ. The Digimon asked. Izuku tried to call her partners, but it didn't work. Something was blocking the signal. A growl got their attention. A Garuramon, with blood in their fur, was approaching them. Some black scars ran over its right paw and ear. Various bodies of humans and the disappearing bodies of various Digimon were distributed throughout the floor. You have to run. She lost control. When they evolved her, a Paimon with the same marks as the champion spoke while it was dying. Is not her fault. None of us is. The Digimon disappeared, and a Digiegg appeared, which vanished in the air, returning to the digital world. What happened to them? Doraemon growled. Those marks were signs of corruption, only possible with extreme experiments or after some terrible experiences. She killed a lot of people. Ida gulped. We have to run. But the Garuramon was more agile than them, and tried to bite them with her enormous mouth. Izuku and Tenya jumped to a side, evading her jaws by mere centimeters. She's so fast. If she catches us she will crush our bodies. Ida exclaimed. Metal cannon. Doraemon shot from his mouth a big ball of iron directly to the Garuramon. But despite hitting her in the face, it didn't seem to do much damage, and only angered her. Izuku tried to punch her in the jaw, but only managed to move her head. How strong is she? He exclaimed before evading a scratch from her. DMN it. She's tough as a wall. Ida's kick in her back using his quirk didn't seem to affect the Garuramon. When she opened your mouth, a blue fire ran through them. Izuku pushed Ida and Doraemon out of the way, receiving the flames partially in his left arm. Ugh. It burns. He extinguished the embers of his suit. A big, carbonized hole on them showed his red, shining skin. She's too strong, Doraemon growled. None of their attacks worked on her. Izuku took a deep breath. Maybe I can do something, but you will need to cover me. He knew it was really risky, but his left index started to glow in red dash smash. A giant air projectile impacted Garurumon, pushing her to the ground with a grunt of pain. It worked. Midoriya. You. Ida's speech was interrupted by the sight of Izuku's broken finger and his expression of agony. Oh shit. Is broken? Doraemon was surprised by that. That was only your finger AF full power? Now I see why you don't use the 100%. Ida gulped with terror. The champion Digimon stood up and growled to them. The attack clearly hurted her. I don't think another one of them is enough to defeat it, Tenya said to the rest before they ran to evade her fire. I have to use my full arm. He was still thinking about what that Paimon told them. Not her fault, none of us is. We have to save her. She probably is being controlled. Izuku yelled at his classmates. How? She's so strong that you have to break your bones to damage her. Ida asked. While evading her fast claws. I will not engage in a combat where my opponent has not its own will. We have to knock her out. Doraemon bit Garurumon's paw to distract her, but she tossed the dragon like it was a mere annoyance. I only have to use my arm. Midoriya looked at the furious Digimon. He frowned with determination, and ran towards her. I only have to use 40%. If I do more I might kill her. I want to save her. With a yell, he jumped. And punched with his right arm to the face of Garurumon while she tried to bite Doraemon. The impact was enough to break his bones, but not as hard as his finger. The Digimon flew away various meters, impacting against a tree. I'm sorry, she said weakly before de-evolving into her previous form, unconscious. Izuku held his scream of pain biting his lip, and kept standing. Then, he approached her foe while stumbling. The words of Terriermon came to his mind. She's almost as short as Aimi, but she's white and blue with pink and yellow details. Is this Terriermon's sister? I don't know how to recognize her among other Lunamon. He analyzed her with the Digivice. Lunamon, female, partially corrupted. Rookie level and data attribute. This mammal Digimon was born from the fusion of moon observation data. Its large ears can recognize sounds from any distance. Although timid, Lunamon often gets lonely and easily grows attached to others. Corrupted data. Some info is not available. This Digimon is corrupted. The side effects of the corruption can't be identified without a deeper analysis. What does it mean that she's corrupted? Someone experimented with her? Ida asked. Who could do this? Only Digimon who went through unbearable experiences gets their data corrupted. That's horrible and inhuman. Whoever did this deserves a terrible punishment, Doraemon growled. Izuku carried her with his healthy arm, so, as far as we know, someone experimented with those Digimon and bring them to fight against their own volition. When she evolved, she lost control and attacked everyone, Izuku theorized. If a Digimon do a forced digivolve, they could lose their control and give it to their primal instincts. The Digivice helps us to do it easier, so if someone forced her. Makes sense to me, especially with a species as wild as Garurumon, the dragon Digimon nodded. We have to return to the entrance and search for help. Ida exclaimed, and soon, the three of them and the unconscious Digimon left the snowy area as fast as they could. Holy F dash. Mineta evaded a dart. Why that demon is throwing darts? The small boy yelled. I don't know. Just throw him everything you can. Kuro yelled before she landed a stone to him. Ouch. That hurted. The Demodevimon exclaimed with a bump in his forehead. Then, attacked the Gazamon with a ball of dark energy. The Greymon by itself was incredibly annoying and dangerous. His fire breath had long range and area of impact, forcing the three of them to prioritize its attacks. His fire was hotter than it should be. What does that mean that it's corrupted? Mineta tried to analyze the champion, but couldn't read almost any data from his Digivice except its name and level. The giant lizard acted like it had no self-awareness. The Greymon received some hits from Tsuyu and Kuro, but it didn't seem to affect him that much. Even Kuro's paralyzing breath only slowed him slightly, but that came with the danger of getting at the range of him, and the Gazamon almost got stomped. God damn it. I hate this place. Kuro yelled with frustration. In the lake area, the villains in the water were defeated easily. Why? Well, Kaminari, Terriermon, Siro and Momo fall there. A simple answer. I can't contact Doraemon. Someone must have blocked the signal of all kind of communications. Yaoyorozu frowned while they were walking through the forest, ready to fight anyone who approached them. It can be hard to fight without a partner. Can he force a Digivolve without you? In case of emergency? Siro asked. No. The Digivice makes easier for us to Digivolve, but if our human partner is away we can't get the benefits, DMN it. The bird Digimon spoke, with a curious filler word at the end of each sentence. Zero couldn't help but imagine a baby with milita uniform and blonde hair each time the bird talked. So, if they separated almost every one from their partners, they will have a taut moment, huh? Zero frowned. His usual smile disappeared completely. I was lucky and I managed to grab Denki's arm before we were teleported. If not, I would have ended anywhere, DMN it, Taramon answered. Well, in our case, we managed to evolve into champion for some seconds, but that's all. Taramon could use an attack if we do it quick and in an emergency case, Kaminari answered. We can use it as a trump card, but let's keep it a secret for now, Momo nodded. I hope the rest have better luck, Zero sighed. In another side of the volcanic zone, Yui was having fun. Why? Well, that zone was plenty of small rock and all kinds of projectiles to shot to her enemies, while Gilman created more with his attacks to the ground, and Koda called all the animals in his surroundings to attack everyone. Can someone? Ouch, my feet. Approach her. The projectile rain was merciless. The unlucky villain fell to the ground unconscious moments later after a basketball-sized rock hit him in the face. The rest of his colleagues didn't have any better luck. Well done, Rocky Pal. Gilman raised his hand after defeating all the Digimon and criminals, and Yui high-fived him. In the forest zone? Pony was making her enemies ran for their lives after her and Impmon started throwing corns covered in fire and ice, promising a painful fight. Meanwhile, Jairu was hitting everyone who approached with her jacks and her heartbeats, and Terriermon made people fly with his tornadoes. F you. I will shove my horns in your butt and you will be able to taste them with your tongues, and you will develop a new FTSH. She started laughing maniacally. Clearly, the exchange student was having a great time. She's scary, Jairu muttered after knocking out a Karamon with vibrations. Lotosman Funbeamon felt that something was wrong. She came to that world after another, one of her species tried to kill her to rule the Blue Forest. She decided that it was a good moment to take some small vacations. But then, she met him. He was incredibly small, and a pervert after she caught him looking brazenly at different women, but he was the only one who helped her after some people tried to burn her alive only because she was an insect. That was enough to feel gratitude towards him, but when she asked him why she helped her, his response was the reason why she fell for him, because, despite I want to be a hero to be popular among girls and other, I also want to help people, despite I'm a coward. If I can save weaker people, I will do it. He helped her, not because she was a girl, because he didn't know, or because that could made him popular. He did it because he wanted to do it, because he wanted so save weaker people. I'm small and not very strong. My quirk is literally my sticky hair. But, despite if I don't end being popular, I want to still try to be a hero to prove other losers like me that they can do whatever they want as long as they do enough effort. Then, she knew that she met the love of her life. She didn't want to be a hero, not because she didn't want to help people, but because she de-evolved into her rookie form to go unnoticed. If the other lot, Digimon knew that she was still alive, she would travel to this world and try to kill her, among with him, and she would never allow that. So, in gratitude for save her and to maintain her, she did all the chores. Initially he was confused about how a giant bee could do all of the task, but she just replied that she was good with her claws. The truth was that she evolved each time and did it incredibly fast thanks to her pure speed and plant whips. Thanks to the fact that Digimon could regulate their size, she was able to fit in the house. Her natural size was more in line of 4 to 5 meters tall than the 1.8 she was using. At that point, she was resting on the couch, after she confiscated all his pawn, again, and cleaned the house, but she felt that something was wrong. He probably was battling with one of his classmates like the other day. She stretched and began to sleep. Minoru will tell her what he did today when he arrived as usual. Tsuyu was injured in the side of her torso by the claws of one Digimon, and Mineta was carrying her. They left the battlefield a couple of minutes ago. Mineta left her in a tree. The wound doesn't look deep. He tore a nard of his sleeve. Okay, cover it to stop the bleeding. Where are you going, Ribbit? Azui asked. I'm gonna help her. She saved us, and I want to return the favor, no matter how scared I am. I'll be back in no time, don't move. Why do you protect her? She hates you and all dark Digimon. A Demodevimon yelled before throwing darts to Kuro. The two students couldn't be seen anymore. I know. She bent down to avoid the syringe, but good heroes don't decide who to save purely by their opinions, no matter how shit they are. They just try to save everyone. Then, she jumped and kicked the little devil in the middle of the air, sending it flying various meters. Her fur was full of marks, dirt, burnt hair, and some blood from her and her enemies. She was panting heavily due to the injuries and the tiredness, and I will become A hero. Kuro charged towards the Greymon with marks, and she began to shine just when she jumped to attack him. A sonorous hit was heard in the surroundings. Mineta arrived just in time to see her digivolve and how she knocked down the Greymon with a single punch. When she landed, she was different. Her gray, wild fur became a shorter, more stylized black. Where she looked like a kind of strange dog or unidentified mammal, now was clearly a cat. Her purple gloves didn't hide her sharp claws, and she was really angry. This form, she looked at her hands. You monster! The sight of white fur and cat ears appeared in her mind. She shook her head. She would have time to unpack past traumas later. DMN it. A champion. The evolution distracted everyone, so Mineta threw his purple ball at everyone to trap the enemies to the ground. Gah! What the hell? He was punched in the face by Kuro. It's our moment. The Great Boy and the Cat Digimon managed to knock out the rest, mainly because the only champion and the biggest threat, the Greymon, was unconscious thanks to the injuries from when she was Gazamon, and that last punch. Moments later, the Black Gatamon fell and returned to be a Gazamon. I can't move, she groaned in pain and tiredness. Mineta carried her on his shoulder. Come on, let's go. He began to walk. Why did you came back? Kuro asked tiredly. Well, you helped Azui and me, despite she was being stupid with you. So, I wanted to repay your favor, he admitted nervously. So, despite you were crying for your life, you came to help? Maybe you are not as bad as I thought. She closed her eyes, and fell asleep. Meanwhile, in other zones, problems still were occurring. Todoroki ended in the middle of the forest, along with Ojiro, Koko, and Tokoyami. The villains who appeared with them thought it would be easy to deal with them, but soon it was clear that Shuto was far stronger than them. In no time, they dispatched them with Todoroki's ice, Ojiro's ability on martial arts, dark shadow, and Koko's poison. They were no match for the four of them. You are gonna tell me everything you know. The mint-haired boy was looking a criminal with green hair, whose body was sunk in a block of ice. Oh. Okay, please, don't kill me. His teeth were shaking from the cold. He's scary. The thought was shared by the rest. After Todoroki interrogated him, he looked at his surroundings. Are we gonna help the rest? Ojiro asked the group. No. I'm going back to the entrance, Shuto answered directly, and started walking. What? And what about the others? About Mina? Koko exclaimed, scandalized. They can take care of themselves with these criminals. I'm more worried about the mist villain and the one with hands, the ice and fire quirk user answered. The Palmon gritted her teeth. How was he so inconsiderate to his classmates? Was it because he had a strong quirk? Then he could shove his ice up to his A. In another part of the snow zone? Kirishima knocked out the last villain remaining. He was panting heavily despite being surrounded by snow. Why? Well, he ended up with Liz, Mina's partner, along with 8 criminals to fight just the 2 of them, so it certainly was a tough battle. DMN it? It was more tiring than I thought, the red-haired boy exclaimed. Certainly. But I have to say, despite your lack of, appeal, you sure are a gentleman. Kirishima covered her multiple times from surprised enemy attacks. I want to be the shield of the people. I can't let others be injured if I can prevent it. Kirishima smiled intensely. Now I can see why Mina considers you her friend. Liz nodded with a light smile. Izuku and the rest walked through the snowy forest. Izuku's broken arm was still hanging with an ill look. The Lunamon in his arm opened slightly her eyes. Why didn't you kill me? She asked in a soft voice. You were suffering, right? One of the Digimon said it wasn't your fault. Heroes save anyone in need. Izuku smiled despite the pain he was feeling. You humans are weird. She fell asleep again, but she smiled briefly. Soon, they changed from the snowy zone to the volcanic zone. They saw not too far Kodai, Koda, and Gilman. Guys. Ida approached the trio. Yui's eyes shined briefly when she saw them. Guys. I'm glad that you. What happened to your arm, Midori bro? Gilman asked with surprise after seeing Izuku's arms. Koda gasped at the broken limb, and Yui frowned slightly with worry. Is fine, guys? We encountered a tough champion Digimon. I had to use my quirk at full power, he explained quickly. Your 100% broke your arms? Gilman exclaimed. Can we talk later? We have to hurry to the entrance to search for help, Doraemon growled. I also wanna meet with Miss Momo. Doraemon's right. If we can meet some teachers they can aid the rest, Midoriya nodded. His arm was hurting like hell. Let's head back. Ida started walking faster. Doraemon was carrying Lunamon in his back to let Izuku's healthy arms free. Soon, the group returned to the entrance, where All Might and Grappalotman were still fighting against the Nomu and the Skullbaluchaman. Aizawa and Pixamon were defeating the minor villains remaining, while Starmon was fighting Kurogiri, with not much success due to the Warper's quirk. Shigaraki and the kid with wings were looking at the spectacle. "Boss, help us!" One of the villains on the ground grabbed Tamura's leg. In response, the light blue-haired put his hand on his head. "Don't touch me, you useless NPC," the criminal disintegrated in seconds. The students and Digimon in the main area gasped at that view. He just killed his colleague with his hand? Ida gulped with horror. "You know, I'm starting to get bored," the blonde kid said with a yawn, not caring about what happened a single bit. "You're right. Maybe the Nomu and that Digimon aren't strong enough to make them suffer despite he had multiple quirks." Shigaraki cleaned his hands from the dust. "What?" All Might almost received a direct punch in the chin by surprise. "I didn't say that hyper-regeneration wasn't his only quirk. He was made especially to kill you, but it seems is not enough. So, how about we kill one of your students?" Shigaraki disappeared in an instant with a surprising speed. In a second, was in front of Yui, with his palm at mere millimeters of her face. Yui's eyes opened, and her mind started going at full speed. I'm going to die here? This is where my life ends? That was her last thoughts before? Stay away from her. Shigaraki was punched in the face by a furious Izuku, throwing him several meters into the air, and destroying the hand that covered him. His healthy hand's bones hurted by pushing one for all at 20%, but it was worth to save Kodai. When Shigaraki stood up, his nose was bleeding, and his pale, cracked skin was visible. His eyes were bloodshot. "Fing kid. Nomu, kill that bstrd." The monster stopped his fight with the #1 hero at that order, and rushed to Izuku. "No, you won't." Yagi suplexed the creature and tried to hold it. "DMN BSTRDS." The villain's fists were trembling with fury, evading Aizawa's scarf and disintegrating it. "I will kill all of you," he yelled like a kid. He managed to grab Eraserhead's elbow, and began to destroy it before the hero nullified his quirk, and headbutt him in response. "No, you won't. You will not escape." All Might's punches became stronger and faster, and so did Leomon. "You will not touch my students," he screamed with fury. A small layer of yellow pixels covered his whole body. His punches started to become blurry at the normal eye due to the new speed. Soon, he started to surpass the impact absorption of the Nomu, and the body of the creature began to deformate by the impacts. It couldn't counterattack or even move. When All Might ended the fight with a right hook in the chin, sent the monster fly away, surpassing the crystal dome. Then, a shot from the entrance aiming at Shigaraki's fingers blew his index, and a few more bullets to his torso and limbs followed, throwing him to the ground. "Gotcha," Snipe said with a covered grin. The rest of the staff of UA was there. They arrived sooner because when the communications with the USJ were interrupted, every teacher was informed, and soon ran towards to the facility. "Shigaraki." The warper looked at his master with worry, and stopped focusing in evade Starman's attacks, receiving multiple meteors in its body. "Fuck. Kurogyri. Pick everyone that's useful and let's get out of here." The villain screamed in pain at the same time that All Might, along with Grapeloman, attacked in unison at the Sculbaluchaman with a double smash, killing it and transforming the Digimon into a egg, which vanished into the air. The black mist covered the heavily injured Shigaraki, the warper and some more, like the kid with wings. Well, at least it was entertaining in the last part. "Thanks," the boy smiled and waved to the heroes and students, leaving some white feathers in the ground. If the teachers didn't receive the alarm, they could have taken much longer to come and help, resulting in more serious wounded people, or even some dies. The teachers distributed to the USJ, helping the students who still kept fighting or were lost. Half an hour before? The 1B were in geography class, when the speakers turned on. "Attention, all staff. Go directly at the USJ. An emergency has occurred." The director's voice was serious and full of urgency. Everyone looked in confusion. What? What could have happened? Shota asked. "TSK, probably one of those extras screwed up and needs to be rescued by true heroes," Bakugo snorted. "I don't think that's the case. If it was a simple accident they usually had to ask for one teacher, not everyone," Bondo theorized. Itsuka and Setsuna looked at each other with worry. What happened? Some hurried knocks in the door broke the calm of the room. "Sorry for interrupting, sir, but our contact in the UA has told us that has been an attack in the UA." A woman with a suit opened the door to her boss's office. "Interesting. It has more info?" A man with a long nose asked. "Right now not much, sir. It seems like it was a villain attack in the middle of a rescue practice. Sorry for the lack of details, but it seemed enough important to communicate directly. I will send you any more intelligence we receive," she bowed. "Don't worry, you did it well telling me this. We could use the event to our advantage." Rikiya Yatsubashi smiled, and gestured to his secretary to leave. It was only a matter of time that his organization would ascend and give the world what truly needs, the freedom of the meta abilities. Some students got injured due by various Digimon and villains, but fortunately, no one was severely damaged. The students with the most wounds were Mizo, who got impaled in one leg by one villain's knife, and Izuku, who broke his arm and a finger. Kuro was exhausted and had some severe injuries, but no one was critical, and the Lunamon who were with Izuku's group also got in the hospital for recovery and interrogation. Only the villains in the snow zone were dead, the rest were injured or knocked out. In general, the 1A got very lucky. 13 was gonna need a surgery, Aizawa's arm had to be healed intensely, and Starmon de-evolved to Solarmon due to the intense fight and lack of energy for the wounds. The police arrived as soon as possible, and took declarations of the students who weren't injured. The 1A saw how Izuku, Kuro and Mizo were moved to an ambulance. Parsley's harem, and friends. Them hands, guys? Is something's wrong? The classes got cancelled. Spectre Girl, no one is responding. That's weird. Mushrooms, maybe they are training? Beast, I doubt it. Every teacher went to the USJ. Tenya Ida, sorry for not being able to contact you. The police was interrogating US. The USJ was attacked by villains. Them hands, what? Are you okay? Tenya Ida, I can't talk for everyone. Some of US got injured and 2 of US ended hospitalized, but is nothing permanent. Mizo was stabbed in the leg and Midoriya broke his arm while fighting a Garuramon, along with exhaustion. Miss Gravity, some of us are okay. 13 will need surgery. Dino Gal, oh shit, what happened? Hero Nerd, a warper used her quirk against her and damaged her back. The doctor says that she will recover. I administered her first aid along with Uraraka and Sato, Renamon. Miss Gravity, they said that it was thanks to that she didn't lost too much blood and would recover sooner. In Visicure, I ended in the inundation zone. That place was full of villains. But I got rid of my gloves and boots and no one noticed me. Dino Gal, I can see Kodai connected. Is strange for her not writing. Ultra Girl, sorry. I'm still in shock. Tenya Ida, the leader of the villains tried to kill her with a disintegrating quirk, but Midoriya punched him in the face before he could touch her. Mushrooms, oh no. Are you okay? Ultra Girl, I will be. I have to be alone sometime to reconsider things. Sorry. Ultra Girl switched to Do Not Disturb mode. Beast, I hope she recovers. That experience could have shaken anyone. Them hands, I'm trying to do damage control, because that butt of Monoma is yelling stupidity and trying to convince the 1B to antagonize you. Beast, I will also talk. Some students almost died today. Is not a joke. Juzo, yes please, before I meld the floor to sink him in under 10 feet of concrete. Mushrooms, wait, where's Kuro? Hero Nerd, she's also in the hospital. She protected Azui and Mineta against the villains and a tough Greymon. She's exhausted and had some injuries. Mineta said that she evolved just to fight them, and that's why she's so tired. Beast, so everyone got a hard time. I think we should visit the ones in the hospital tomorrow to show some sympathy. What do you think? Tenya Ida, that could be a great idea. We could give them a basket of fruits so they can recover faster. Melter, wait, the thing with the fruits is real? I thought it was an invention of our parents to make us eat more fruits and vegetables. Tenya Ida, yes, Ashido. A lot of fruits contains various vitamins that helps the growth and correct function of the body. Hero Nerd, before we start discussing fruit, I will add someone. Hero Nerd added Minoru Mineta. Minoru Mineta, huh? Hero Nerd, Azui told me that you came back to help Kuro. Only that deserves an invitation to the secret chat. Minoru Mineta, oh, I see. Then, Minoru Mineta changed its name to Erosenin. Erosenin, please, someone tell me that it watched Naruto. Hero Nerd, no. Ida Tenya, no. Dino Gal, yes. I understood that reference. Miss Gravity, no, but I heard a lot about it. When Midoriya and Kuro recovers we could start watching it. Erosenin, perfect. Yui was locked in her room, full of posters of Ultraman and other merch of Sentai. Gabuman was at her side, trying to console her. The classes got cancelled due to the attack for a week, probably to let the people recover. She almost died. In that moment, she could have died in seconds, like that villain who turned into dust. Does that mean she doesn't want to be a hero? No, she always wanted to be one, like the ones she saw in her favorite series. But now she knew how dangerous the world could be. It wasn't like the anime or Sentai. People died for real. But then, Midoriya saved her. She couldn't help but to see him with another eyes. Her heart accelerated when he protected her by punching the villain in the face just to help her. Was it the suspension bridge theory? Maybe, but she already liked him as a friend. He didn't judge her silent behavior, and even talked to her and read her messages, her only form of communication. He always smiled and was excited with each part of her quirk, being adorable. Also, she also discovered after the battle trial that he liked the Sentai heroes, well, not as much as others, but it was a shared like. Her cheeks blushed intensely while she hid her face in her knees. Oh no. She fell in love with him. I fell for him. She muttered, while her partner looked at her with confusion. She opened the chat, and saw that yesterday they added Mineta for saving Kuro, and started talking about Naruto. Ultra Girl, I only saw the first part, so I wanna join too. Them hands, hey, Kodai. You alright? Ultra Girl, yes. I had some problematic thoughts, but now I'm fine. Thanks for worrying about me. Them hands, you're welcome. That's what our friends for. Them hands, oh yeah. I wanted to tell you. Shishida, Komori and I managed to convince almost the entire class that it was a real villain attack and there were seriously injured people. Beast, the detail that the villains almost killed people was important to the public opinion. Juzo, only Monoma and Bakugo still thought that you were searching for attention and you were weak. They are some kinda assholes. Tenya Ida, how they could think that? Everyone got in danger there. Juzo, Idk. They have a completely altered perception of reality. They usually only scream and yell most of the time. I wouldn't take them too seriously. Melter, too soon, is just 9 a.m. Tenya Ida, Ashido. Is a great hour to wake up and be productive. Melter, Ida, yesterday I fought against an XHBTNST with a quirk that allowed him to explode everyone's clothes. Let me sleep. Them hands, you know? Probably I'm gonna sound like a bad person, but I'm glad that I wasn't there to see that terrible thing. Melter, nah, I was with Sato and Gabuman. They were surprised, but they didn't seem very affected. She's right. That man was really weird. Gabuman exclaimed. Them hands, anyway. Today we are gonna visit Izuku, Kuro and Mizo at the hospital. Who's coming? Dino Gal, me. Now let me sleep. Melter, ditto. Tenya Ida, me. Beast, I'll go with a book so they can entertain themselves. Mushroom, I can gift them a mushroom that creates a good aroma and is not nocive. Juzo, I doubt that the nurses are gonna let you give them that. I can't go, sorry. Erosenin, V doesn't let me exit the house without her. I will go with my pal. Spectre Girl, I can't go. My family is busy and I can't leave them. I will go tomorrow. Miss Gravity, I can gift them some machi. Them hands, Uraraka, not everyone eats machi 24/7 as you. Miss Gravity, that's because they don't understand that it's a food fit for the gods. Ultra Girl, me and Gabuman will also go. I wanna thank Izuku in person. Hero Nerd, perfect. Izuku is relatively good and Kuro should wake up soon. I'll wait for you at the entrance to show you their room. At the evening, the group were reunited at the entrance of the hospital. Nice to meet you all. I'm V, Minoru's partner, the fun Beamon in Mineta's head bowed. Thanks for coming. Kuro woke up 2 hours ago. But, she's slightly grumpy, the fox Digimon told them when she approached. What? Why? Itsuka asked. Well, she has some personal problems with her evolution, but the main reason why she's annoyed was the visit of Azui an hour ago, the fox answered while started walking. Mineta frowned, Azui? I don't think that ended well. After all, she told her that she was a traitor when we were surrounded. I doubt that she wants to see her. Minoru remembered the punch the frog received after. He knew well the tense relationship almost every light and dark Digimon had thanks to V's explanation, so telling someone that it was a traitor or evil just by that was enough to anger anyone. OF dash. She's gonna be said, Setsuna sighed, she came here to accuse her while she's recovering? That's not how it went, Rinamon told how it went. No, the direct answer of the Gazamon surprised Tsuyu and Izuku, while Rinamon stood silent. Why not? I already apologized, Ribbit, she asked while tilting her head. So what? You were a total beach with me and Impmon this whole time, and you want me to forgive you only because you asked? No, honey, that's not how it works, Kuro frowned. What more do you want her to do? Otamaman asked angrily. Well, for starters she could stop being a BSTRD with us. That could improve greatly our opinion on her. If you really want forgiveness, then treat us like normal, and then I will forgive you. The Gazamon answered directly. Tsuyu stood silent for a couple of seconds. Understood, Ribbit, then, she turned around and left the room. Kuro, Izuku frowned at his friend. No, Aizu. Don't look at me like that. I have all the rights to be angry. The Dark Digimon is a stupid qualification to separate the good from the bad, just so everyone could treat us like sheet. So I'm sorry if I don't want to forgive a girl who was just an a-hole with every one of us, and, oh no. She realized that not all of us are BSTRDS. She answered with fury, I saved her not because I wanted her to apologize or to be a good person. I did it because that's what heroes are supposed to do, despite I hate her or she's an imbecile in my opinion. Makes sense that she's angry, Itsuka said after hearing the whole story. Despite that the topic of dark Digimon are all bad is specious and wrong, it can't be denied that there are a percentage of them that are actively evil, but that doesn't mean that everyone must be treated equal, Renamon nodded. I mean, Kuro also fought dark Digimon in the USJ after what Mineta's told us, so she doesn't mean to defend each one of them, but only the ones who doesn't deserve that ostracism and hate. Shishida adjusted his glasses. I hope what happened doesn't affect her in the long term, Mina frowned. It would be a problem in the class, Coco nodded. I don't think so. Kuro's easily grumpy, but in no time gets back to normal, Itsuka shrugged. She knew her for years, and knew how easy was her mood to change. Yui nodded with a slight frown. When they arrived at the door, Kuro was on the bed reading manga while Izuku was sitting in one chair in the room while watching the TV. The news were talking about the attack in the USJ and the possible repercussions. When the green-haired boy turned his head and saw them, he smiled. Guys. He stood up with a jump. His arm was bandaged and in a sling. I'm so glad that you're okay. I couldn't see the messages because I was being revised, and when the medic healed me I fall asleep and... Izuku was interrupted by Setsuna's floating hand, who held an apple and put it in his mouth. Relax, Parsley. We understand. Renamon told us. We're glad that you're also okay, Setsuna gestured with her hand. Yui approached Izuku with a serious expression. Kodai, how are? Ha! He was suddenly hugged tightly by her. Thanks for saving me, she mumbled in low voice, and soon took a step back. Her face was slightly red. Izuku's froze in place like stone, blushed like a tomato and unable to say something. Izuku.exe stopped working. Please, close the program or wait until it responds, Mina giggled, while Setsuna's hand waved in front of his unreacting face. Yup. You crashed him, Kodai. Good job, Tokage thumbed up. Kuro snorted with fun at the spectacle while Renamon looked at her partner with a deadpan expression. Clearly the incident didn't affect his nervousness with women, the yellow Digimon muttered. It took a couple of minutes for Izuku to recover, but he couldn't look at Yui without becoming a tomato. Well, how are you two going? Uraraka asked to change the topic. Bored, but better than yesterday. They don't let me move properly even though I'm almost completely healed. Digimon healers are something else, Kuro shrugged. The healing quirks were somewhat rare, but with the arrival of the Digimon, the medicine field enlarged with their abilities and members, including direct healing or treatments for the pain from them. So, you will be discharged soon? Uraraka asked. Yes. Tomorrow I should be in home, the Gazaman nodded. We heard from the police that Aizawa got his arm hurt by the villain, and 13 needed surgery, but they will recover without permanent damage. Ida chopped. Izuku looked at Terriermon, and then remembered something. Oh, yeah. I wanted to see someone too, but, he looked serious. Something's wrong, Shroom? Kinoko asked. Well, the one I wanted to visit is in a room with constant vigilance because she is one of the Digimons from the League, Midoriya sighed. Oh true. The Garuramon, Ida frowned. The one you fought? Is safe? Isn't she bad? Mina asked. Well, as far as we know, no, but right now we can't get her room. Is watched by the police even after she got interrogated, Izuku explained with seriousness. I wanted to ask her some things, but they don't let me go in. What's going on with that Digimon? Wasn't she with the villains? Kendo asked. Well, when we got warped, one of the Digimon told us that she lost control and it wasn't her fault. Also, when I analyzed her, part of her data was corrupted, Izuku said to the group. Corrupted? But, the Digimon looked worried. That's some bad news. The corruption is nothing natural. Something or someone had to do it, Gaomon tried to explain to the humans. That's worrisome, Funbimon said. She didn't like it a single bit. So the villains have a way to manipulate Digimon? I can't start to comprehend the dangers of that, Shishida gulped. Let's not worry about it. I'm sure that the pro-heroes will solve it. We bring you some gifts. Uraraka raised the package she was carrying. That's true. We came here to see you, not to discuss things we don't know. Ida pointed the basket full of fruits. Thanks, guys. That's a great detail from you. Izuku smiled. Yui nodded with energy while holding a movie of Ultraman to watch it in the hospital. Well, we could watch this. Is better than what is showing the TV, Kuro said. Kodai's eyes were shining. Great idea, but isn't the TV a little tin? Oh, true, Mina's speech was interrupted by Yui when she touched it and enlarged thrice her size. Soon, all of them were distributed among the chairs and the bed. With the remote, they started the movie. Thanks for joining this reunion. We have to discuss what happened, Nizu said in the meeting room. Everyone in the UA staff was there, except Aizawa and 13. Tashinori and Leomon had some bandages through their bodies. The police already arrested the villains and Digimon. There was more than 80 suspects. But it looks like there have been complications, Mike informed while he was reading the documents. Yes. More than the half of the Digimon suffered experiments by some scientists. The Digivists can't read part of their data, and they present some marks in different parts of their bodies. One of them was responsible of the death of at least 7 villains and at least 5 Digimon, but she looks disoriented, and has shown symptoms of depression by the guilt of what she did, Nizu continued. Looks like one of the villains forced a Digivolve on her and she lost completely the control of her body. Nizu took a plastic bag which contained a Digivice with cracks in the entire surface. Is that a Digivice? It looks like it could broke in any second, Mike frowned, while his partner nodded. A purple dragon. Punkmon, male. Champion level and virus attribute. This dragon reptile Digimon evolved by taking in data on music and fashion from punk rock culture. His personality is aggressive and rebellious, as if he was embodying the anarchic spirituality of punk rock by himself. He has an anarchist at heart who rarely listens to what others say and loves to perform and stay in the lights constantly. His signature moves are Blitzkrieg Bop, in which covers his bronze knuckles in fire and hits the enemies, and Anarchist Flame, when he throws a blue flame through his mouth. It looks like it has been modified, or even created by analyzing different Digivices. The info in them was incomplete and only could be accessed the evolution line. This was from the partner of the Greymon that Azui-san, Mineta-san and Kuro-san fought. The Digimon itself didn't show a single emotion when it recovered consciousness. It hasn't said a single thing, or even any intelligence. Like a robot or marionette, Namuri explained, the brain showed no signals when they did the tests, so, they can confirm that to whoever did to that Digimon was the same as to killing it. The authorities decided to turn it back to a Digiegg. She frowned after reading that. They basically euthanized him due to the lack of any living signal from the Agumon. That's terrible, Snipe bowed his head in respect. Despite still being interrogated, some of the first arrested villains who were interrogated talked about a league of villains that contacted them and paid a good amount of money to perform this attack. It seems that this group has contacts and monetary power to planificate and perform an operation of this level. Power Loader nodded while reading the inform. And what about the Digimon who were experimented? Vlad King asked. His partner was standing still at his side. Some of them had memory problems, but others explained what happened. I will not describe what is written here, Chio frowned with disgust. That part of the info was unethical, horrible, and enough to have nightmares. Oh my god. I want to puke. Namuri's expression was one of sickening. The testimonies talked about dismembering them or opening their bodies, analyze their insides, and add external data, changing them physically, with some of the test subjects dying in the process. Don't worry, Nem. We will catch them. Her partner patted her legs with his short arms. Lalamon varies. Rookie level and data attribute. This cute plant Digimon can fly rotating the leaves on its head. Don't let the lack of expression fool you, because it has a great charm. Its signature move is Seed Blast, in which it throws seeds from its mouth at great speed with precision. Thanks, Lala. That's horrible. Midnight trembled with fury. Her partner usually was in the waiting room while she was doing classes, sunbathing. We don't have any location or names despite the ones they referred by themselves. Kurogyri and Shigaraki were the only ones that can be confirmed as part of the organization. The minor villains weren't affiliated with the League except for the pay and contact from Kurogyri. Both quirks weren't in the register, so they probably aren't in the civil either, Nizu spoke. This attack was with one clear intention, to kill All Might and as much students they could, probably to send a message to the world or by pure hate towards the heroes. We don't know their true capacities and influence, but the sole fact that they could afford so many people and the technology to manipulate various Digimon's data to the extreme of mentally killing them and create artificial Digivices. They clearly aren't alone. Whoever is helping that Shigaraki is dangerous, Hisashi spoke. And also, he was speaking so easily about that Nomu and the Digimon. He clearly liked the sound of his voice. Leomon was incredibly serious and that boy with them. I don't know why, but it gives me some bad vibes. That monster was found in the surroundings of the USJ. Like the Agumon, it didn't show any sign of emotion or intelligence. It didn't even fought in the arrest, Nizu said. They said that it had multiple quirks, only one person could do that. Yagi's fists were shaking by pure fury. Might you don't mean, his partner looked at the blonde hero. He remembered that fight. It took him months to recover his strength to return to be a Leomon, and Toshinori lost part of his organs. Yes. Despite we thought he died, we never found the body. We should have made sure of it. He's probably alive. Yagi took a deep breath. Who are you talking about? Ectoplasm asked. The most fearsome villain that ever existed? A person able to steal quirks by a single touch, All Might growled. What? I thought they were only a mere legends, Mike frowned. No. Is as real as the sun is above our heads. Leomon and I fought against him 5 years ago, he was the one who made my injure. We thought we killed him, but looks like it wasn't the case, Toshinori nodded. But his behavior has changed. In the past he could have appeared in the USJ to steal any quirk he could have found interesting, and then killed everyone to demonstrate his dominance, Leomon explained. He knew well his actions, so he probably hasn't recovered from the battle, and that made him more cautious. It's really unlikely that anyone could heal by those injuries. Might blew his entire head after that monster destroyed his organs, the lion explained. It was a complete battle to the death? And that thing is still alive after he lost his head. He amassed a great amount of quirks, maybe one of them allowed him to stay alive the enough time to be saved by one of his subordinates, Yagi theorized. Those are some worrying news, but if he's really injured and he can't actively act gives us some freedom to prepare and fight the League, Mike nodded. Yeah. Those BSTRDS are gonna pay. Punkmon exclaimed while he breathed fire to the air. I will contact some people, so we can organize and upgrade the security of the school to prevent that something like this happens again, Nizu nodded. Yagi, I will need your help to contact with the Island to help us find a way to counteract the corruption of the experimented Digimon and try to help the ones with free will, the director said to Toshinori. Understood. I will call David and see if he can help us. Her daughter is also a genius with technology, so maybe she also can provide assistance as well, the number one hero nodded. Perfect. Then, only remains the sports festival as a topic, Nizu started to smile deviantly. Everyone in the room knew that someone was gonna suffer. Nothing good came when the director made that expression. Inko was with Izuku and his Digimon to accompany them to leave the hospital. The fact that she wasn't when their friends came yesterday was simple. Itsuka told her about the meeting, and she decided to return home to give them some privacy. But she couldn't help but wait sneakily at the entrance to see Izuku's friends. Her baby had so many of them. And all the girls were pretty. Anyway, when Mother-Son and the 2 Digimon were gonna leave, a detective approached them. Are you Izuku Midoriya? I'm Naomasa Tsukachi. Sorry to interrupt your leave, but Nizu told us that you were here. Inko took a step forward, standing in between Tsukachi and her son. What's happening? What do you need from Izuku? Nothing serious, ma'am, we only want to accompany us to meet someone. One of the Digimon who were arrested is asking to see him. She says something like, the boy with fluffy green hair and cute face who helped me. Izuku's face became incredibly red with Naomasa's words. Don't space out now, Izuku. Renamon poked his cheek to make him react, and shook his head. Okay. Is she fine? The boy asked. More or less. She was fully cooperative and we confirmed that everything she said was true. But right now, we think she's more a victim than a criminal. Follow me. The group returned to the elevator. In the 4th floor, they stood outside a room watched by an armed police, in this case is for her safety. The rest of the Digimon and suspects are in constant observation to not attempt anything weird or suffer any kidnapping from the League, the detective explained. When Naomasa opened the door, there was the Lunamon from the USJ. There was multiple black, irregular marks running across her right ear, almost arriving at her face. The Digimon tensed for a second, but when she saw Izuku, her eyes shined slightly. It's you. Renamon and Kuro looked at each other with worry. She had similar marks as the Greymon the Gazamon fought, but instead of going across all of its body like the champion, only her right ear looked affected. We will give you some space, the fox said, and closed the door. Did you find anything about that corruption? Kuro asked with a frown. I can't tell you that much because classified info, but you got attacked by them, so I guess I can reveal some details. We can confirm that the corrupted Digimon got external data forced into their beings, and affecting their bodies, Tsukachi explained briefly. He couldn't tell them about the preliminary analysis, and the incoming help of Island. So they got kidnapped and forced them to fight? Inko asked with horror. Some of them were not, but the majority were, Naomasa nodded. Meanwhile, I'm so glad that you're okay. When I woke up I was already here, and they didn't let me move. They started asking me a lot of questions. I was scared, but I wanted to see you, and, she started babbling at high speed. Only because Izuku got used to doing the same that he could understand her. I'll leave this room because I wasn't healed, and... Oh my gosh, your broken arm. Are you okay? I remembered what happened and... Don't worry about it. I also wanted to see how you were, but they didn't let me see you. Me and my friends are alright, and my arm is already fine, he answered as fast as he could. Oh. I see. That's nice. She went silent awkwardly. She clearly was uncomfortable. I wanted to make sure that you were okay, and that you, well, weren't too injured by my fault. Or even your class by the others. Everyone on my class are fine. Only 3 of us got slightly serious injured, but nothing really terrible, Izuku smiled, trying to reassure her. It's just, I remembered what happened. How I could see and feel everything, but I was trapped inside my body. Lunamon started trembling when she recalled what happened. Hey, is okay. That wasn't your fault. Izuku was worried. No, it was. If I was able to control myself, I wouldn't have killed everyone. I wouldn't have tried to kill you. The Digimon yelled while punching the bed she was sitting. Stop blaming yourself for things out of your control. Izuku answered while clenching his fist. Why do I feel like an hypocrite now? But I remember killing them. How their blood tasted. I can't forget something like that so easily. I close my eyes and see their dead bodies. How can I stop blaming myself if I can't stop seeing their blood staining the snow? Her tears ran across her face. I don't know. Izuku lowered his head. He couldn't understand what she was feeling, or how terrible that experience was, but I want to make you understand something. That wasn't your fault. No matter that it was your body, you weren't the one who digivolved, they forced you to do it. You lost control because someone decided to force you to become Ta-Garuramon, not by your choice. He got closer, so, please, don't blame yourself. I know it can be really hard sometimes. Some hurtful memories came to his mind, remembering that kids, especially the not well-educated ones, can be terrible persons, but the first thing you asked me was why I saved you, and I will keep telling you the same, because you needed help. Then, she jumped to him and began crying while hugging Izuku. Thank you, thank you, thank you. After some minutes, Renamon opened the door, and saw her friend sitting in a chair with the Lunamon clinging him, asleep. Everything okay? We couldn't help but hear part of the conversation. Cons of enhanced hearing, she pointed at her and Kuro. Yes. I think. Well, not entirely. She clearly needs psychological help, Izuku answered. He was worried about the Digimon in his arms and the obvious signs of depression she showed. Kuro frowned, noticing something. Izu, your pocket is emitting light. The boy was confused at first, but when he sent his hand to the pocket, he picked his Digivice, which screen was flashing slightly. Now his green device, which had two corners of different colors, now had the bottom right with a light blue tone. Oh, he understood what happened. Tsukachi, who heard everything, pinched the bridge of his nose with a sigh. That complicates everything. Parsley's harem, and friends. Hero Nerd, guys? I have some news. Good news? We are free to go now. Spectre Girl, that's fortunate. Dino Gal, are there any bad news? Hero Nerd, well, not bad, just strange. It seems now I have a third partner. Dino Gal, what? Send a pic? Hero Nerd, wait. Hero Nerd, send a picture. Izuku was holding a sleeping Digimon between his arms. Her ear had some strange black marks. She was a slightly pinkish white with blue details and a pink ribbon. Mushroom is adorable. Hero Nerd at Miss Gravity, she said that she had a brother Terriermon. We have to meet ASAP. Miss Gravity, okay. I'll tell Terriermon. We'll be there in 1h more or less. Beast, what's happening? In Vizicure, Uraraka's partner had a sister from whom he was separated when he came to our world, and it was a Lunamon. Them hands, so? Izuku find his sister? Hero Nerd, Renamon here. Is probably. It's really hard to meet a Lunamon which has a brother Terriermon in this world. But there is a small issue. She was in the USJ. Izuku can't write well because he's holding her. Tenya Ida, she's the Garuramon. Is she okay? Hero Nerd, she's traumatized and she will need psychological help along with moral support. Let's just say that the black marks in her ear are not there for decoration. Them hands, that's terrible. I hope she can recover soon. Hero Nerd, we don't know. Right now she has episodes of chronic pain through her entire body, and the medics told us that she has constant nightmares. She will sleep with me so I can help her if something like that happens in the night. We already talked to the authorities to make sure that everything is fine and now we're heading towards home. Melter, poor thing. I want her to understand that she can trust us. Even Liz says that she has a great look. Hero Nerd, thank you guys. Ochako and her partner stood in front of the door. You ready, Terriermon? I don't know. We separated 3 years ago, but I want to meet her again. I'm as good as I'll be. Let's go. The small Digimon nodded with determination. Uraraka knocked, and soon, Inko opened the door. Come inside. I'm glad to meet you, Uraraka. The woman smiled at the girl. Thanks, Miss Midoriya. She bowed along with her partner. Come, Izuku and Lunamon are in Renamon's room. I will prepare some tea. The older woman guided them to the previous guest room, now Renamon's. The fox and the Gazamon were watching the TV in the couch, giving Izuku and Lunamon space for her to prepare mentally. I recommend you knock first. She's slightly tense, Inko advised and went to the kitchen. The duo nodded. Terriermon took a deep breath, and after some seconds, he knocked. Midoriya, it's us. Can we enter? Ochako asked. Some tense seconds of silence after, Izuku opened the door. Yes, please. When Terriermon entered the room, and saw the Lunamon, he froze. It's you. You are here. He took a nervous step forward. Brother, her eyes became worse, and soon they were hugging. I was so scared. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said those things. I'm also sorry. I shouldn't have let you alone. Both Digimon were crying in the middle of the room. Uraraka was wiping her tears with a handkerchief. We should give them some space, she said to Izuku, who nodded. Both left the room as quietly as possible. The boy sighed with relief. They are reunited at least, but I'm still worried. He took out his Digivice, and opened the data of Lunamon to show it to Ochako. The words didn't change a bit. Lunamon, female, partially corrupted. Rookie level and data attribute. This mammal Digimon was born from the fusion of moon observation data. Its large ears can recognize sounds from any distance. Although timid, Lunamon often gets lonely and easily grows attached to others. Corrupted data. Some info is not available. This Digimon is corrupted. The side effects of the corruption can't be identified without a deeper analysis. Despite the fact that she appears now as my partner, her info is still incomplete due to the corruption. And if I go to the evolution page, he showed the evolution tree. The line of Garuramon was cut with a word above, not recommended. Danger, she can digivolve to a Garuramon, but even the device tells me not to do it. I don't know if she wants to go to school with us, or if she even wants to be a hero. I don't know if she can fight in that state without hurting herself. You can ask her. Terriermon told me that both wanted to help people. Maybe she still wants to become a hero? Uraraka asked. Maybe, if she doesn't want to do it, I will not force her. She can stay at home and help mom or do some hobbies. Izuku frowned. He didn't want to force anyone to do something they didn't want to. Well, I think you can leave them for a couple of minutes before you enter again, Renamon said. Inko brought some tea for everyone, which Ochako thanked. Then, the Digimon and the students entered. We have tea. When everyone got comfortable, Ochako couldn't help but observe Lunamon. She looked slightly pale, and the marks in her ear only added to her ill look. So, Lunamon, what plans do you have? She asked. Huh? She looked at the girl with surprise. I think she refers to your situation. You can stay home if you want, or you can come to the school with us, Renamon explained. I don't know. I wanted to help people, but now I'm not sure if I can do it after everything that happened, she admitted nervously. Well, you still have some days to think calmly. If you don't want to come with us, it's also okay, Izuku smiled at her. Okay. I will consider it, Lunamon sipped the tea. Tomorrow we will meet with Kendo at the dojo to try some things. You want to come with us? That way you can meet some of our friends. Izuku offered. You don't have to come with us if you don't want to. You can stay with Inko, Ukuro explained. The white Digimon stood silent for a couple of seconds, but soon she gave her answer. The next day, Izuku and his partners entered the dojo. Huge Lunamon looked around with surprise and unease. Don't worry. No one's gonna tell you anything. We are going into a private room, Izuku reassured her. When they opened the door, Itsuka was finishing preparing some training mannequins with Gaomon. Hello, guys. She waved with a smile. What's up? The blue Digimon raised his fist. So you're Lunamon? I'm Itsuka Kendo, nice to meet you, she bowed to her along with Gaomon. The pleasure is mine, the Digimon copied them, unsure. Don't worry. You can sit there or wait outside if you're uncomfortable. We came here to test Kuro's new evolution, Renamon explained. So you want to make sure that everything is okay, right? Gaomon nodded. More or less. In the USJ she fought against some people, but we want to know how much time she can stay in that form, or if she's fine with it, Izuku said. Also, are you sure you want to do this, Kuro? If you are not comfortable you can refuse. The Gazamon took a deep breath. I'm fine, Izu. It's just, I will need some time to get used to it, so we better start as soon as possible. Lunamon, will you be okay? Renamon asked directly. I can go home with you if you want. Don't worry about me. As long as I don't have to evolve, I'll be fine. She shook for 1 second on the bench, but nodded. Izuku and Renamon sat at her side, with their notebooks ready. Okay, you can start, Kuro. When Izuku gave the signal, the Gazamon shined, and soon transformed. A black cat appeared in 1 second. Itsuka took her orange Digivice to analyze the new form. Black Gatamon, female. Champion level and virus attribute. This dark beast Digimon is usually the representation of evil and mischief, usually spending her days wandering through the darkness for surprise attacks. Due to being an extremely rare mutation of Gatomon, very few are thought to exist. Her claws are copies from Saberliamon's data, like her other version. Black Gatomon is malicious and prideful, and loves picking on the weak, so they usually are problematic Digimon to meet. They usually evolve into a fallen angel Digimon. Her signature moves are Lightning Paw, also known as Cat Punch, in which uses her strength and sharp claws to punch her enemies with anger, and Cat Tail, in which uses her tail as a powerful whip. I wasn't expecting too much about the analysis data, she complained. Her voice was slightly deeper and more mature. How do you feel? Izuku asked, not wanting to think about how attractive her friend's new voice was. Well, I feel less, not angry, but more calm, and at the same time a small voice in my head tells me to do bad things. Is kinda annoying, she admitted. That's your instinct of being a Black Gatomon. It usually pushes you to act in a specific way. While you were a Gazamon, you were easily irritated because of their natural short temper due to the same reason. She closed and opened her paws. I'm still feeling mad when I see my hands, but I can control my anger easier than before. I didn't notice in the USJ, but I feel stronger, she commented, and approached a mannequin. With a quick punch, she disassembled it in pieces. Its torso had a remarkable hole with 3 wounds of claws. I have to punch it several times to break them, Gaomon admitted, jealous of his friend. Kuro started panting slightly heavier. Okay, I need some concentration to keep this form. Then, she returned to being a Gazamon. That's tiring, more than I expected. I think I could have held the evolution for 1 more minute, but that's all. You did it great, Kuro. You clearly were faster and stronger while evolving, so it makes sense that you consume more energy to maintain it, Izuku spoke while finishing to write his notes. So, a good objective could be to increase your endurance to hold the new level for extended PRDS of time and get used to it, Renamon nodded. How hard are those mannequins? Lunamon asked. Well, they are used for rookie Digimon to train. You want to try attacking one? Itsuka offered. The white Digimon frowned thoughtfully, and she stood up, moving to the left dummy. She raised her hands, and in front of her antenna appeared a water orb, then she shooted it to the mannequin, who got pierced by the projectile from side to side, before the orb vanished in the air. The rest of the room were surprised by the strength of the Lunamon. I shouldn't have done that, right? She asked nervously. How? How did you do that? Their insides are filled with metal. Itsuka asked. She knew well how resistant those dummies were. I don't know. I just shooted it with my tearing shot. Lunamon was unsure and uneasy. You are strong, Lunamon. That's great. Izuku was smiling brightly. Renamon was writing in her notes. There had to be a reason why she was that strong being so young. Well, right now we want to achieve the champion form as soon as possible. Itsuka noticed the discomfort of Lunamon, and tried to change the focus, so, right now we are focusing on speed and strength. That's a good choice. I also wanted to keep training to improve my capabilities. Renamon took off her robes, and began to walk around. Izuku, remember, your mother told us to not allow you training. Izuku pouted. Despite he recovered completely, her mother wanted him to not perform any physical effort at least for another day. He understood her worries, but it was frustrating. So, while Kuro and Renamon started training along with Itsuka and Gaomon, a grumpy Izuku sat there with Lunamon, who was using Izuku's phone with interest, navigating through Hero Tube, specifically about flowers and botany. The rest of the week went by. Lunamon got used to living with everyone, and slowly got comfortable with the others. She was really attached to Izuku, and usually followed him whenever he went. She clearly considered him as a support anchor, but after some talk, everyone decided to watch some time, and decide depending on her future behavior. In the TV appeared news talking about the attack of USJ, and the League of Villains. The police talked about how they used Digimon against their will, corrupting them and damaging their data in the process, showing photos of different parts of Digimon with similar black marks as Lunamon. The descriptions of Shigaraki and Kurogiri spread and advised that if anyone had info about the suspects, that they had to contact authorities as soon as possible. So, it was time to return to school. Everyone was at the entrance. Everyone's ready? Yes, Lunamon was wearing a red bow tie as uniform. Mina almost passed out by cuteness when Izuku sent a pic. Then, let's go to the train. Renamon picked the white Digimon and put her above her shoulders. After 30 tense minutes on the train because everyone was talking about the news, and a 7-year-old girl tried to kidnap Lunamon because she mistook her for a plushie, they arrived to the UA. I still can't believe how big this place is, Lunamon said, amazed. You get used to it. Let's go to class, Renamon answered, while Kuro was still playing a video game with Izuku's phone. The boy confiscated the smartphone. Hey. At least pause it. The Gazamon pouted. While the classes were cancelled, Yagi called an old friend. Tashinori. I'm so glad to see you again. A middle-aged man with brown, short hair appeared on the screen. It could be seen an android Digimon with a robotic brain in a glass. Datamon, none. Perfect level and virus attribute. This machine-type Digimon was originally a vaccine type whose objective was to recover lost data from broken computers, but an attack from a virus Digimon made it go mad. It loves to manipulate every kind of machinery, and if not calmly enough, it can go berserk and make a mess out of any digital info or machine. Its signature move is digital bombs, in which it throws small informatic viruses from its fingers to damage their enemies. Hello, Mr. Yagi, Leomon, Datamon greeted them while working at some machine. How have you been? Leomon asked politely. We have been very busy. Everyone is so focused on the iExpo that is a frenetic ambience. David was happy to see his old friend again. Yagi and his partner looked at each other. Well, we wanted to ask for your help, but if you're busy, Yagi frowned. Maybe they could ask him for advice instead of help? Oh, no. There's no problem at all. What do you need, Yagi? David was ready. Well, did you know what happened in the UA? Leomin frowned. No, I didn't have much time to see the news. Something's wrong? Shield asked. All Might and his partner explained everything they could, the villain attack, the League and the experiments with Digimon, so we wanted you to help us to create a way to analyze the corrupted Digimon and try to heal them. Say no more. I will pack some things and travel to Japan. Mind if I bring Mel and Gardraman with me? David asked. That could be great. I wanted her to meet one of my students. In fact, Yagi smiled. When Izuku opened the door, everyone turned around. Hello, guys, he waved nervously. Midoriya. I'm glad that you're okay. Doraemon told me what happened. Is your arm okay? Yaoyorozu approached Midoriya with her partner. Yes, I'm fine. Don't worry, he looked away nervously. Lunamon was hiding behind his legs, looking at everyone in class. Terriermon jumped from Ochako's desk and ran towards her, sister. When she heard his brother's voice, both hugged. Huh? Sister? Jairu looked with curiosity. She's kinda cute. Oi, Midori bro, you have another partner? Kirishima asked loudly. Wait, what's in her ear? Shiro asked. Is that corruption? Momo squinted her eyes, looking at the marks. Well, how do I explain? Izuku took a step forward to cover Lunamon. Everyone, calm down, please. Midoriya's new partner is shy. Ida stood up and chopped the air. Izuku smiled at Tenya with gratitude. Thank you, Ida. She's Lunamon, my new partner. She's really timid, so please, don't bother her with questions. Izuku asked. But, she really has corruption, Ribbit? Tsuyu asked. Yes. Now, please, stop asking, Izuku insisted. Azui nodded, picked Lunamon with his arms, and walked to their seats. Clearly Nizu already knew he had a third partner, because his table was bigger and with 4 chairs. Doraemon looked at the white Digimon with curiosity. Then, he realized who she was, and opened his eyes widely. Soon, the door opened again, and Aizawa entered along with Pixelmon. The teacher had his arm bandaged almost completely. Good morning, class, he said with his usual tired expression. Hello, teacher. We're glad to see you well. Ida bowed. Thank you, Ida, but don't worry about me, only my arm got injured fortunately. Now we have an important notice to tell you. Aizawa nodded. The sports festival is a month away, Pi. The fairy exclaimed. Is that really a good idea to celebrate it after the villain attack? Mineta yelled. The director wanted to cancel it, but the Hero Commission and the government didn't allow it. In exchange, Nizu managed to make them pay for the festival, and all the security measures, which there are more than ever this time. I can assure you that the sports festival is not precisely cheap, Aizawa smiled eerily. So, the Hero Commission wants to keep the festival up? Kaminari asked. They think that the sports festival will demonstrate that the villain attack did not affect us in the slightest, and we can show that the students are stronger than ever. Aizawa's expression made clear that he didn't share that idea. So, we have 1 month to prepare for the festival? Izuku asked. Precisely, Pi. You can ask me or Shoyuta to train if you want. We also encourage you to search for training partners, no matter if it's from this class or others, but some of the 1B students might have problems because there has always existed some rivalry between both classes and we have been informed about some troublemakers this year. Pi, Pixelmon nodded. Everyone nodded. Good, it's time to start the class of public management. Aizawa did a 1-hour lesson about the possible repercussions about the public image a hero had, and how the press could influence the opinion of the masses if you did something wrong, or said the wrong words. After the class, everyone was talking about the festival. I can't wait to show my skills. Kirishima exclaimed, while Gilman was doing poses. Everyone. Let's do our best. Ochako was emanating an aura while she was punching the air. DMN, she's exited. Kuro blinked like an owl after seeing her friend like that. Now that I recall, we never asked Uraraka's reason to be a hero, Izuku mumbled. Money? Izuku and Kuro was surprised. Yes. I know is not as noble as your reasons, but, she scratched the back of her head. No, is fine, I won't judge you. I understand that not everyone does this for the love of art like us, the Gazamon pointed at Rinamon and Izuku. Yes, is completely normal want economical payment for do your job, no matter what is it. Ida nodded. The group, conformed by Izuku, his partners, Uraraka, Terriermon, Ida, and Hagakure. Well, my parents don't have much money. They work at the construction and the business hasn't been going particularly well lately, so. I want to make sure they don't need money to live, she admitted with a blush. That's really nice, Uraraka. You want to make your parents have money doing a job that consists in save people and is dangerous. Toru exclaimed with joy. Thanks, the gravity girl was embarrassed. When everyone sat, Setsuna, Itsuka, and surprisingly Pony sat with them at that side of the table. Hello, everyone. I wanted to sit with you. Tsunatori talked in Japanese. Since the lessons with Izuku were interrupted, she had to study by her own. Don't worry, Tsunatori. You are always welcome to come with us. Ida chopped. Thanks. Midoriya, can we resume our lessons? I would like to keep learning Japanese, she asked with a small blush. Oh, of course. We can reanudate them after my training this evening, Izuku nodded. Perfect. Also, I wanted to present you someone. She opened her bag, and a small, brown Digimon with 3 horns appeared. This is Chakamon. Hello. Nice to meet you. The small Digimon talked in English. Omigo disacute. Hagakure was jumping on her seat. Hagakure, be careful with the table. Ida chopped the air. Fine. I also wanted to show you something. Toru kept silent and after some seconds, a floating hand appeared. I have been practicing. Now I can show my hand. My mom made the manicure to celebrate. Her nails were painted in pastel pink. That's really nice. I want you to tell me the brand of nail polish. Setsuna smiled at that. The hand soon disappeared. I will send it to the group. Also, Izuku and Ren, thank you again for that. No one could see it, but it was clear that she was smiling intensely. You're welcome. Izuku was blushing by that. There's no need to thank us. We would help anyone, the yellow Digimon nodded. Can I refer to you by your names? That's how we address each other in the USA, Pony asked. For me there's no problem, Tsunatori. Well, Pony now. Ochako smiled. In a moment, All Might appeared. Young Midoriya, can you come with me? I wanted to discuss you something about young Lunamon and other thing, and also prepared a lunch for you. He raised a bento. So cute. Uraraka, Hagakure and Setsuna thought. Okay, the human and his 3 partners stood up and walked by the number 1 hero. Why would All Might talk to them? Tsunatori asked. The rest of the group also were confused. Well, Lunamon was part of the kidnapped Digimon by the League, probably they want to corroborate some info. But it was strange, Ida noticed. Todoroki was looking at the green-haired boy with suspicion, not hearing the conversation. All Might and Midoriya. 4. Reference images. This is a sample of how Lunamon's marks are. Marks. I changed slightly the description of the Digivice. Here's the sample of Izuku's Digivice chapter text. Jairu was returning from the bath, when she saw Izuku with his partners following All Might. Strange, maybe it was because her quirk, but making her capable of hearing anything made her curious and nosy by nature. The group followed All Might to a room with Leomon. When they closed the door, the pro-hero began to emit smoke, and became skinny. Lunamon froze in place, and a couple of seconds later she screamed. Yeah, it can be a shock for anyone. Yagi coughed blood. He picked the handkerchief from his partner. But, you became skinny like a skeleton. How, what, why? Lunamon's mind was working at full speed. Wait, what? All Might can change forms? Jairu was in shock. She knew she shouldn't be hearing that, but the curiosity overcame her. Yes, is a secret, but this is my true form. I can only maintain the muscular one for less than 3 hours a day, Yagi snorted. Less than? You reduced your time again? Izuku asked, worried about his idol. Lunamon was still speechless. My time is getting shorted as time passes, and the fight with that Nomo was an extremely demanding one. But don't misunderstood it, young Midoriya. I would do it again for the sake of my students, Yagi affirmed with a serious expression, but enough of that. I didn't know that you had a new partner, but I admit that it was a stressful week. Yeah. I forgot to tell you about that. We were busy getting used to living, all of us, Izuku admitted. There's no problem at all. It has been a rough week. Well, first I wanted to talk about how is your body getting used to one for all, Toshinori answered. One for all? Wasn't Midoriya's quirk strength overcharge? Kyuka frowned. She got the impression that she found a secret that she shouldn't be hearing. Right now I can use 7%, soon I would be able to achieve 8%, Midoriya nodded. Good. I'm glad that you and young Rinamon began to think about their use after I gave it to you. If not, there would have been a terrible accident, Yagi nodded. Give his? Why I'm feeling that I shouldn't be hearing this. Lunamon was blinking like an owl. How do you think I feel? Jairu screamed internally. She knew that what she was doing was bad, but she couldn't stop now. Is understandable, young Lunamon, but now you are part of this group, so I can trust you this secret. Yagi smiled. Is imperative that you don't tell anyone this. Is a national secret, Leomon nodded. I screwed up. Jairu gulped. Well, I'm glad that you are making progress with it. And now, the main reason that we called you. We need your help, specifically from young Lunamon. All Might smiled kindly. Huh? Me? The white Digimon blinked surprisingly. Yes. We contacted an old friend from I-Island to investigate the corruption and the effects on the Digimon. We wanted you to allow us to read your data and analyze it so we can search for a cure for the experimentation that you and others have suffered, Leomon explained. We want to make you understand that you can refuse at any point. If you don't want to do it, we can ask for other Digimon to help us. Toshinori nodded. Lunamon stayed silent for various seconds. I will do it. If I can help to reverse this, she answered while clenching her fists. Thank you. We will contact David as soon as possible. They should be in Japan tomorrow, Yagi smiled. What? David Shield? The professor? The one who made your suits and is one of the most prominent scientists in the world? Izuku screamed. He was jumping from excitement. A small hit in the door and a groan of pain alerted everyone. Leomon moved to the door in less than a second, and when he opened it, everyone saw how Kyuka was limping, clutching her foot in pain. Ouch! When she looked above and saw the imponent figure of the Digimon, she giggled nervously. I was just passing by. Everyone knew that she overheard things. Rinamon facebombed. Kuro was pinching the bridge of her nose. Was this room not soundproofed? The Gazaman asked while sighing. Why I can't do a thing well. Yagi shrank in his seat with an horror expression. Leomon bringed her inside the room, looked outside to make sure that no one was around, and closed the door. For starters, how much did you hear? Don't lie to me, he demanded. Everything? Kyuka admitted nervously. Yagi slammed his forehead against the table with tiredness. Oh my god. Okay, it could be worse. At least is only her. Leomon tried to see the positive things. We have to explain her everything fastly, Rinamon admitted. That should work for Lunamon too. Can't we, erase her memories from this conversation? I'm pretty sure that there are quirks that can do that, Kuro admitted. There are some problems with that. First and most importantly, there are only a few users in the world which have that precise control with the human mind. A single mistake could affect her mind and erase other things, and there are even fewer that are willing to erase a teenager's memory without asking some questions, Yagi explained nervously. Jairu had an horror expression. And second, they are incredibly expensive, probably illegal, and she could recover her memories if the erasing is not incredibly well done, so it's not a viable option, Leomon sighed. It was time to explain some things? You are the successor of the #1 hero, which quirk was inherited from other hero before him, and the reason you are like a Greek statue is because without enough muscle your body would explode like a popcorn, Jairu said, trying to understand the incredible story. She was blinking like an owl. Basically, yes, Izuku admitted nervously. And you are in reality Yagi Toshinori, who teaches theoric heroics because you can't maintain your hero form for more than 3 hours a day. It was hard to believe that the idol of many kids and even heroes was unable to work more than a seventh of a day because of a horrible injury. She almost vomited when he lifted his shirt, while Lunamon looked horrified. Yes. I usually patrol the mornings when he teaches, so I can stay with him in the evenings for the practices, Leomon nodded. Is, a lot. Everything. It's hard to believe, but I can see it's true, she gulped. Even Yagi buffed himself to demonstrate. Her own curiosity made her know of a secret of generations that could scientists and villains kill for. Well, your reaction is completely understandable, but I have to insist that you have to keep quiet about everything you heard in this room, or there could be consequences for everyone in this school, Leomon advised with serious expression. He wasn't threatening, but instead warning her. You understood, Jairu nodded nervously. This conversation escalated too much, anyway. Tomorrow, wait for us to pick you up, and we will go to see Dave, understand? Yagi asked Izuku and his partner, who nodded. Good, you can go now. Yagi looked tired. The students and the 3 Digimon left the room. I know I said it already, but I'm sorry. I don't know why I followed you, I just saw you following All Might in. She started babbling while her jacks were twisting. Is okay. It's too late now for thinking what could have happened. Izuku took a deep breath. Next time we will be sure that no peeping Tom will be around before we talk about secrets, Kuro said brazenly. I'm not a peeping Tom. Jiru exclaimed with a blush. Oh, so you like to spy others? Was it called VYRSM? I mean, I don't judge others FTSH, the Gazamon snorted. She was annoyed, so she decided to mess up with her. Kyuka's face became so red that it could be confused as a cherry, and her jack moved in all directions. She nailed it, Renamon thought. I'm not a VYR. Jiru screamed loudly, while Kuro was laughing. When she recovered from her embarrassment, she picked her phone. Gimme your number. I'll give mine so we can talk outside the school. If you want to talk with anyone about your problems, she said with a small blush. Izuku's face became red, but they exchanged numbers. After class, Izuku was preparing to go to the Gamma gym alongside his partners, Pony and Chakaman, who decided to go with Izuku to train along before they could resume the lessons, but they were stopped by a numerous group of people. What are you doing here? Izuku asked, confused. Renamon squinted her eyes. I don't recognize almost anyone. Are they from the general course? The yellow Digimon asked. They are evaluating us, Kuro said with a frown. She knew the look of their eyes. So this is the famous 1A, and purple-haired boy said with a disgusting face. I was expecting something else. Are you serious? You look like you need a big meal, man. Your arms are thinner than noodles, Jiru snorted. You know, a lot of us from the general course didn't make for the heroic one, because the entrance exam is focused on destructive and flashy quirks, so no one except the ones bless, the boy started. Bullshit, Kuro interrupted him brazenly. The exam is focused on only destructive abilities? Undoubtedly, but don't bring us the sheet of only powerful quirks can pass, yada yada yada. This nerd here, she pointed at Izuku, ended second place without knowing he had a FING quirk, so your complaints are stupid. Is not the exam's fault of only trusting your quirk and not training physically a single day. Hagakure is FING invisible, and she's in the hero course. I'm not an expert, but I'm pretty sure that her power doesn't give her muscles worth of all might or something. She grinned annoyingly, angering the students from the general course. Shut your mouth. A Digimon like you wouldn't understand the problems we have to suffer from the ones with problematic quirks. Shinso frowned at her. Really? Are you going to use that shitty excuse? Okay. She turned to her partner, Izuku. What happened the first time you used the 100% of your quirk? She deadpanned while asking that. I broke my arm completely? The green-haired boy answered, unsure. There you go, someone with a problematic quirk, who made it to the course because he trained actively. And to add salt to the injure, he passed without using it. Now, let us pass before we call the teachers for bullying and molesting us. She showed her teeth. Why you? Shinso gritted his teeth. That's so unmanly, bro. A boy with metallic hair appeared. Those aren't manners to talk with others. So what? You want me to shut it and listen to all his complaints because he didn't make it because he was stupid? I don't think so, Kuro frowned. Clearly the attention you received from the USJ made you want more. Monoma fall unconscious. Monoma, I told you not to molest them. Tetsu, you too. They were in real danger. Itsuka yelled. But a characteristic blonde hair appeared. Deku, Bakugo stood there, with his usual angry expression. Ugh. We haven't gone long enough without having to put up with your outbursts of anger to miss them, Chihuahua, Kuro groaned. Shut your mouth, Beach. This is between that liar and me. Bakugo was gritting his teeth, while small sparks appeared from his palms. He saw how Lunamon and Renamon approached Izuku, trying to cheer for him. I don't care how many homeless, useless Digimon you get. I will FING wipe the floor with your body after you pay for lying and make fun from me all those years. He clearly was about to attack him, ignoring the advice of his partner of not attacking inside the school. If you do, you'll never set foot in this school again, a threatening voice was heard among the crowd. Aizawa was looking at the group with his eyes shining. This can be considered bullying or molesting, and threatening a student. If you attack one of my students, I will make sure that no matter what Ken says, you'll be expelled faster than All Might can say smash. Am I clear? Eraserhead was looking directly at Bakugo and Shinso. No matter how good your quirk is, your physical condition, and especially your personality can be crucial for you to become a hero or not, mainly because it's the teacher's decision. So, leave. Now. Bakugo growled at that, but he wasn't stupid, and knew that going against him would give a good excuse to expel him, like he said, so he turned around and left, constantly looking at Izuku with unfiltered rage. He will be a problem in the sports festival, Kuro sighed, knowing that he will become a headache. Who was he? He looked kinda, Lunamon asked. Grumpy? A-hole? Bastardish? Yes, the Gazaman answered, he's Bakugo, a not welcome old nuisance. We will have to be careful with him during the festival. Who knows what he could do, considering that he was gonna attack you in the middle of the school. Renamon frowned. Anyway, let's go to the gym now, before anyone decides that they want to annoy us more, Kuro sighed. So, Izuku, his partners, Pony, Chakaman, and surprisingly Setsuna and Toyaguman went to the Gamma gym. The 1B student decided that it would be a good moment to start training. So, how do you usually train, Parsley? Tokage asked after everyone changed to their PE uniform. Well, for starters, we do various laps to begin with. Izuku and the others began to stretch. After some minutes, they began to run in circles, close to the walls. Soon, it was clear that the one who hadn't too much endurance was Setsuna. How can you keep going? She asked after 15 minutes of literal running. Izuku wasn't even sweating, and Pony's body was prepared for long times walking and races. 5 minutes later, everyone stopped. Setsuna was about to pass out, panting like crazy. My lungs are gonna come out my body. Toyaguman's pieces were laying in the ground somewhere in the gym. He gave up a couple of minutes ago. Okay, now we can start training, the boy said with joy, not being tired at all. That wasn't training? Setsuna screamed. Parsley's harem, and friends. Dino Gal, Izuku, I hate you. Miss Gravity, what happened? Dino Gal, I can't feel my whole body. Your training is criminal. I felt I was gonna die at any second. We don't know how we even managed to return home. Invisicure, you're exaggerating, right? Dino Gal, 20 of literal running, 1.5 of various series of exercises and 10 last minutes of running. Everything without taking rests. And he wasn't tired. Hero Nerd, PC TBH, our training before UA was even infernal. Hero Nerd, PC, mentioned a message, this sheet here had to be followed every day without fail. You know the Tagoba beach? The one which was a dumpster? Well, we cleaned it in 10 months. Miss Gravity, wait, you cleaned that beach? I saw some photos, it was full of garbage. Hero Nerd, I know. It was really hard. Oh, wait. Hero Nerd, Pony wants to join us, because she saw our conversations. I'll add her in another one. Hero Nerd added Pony Tsunatori and Kyukajiro. Kyukajiro changed its name to Base Beach. Tenya Ida, Jairu. That's disrespectful. Base Beach, disrespectful to whom? Myself? Tenya Ida, Melter, she just appeared and made Ida speechless. Nice. Dino Gal, the name of this group is becoming each day more accurate. Pony Tsunatori changed its name to Cowgirl, not SXL. Erosenin, oh, I wanted to make a joke. Cowgirl, not SXL, I know that name. Jiraiya? Erosenin, she's a woman of culture. So, after the sports festival we see Naruto together? Them hands, first things first, Izuku's training are kind of intense, so I understand Tokage's reaction. Seconds, I don't think there's a problem to start after the festival. The next day after school, Izuku and his partners were waiting at the entrance. Soon, they saw Bearmon approaching them, and soon followed them through the UA's area. I'm so excited to meet Professor Shield. Izuku was overjoyed. My gosh, you are really excited, Kuro looked at her friend. He's the first and only colleague in equal terms that All Might has ever had. Of course I'm excited. Izuku explained. Yeah, save your nerdgasm when we're there, the Gazaman rolled her eyes. Soon, they were in front of one of the buildings inside the campus, which was similar to the Gamma Gym, but smaller. Why are we doing the analysis here? I didn't know that the UA had this kind of technology, Renamon asked. Nizu decided that it would be better if we performed these tests in a safe area such as the UA, instead of a facility in which it could filter the info, or had a spy. And seeing how easily our conversation was heard, I can understand these measures, Bearmite sighed. When they entered, they saw All Might in his skinny form with 2 other persons and 2 Digimon. You're David Shield. Oh my god. Is an honor. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Is a pleasure to meet you. He bowed in a perfect 90 degrees, in a form that could make Ida proud. Ha. I didn't know I have fans in the hero course. The man smiled kindly. It's my pleasure, especially knowing that you were able to enter the hero course without using a quirk. Wait, what? The blonde girl at his side looked at her father surprised, then she looked at Izuku with her eyes wide open. All Might told me, and I wanted it to be a surprise for you, Mel. He smiled deviantly. What, but, why did you do it without your quirk? She asked without understanding anything. Well, in fact, I didn't know that I had a quirk until after passing the entrance exam. It is an accumulative one, so it didn't show it until I trained my body intensely and increased its energy, he admitted nervously, still not getting used to the attention. So, you thought you were quirkless? Melissa asked. Yes? I also have the extra joint, he scratched the back of his head. You entered the hero course without having a quirk technically. She lowered her head, and started shaking. Yes, no one except my mom and my partners believed in me, but I made it, he smiled briefly. He demonstrated that anyone could enter the hero course, even if it didn't have a quirk. That? Amazing. You are incredible. I didn't know that anybody without a quirk could enter. You are really inspiring. Her eyes were shining with illusion. What? The boy and his partners were confused. I never thought I could meet a quirkless pal. Especially one that strong. She was jumping with joy. Wait, quirkless. You are one? Izuku blinked. Yes. I also have the extra joint too. Melissa looked extremely happy. Both teenagers started to talk fastly with excitement. Kuro deadpanned. She didn't know why, but she felt slightly jealous. Guys, you can talk later, we are here for the analysis, Rinamon said. Oh, it's true, both were embarrassed, with their faces red. Don't worry. Is completely normal. Please, young Lunamon, lie down here, he pointed at a strange machine. It was similar to an X-ray one in the hospitals with a mechanic ring. The machine had a screen and a keyboard on one side. With this machine, we can analyze your data, including the corruption. Our objective is to discover what part of it is the one causing problems, and hopefully find a way to get rid of it or make it compatible with you, because my theory is that the corrupted data is due to some incompatibility in your code. David explained, trying to make it simple so everyone could understand. Okay, she nodded, nervously. She approached the machine, and jumped onto it. Okay, Midoriya. Can you put your Digivice here? Melissa pointed to a small gap with the shape of the device. Izuku took his Digivice from his pocket. We have been investigating about the Digivice and we discovered that we can somewhat add info or use it with another machines, like a controller. An oxidized Digimon spoke with a robotic voice. Guardraman, none. Champion level and virus attribute. This machine Digimon protects the network firewalls. Its basic programming is focused on defending, so they are the perfect guard to anyone. Its signature move is Destruction Grenade, which pursues its foes until they are destroyed. Izuku started writing about Guardraman fastly in his notebook with the info the analysis gave and some theories, mumbling for himself. Melissa was paying attention to his analysis with interest. Can you update the Digivices? Rinamon asked with surprise. Well, not entirely. We discovered that the Digivice can interact with info or machines to adapt itself if is compatible. David answered. Izuku frowned, and put the device in the gap. The screen shined in white. Okay, now, Lunamon, can you lay down there? Melissa asked with a smile. When the Digimon obeyed, Dave turned on the device, and the ring surrounding the Digimon started moving from head to toe. David was looking directly at the screen. Interesting, we are locating the corruption. Do you feel good there? I'm fine. I'm not feeling anything, Lunamon nodded. I can see that corruption is distributed along all your data, but visually is only in your right ear. Fascinating, David frowned. Looks like there are more or less 26 to 27% of your data corrupted. Melissa explained. That much? Izuku exclaimed, with a terror expression. Yes, but the corruption data is not entirely unusable. If that was the case, she wouldn't be able to even walk. The problem is the code is foreignized to the Digimon, and is in its majority incompatible, David said. We will start the analysis. You ready? Lunamon nodded nervously. While the machine started the analysis, the Digivice screen began to flicker. Okay. Is slow, but we are decrypting it. The blonde girl was looking at the screen. It tickles, but is not painful, the white Digimon commented. We are almost finished. Hang in there a little more, David was writing on the keyboard, and frowned. Done. You can get up now. Lunamon jumped to the ground. We have 2 good news and 1 bad news. The good news is that we know what your corruption is. Whoever did that, tried to improve all of your stats by brute force. Despite it being somewhat working, it didn't fully accomplish it. I calculate that you are using only 50% of the extra data, but due to the time it has been inside your body, you have begun to absorb it slowly and adapt it for yourself. Soon you should stop suffering the chronic pain as your data acclimates to the corrupted one. David explained. And what is the bad news? Rinamon asked directly. The man with glasses sighed and took them off to clean them. The bad news is, because it happened some time after the experimentation and your body has started to absorb it, We cannot extract the data without severely damaging your Digicore. I'm sorry, he pinched the bridge of his nose. So, we can only wait for her to make that data compatible? Kuro asked with a frown. Unfortunately, yes. Although we don't know how much time it will take, it's clear that your Digicore is adapting faster as time passes. And about the marks, we can't confirm that they will disappear, or if they will stay like that. David looked down, with impotence for not being able to do anything. At least, we can use this info to elaborate a cure for those Digimon who haven't spent too much time with corruption. Melissa tried to see the positive side. At least it served some purpose, Lunamon sighed. Izuku took his Digivice, and pressed some buttons. Wait, Lunamon's info is updated. He exclaimed. Wait, what? Everyone approached the boy, who showed the info. Lunamon, female, corrupted at 27%. Rookie level and data attribute. This mammal Digimon was born from the fusion of moon observation data. Its large ears can recognize sounds from any distance. Although timid, Lunamon often gets lonely and easily grows attached to others. Despite her small size, she's full of power. Her signature moves are Luna Claw, which she can attack her enemies with her claws using Dark Power, Tear Shot, which concentrates her full power on her antenna and shots a painful water orb, and Lapier Ripple, twisting her ears to create a vortex of bubbles to swallow the foes. Corrupted data. The corruption strengthens all her stats in 30% with the downside of chronic pain. Her own body is absorbing the corruption and adapting it, slowly enhancing it even further. The current time until is fully absorbed is 80 days, 5 hours, 43 minutes, and 29 seconds. What? How is that? Melissa looked at the machine. The Digivice copied the program and improved its analysis with it? Incredible? The Digivices have some autonomy? Until now we send it information actively, but it never copied by itself. Mel, put your Digivice close to Midoriya's, David asked. When the girl did what he said, the screen of her device flickered. Then, she analyzed Lunamon. I can also see her info? Amazing. So, it can upgrade itself if they see a program that can enhance their uses? Renamon was writing in her notebook. I only have to endure it 3 months. Lunamon asked. Well, it says that is the time you will absorb every data. Probably is will not that much to stop feeling the pain, David nodded. Okay. At least it will happen soon, the white Digimon nodded. Changing the topic, Mel and the others, we have decided to stay in Japan until the sports festival is over. We always wanted to enjoy it in person at least one. David smiled. You will stay here 1 whole month? That's great. We can catch up and Melissa can visit the UA. Yagi laughed, spilling some blood. Bearmon already had a handkerchief for him. We also wanted to talk with you about an important topic, Bearmite explained while glaring at Toshinori, who sighed. Yes. Young Midoriya, can you show Melissa the UA while David and we talk? All Might asked. Izuku was confused, but he nodded, and soon, the group of teens and Digimon left the place. Dave, I wanted to trust you an important secret. I'm sorry for hiding it, but I did it for your safety and of your family. Yagi took a deep breath. Leomon was the one who convinced him to share the secret of One for All. Izuku guided Melissa and Gardraman through the facilities. The director allowed us to go into some heroic trainings to see how you do. We can also go to the support course to look at the students and their works, the girl smiled. I see. I wanted to visit the support course at some point to revise my suit, but with the festival so close I have to focus on our training, Midoriya explained. Makes sense. Dad and I will be going around for the month. Do you want to exchange numbers? Uncle Might looked very happy with you. Also, I'm still impressed about how you passed the exam, she blushed slightly. Oh, yes. I mean, there's no problem. A cute girl wanted to give her number because she thought he was cool? You know, I decided to create support equipment because I don't have a quirk, but, after seeing you pass the exam, I think. Maybe I? She wasn't sure about to say it out loud. Then, Izuku understood. It was the moment. The words he wanted to hear his entire life until he met All Might after that attack. In less than an instant, his expression changed from confusion to determination. Kuro snorted, but smiled, unable to mess it. Shy? No, Melissa. I won't deny it, is hard, really hard. Kuro and I trained until our bones almost cracked every day, and we took an abysmal effort. But if you work hard, harder than anyone, he was looking at her blue eyes. You can undoubtedly become a hero. Melissa smiled with tears in her eyes. Thanks, Izuku. I will work hard to achieve it. She was happy to hear it from someone who passed through all that suffering and doubts. Side story, a scary movie. This happens 2 days after. Hey, how about today we take a rest? We have been training like crazy. Tokage suggested. They were in the dining room during lunch break. I would love to take a day off or something. We could go to see a movie or something. There's a cinema close to the school. We could approach to see what movie we can see, Izuku hummed with interest. Maybe they could see a new hero movie? I would love to see a new movie. We have been so busy that I haven't been in a cinema for ages. Hagakure exclaimed. I have the evening free, so we can go with you, Itsuka said while Gaomon was nodding. I would love to accompany all of you, Reiko accepted. It looks fun. I also want to go. Karamon was smiling eerily. We can't go, guys, sorry, Ochako apologized. Next time we will go, promise. Terriermon raised his hand. He wanted to go, but both were busy. I can't go, I have a previous compromise with my brother. My apologies, Ida said. I can go. It would be a nice way to relax, Shishida nodded, while Monodramon shrugged. He didn't care what movie they were gonna see. I can go, Mineta nodded. He just needed to call home to tell his partner. The three of us can. Mina thumbed up. I can't, Shroom. My dad and I will have a court practice, Kanoko sighed. I can go with you. But only if it's subbed, Pony said. Then, it's decided. The ones we can, we will go today, and after the sports festival we can go everyone to see another movie, Setsuna smiled. Everyone agreed, and after classes, the group went to the theater that Izuku said. Once in front of the cinema, the group wasn't sure what movie watch. Everyone had different opinions. Izuku, Kuro, Gaomon and Yui wanted to see the new Ultra Boy movie, Shishida, Itsuka and Rinamon a thriller, Karamon and Reiko wanted an horror one, and Ashido, Liz, Hagakure and Mineta a romance one with spicy scenes. Lunamon, Monodramon, Tokage and Koko didn't have a clear opinion. In the end, was decided through the ancient method of rock, paper, scissors. Oh. My god, why is this graphic? Itsuka yelled while she was hugging a terrorized Izuku, who returned her hug in horror. Surprisingly, Karamon won, and then they went to the scary one. Soon it became clear that the special effects were really well made. No, don't go in there. Setsuna yelled while she was holding her head between her arms, but looking through the gaps. Reiko and Karamon were enjoying it fully, and Lunamon was really intrigued, with her eyes shining. When it ended, almost everyone was pale. I think I will have nightmares for years. Shishida was walking slowly while being followed by Monodramon, who was looking to the floor with a terrorized expression. Izumi's body? I don't think I can erase it from my memory. Mina held her urges to vomit. It was a great experience. Thanks, Karamon. Reiko nodded at her partner, happy of seeing the movie. Heh. Thanks, the Digimon giggled. She was blushing slightly because at some point, Izuku hugged her in pure fear, and she felt his strong arms surrounding her. It was wonderful. I liked it. Lunamon was smiling while eating the rest of her candies and drinking soda. Surprisingly, she discovered that she liked terror movies. Miss Gravity, so, how it went the movie? Dino Gal, I don't want to see a broom for a couple of months. Hero Nerd, incredibly scary. But we discovered that Lunamon likes terror movies. Spectre Girl, it was a great movie. Karamon, yes. I loved it. Base Beach, wait, Karamon has her own phone? Spectre Girl, she's using my old one. I gave it to her so she could use it because it's relatively new, only 1 year old. I won my current one in a lottery. Karamon, yes. I love having my own phone. Hero Nerd, oh, true. I forgot to mention. We discovered about Lunamon's corruption. Them hands, oh, is true. All Might went for you to talk about it. Hero Nerd, well, he contacted a friend on Island, and thanks to him and Melissa that we could analyze that data. She and his father were really nice and smart. Various girls thought at the same time, why do I feel jealous? Hero Nerd, PC, Lunamon's corruption is due to the one who experimented with her tried to improve all her stats forcing data inside her, and as far as we know due by Melissa's messages, it looks the case with other Digimon. The apparition of the marks is because the incompatibility of the foreign data with the Digicore. Seems like that the body can absorb it slowly with enough time. Hero Nerd, Melissa told us that they managed to extract the extra data from one Digimon at the moment. Dino Gal, they couldn't do that to Lunamon? Hero Nerd, Lunamon's was one of the Digimon with the most time with the corruption, so her body began to absorb the foreign data. Trying to get rid of it could cause terrible damage to her Digicore, we can only wait. Hero Nerd, PC we also discovered that the Digivices can update by themselves if they are close enough to a machine or computer that has a program which will upgrade their base functionality. Izuku and Melissa's Digivis can now analyze the corruption and explain the effects. Miss Gravity, that's amazing. How can we do that? Hero Nerd, we only have to approach our Digivices and it updates by itself. We should tell everyone in class with one. Tenya Ida, good idea. Tomorrow we will do it. Base Beach, perfect. By the way, anyone want to train with us tomorrow? And no, Green Day, we aren't gonna do one of your crazy trainings. We don't wanna die. Thanks. Hero Nerd, I'm sorry that Toshinori-sensei's regime was so hard that our bodies got used to it. Base Beach, if you wanna train for 5 hours perfect, but me and Impmon won't. Them hands, I can. Galmon wants to evolve soon. Melter, Liz evolved before to school, but only a couple of seconds and Coco wanna do it too. We will improve that. Tenya Ida, is a perfect moment to join you. I wanna train my fighting style. Dino Gal, I can't go. My aunt is coming home and I wanna train with her. Miss Gravity, no problem. We will also join all of you. Juzo, me too. By the way, if you see Monoma, you can send him outside the gym. Mushroom, maybe we can join, but I'm not especially athletic. Hero Nerd, that's okay. We can adjust the training to everyone needs. We don't need to do the same. Cowgirl, not SXL, I can't, sorry. Aerosenin, me neither. I have to help Mom. Invisicure, I will go too. I want to improve my strength. Them hands, then, we go to Gamma Gym tomorrow after school? Miss Gravity, sounds good. After school, the group went to the Gamma Gym and changed into their PE uniforms. While they were walking, they encountered Monoma, but a chop from Kendo was enough to hush him and make him unconscious. After the stretching, everyone started training different things. Izuku, Hagakure and Mina began doing various series of push-ups and pull-ups. Jairu was sparring with Komori to improve their close fight and endurance. Kendo and Galmon were fighting against Kuro and Rinamon, the first one in her champion form to enlarge her time in it. Lunamon, Terriermon and Uraraka were running through the whole gym. Shishida was on the press bench, while Ida was training with Juzo. Soon, Mina and Toru had to stop for rest. How? How can you keep going, Midori? Mina was panting. I'm just not tired. Our regime was so intense that my body got used to it, Izuku admitted while he was doing pull-ups. I can't believe that you can keep training without stopping a single second. Hagakure was jealous. Both lasted 20 to 25 minutes doing that, despite being in a good condition, but Izuku was something else. The girls drank some water, and after a couple of minutes sitting on a bench, they returned to the exercises. After 1 hour, everyone stopped. Izuku was cleaning the sweat of his face with his shirt, revealing his abs to everyone. Every girl blushed at the view. God damn it, Jairu's nose began to bleed slightly, and her jacks were moving uncontrollably. Kuro was blinking like an owl while from her nose was running a small string of blood. Rinamon looked brazenly, Lunamon was embarrassed, but she was still glaring anyway. Uraraka began floating away, Itsuka's face was completely red, Kanoko was emanating spores, and Hagakure and Mina were nodding with appreciation. Unbeknownst to Midoriya, Liz took a photo of his abs, while Coco thumbed up to her. Something's wrong? Izuku asked when he noticed that every girl was staring at him. No, nothing's wrong, it's just, you are all sweaty, Hagakure said. She clearly was blushing, but nobody could prove it. Oh, yeah. I was doing the intense version, he explained, unaware of the thirst of the girls. After the training, everyone left to their houses. Girls only. Mina added 10 people. Mina, girls, enjoy the forbidden treasure. Midori's abs. Mina Ashido uploaded a picture. Setsuna, DMN, boy. He's packed. Mina, I saw Kirishima shirtless, and I can say that Midori is in better shape. My god. Komori, Shroom. Itsuka, why did you create this group? To pass Izuku's pics like contraband? Are you that horny? Setsuna posted 4 pictures. Itsuka, Tokage. Setsuna, what? They were from the dojo. Ochako, my god, I didn't understand why he was so strong, until now. Karamon, I want to rest my head on those abs. Reiko, he clearly has been doing intense training. His arms are really muscular. Toru, Jairu is connected, but is not talking. Ochako, maybe she's busy? Mina, Uraraka. You're too pure. Kyuka, Impmon here. Kyo saw the pics and passed out while bleeding. Mina, oh, so she wasn't masturbating, only she fell unconscious? Sorry for misunderstanding. Itsuka, aren't you gonna invite Kuro and Rinamon? Hagakure, what? Why? Dino Gal, well, unfortunately they don't have their own phone. And I'm not sure about Rinamon, but Kuro has been falling head over heels for Izuku for years, but probably she didn't notice herself. Mina, what? And I discover it now? How did I miss that? Ochako, wait, but they sleep in the same room, and, well, pass almost every second together. I thought of them as brother and sister. Also, they are different species. Spectre Girl, well, some people that developed some interest in Digimon are called Digilovers. There was a polemic in social media some years ago. In their defense, in a society like ours, full of quirks that change the aspect of a lot of people, the line between human and Digimon is really diffuse. Toru, so? Kuro is a human lover? Androphilia? What is called? Setsuna, isophilia. She doesn't show any interest in anyone other than him. She literally didn't react to any Digimon or shirtless humans except Izuku. And I can't blame her. Itsuka, Setsuna? Setsuna, what? His face is cute, he has a killer body, he can cook because he helps his mother, he is terribly smart and he's one of the kindest people you will ever meet. He's a full pack, and you can't deny it. Itsuka, I mean, you're not wrong. Setsuna, also, polygamy is legal? Itsuka, and you had to screw it. Ochako, why is Ochako floating away again? What are you talking about? Toru, hey, Terriermon. We are talking about Izuku being a hottie. Ochako, okay, enough reading for me. I'm not interested in anything SXL. Bye. Mina, and there he goes. Toru, so Terriermon is asexual? Interesting. Karamon, in fact, a bunch of Digimon are, like 20 to 30%. Because genres for us are not such a big deal, it's relatively common to see asexual or aromantic Digimon, and literally polygamy relationships or even open ones. I'm open to share, BTW, laughing face. Mina, DMN, way to go, girl. Itsuka, so what, is anyone else here gonna say that is interested to Izuku? Mina, well, I wouldn't say love, but... Itsuka, really? Mina, what? All of those points Tokage said, and he doesn't mind my appearance, he's so fun to tease, and he literally likes every quirk, including one as problematic as mine. My only boyfriend was an a-hole about that topic. Setsuna, what happened? Mina, well, he didn't want to kiss me because he said I could use my quirk mistakenly and melt his lips. Ugh. Itsuka, what an a-hole. I'm sorry. Mina, don't worry. I broke his nose after I discovered that he went out with me only for a bet. I'm over it now. As I said, I'm not in love, but I like him, and I wouldn't mind hanging out with him on some dates and other stuff. Toru, well, I think I really like him, after all, he and Renamon helped me with my quirk, he's always nice, and he always tries to look at my eyes while talking despite not knowing where they are. It's really cute. Setsuna, ah. Reiko, I don't know him that much, so I can't say I like him. Right now I just see him as a good friend. Karamon, I like him. He's nice to me, doesn't find my laugh creepy or weird, and we talk about evolutions and Digimon stuff in private. Ochako, well, I'm not sure. I mean, it's too soon. But I can't deny that I find him attractive. But I'm worried that having a relationship can be hard while studying. Mina, Ochako, girl, don't worry too much about it. You are in high school. This is the best time to meet people and hang out with hot cuties. If you decide that you like someone, go ball out. Ochako, well, if you point it in that way. Komori, well, maybe I have a crush on him. He's handsome, he doesn't think that my quirk is weird, he liked it. And he can hear me talk about mushrooms for hours and don't complain. And he even asks some questions about different species, like the ones which can be used for assistance or for aromas. Ochako, that's cute, Kinoko. If anyone mess up with you they will meet pain from Ochako and I. Itsuka, didn't you say that you weren't interested? Ochako, I like gossip. And Ochako is floating away, again. Setsuna, so, Prez, your opinion about Parsley? I saw you glaring at him multiple times. Itsuka, ugh. Fine, I like him. He was the first boy who wasn't angry because I won against him, called me tomboy, or any stupid thing. He gifted me a book of motorbikes for when I buy one, and he always tries to improve. Each time we spar and pushes me to become better at fighting. Setsuna, yay, you're honest. I also like him. We can talk about dinosaurs and history for hours, and I still don't know how he can have that much info. I met him for some years. He's nice, he likes my quirk, and he loves to talk about heroes and costume options. Yui, I love him. Mina, wow, okay. I wasn't expecting that direct answer. Yui, in the battle trial he took the time to talk to me, despite I was using my phone to communicate, but at that time I only saw him as a friend. Then I discovered that we shared our likes for Sentai heroes, and he noticed my subtle reactions while I wrote. But then, at the USJ, that villain almost killed me, and then Izuku saved me by punching him, standing in front of me, protecting me from him. And after thinking about it thoroughly, I can't deny it. Toru, your reason is so beautiful, Yui. I support you 100%. Setsuna, so, what do we do now? We ran to him and we confess our eternal love? Itsuka, Setsuna, be serious. I think we should focus on the festival right now, especially because a lot of people here are not sure about their feelings. And rushing is never a good idea. I felt attraction a lot of times, and in the end it was just a temporary crush. Give everyone some time and then we can figure something out. Karamon, I just want to remember that polygamy is legal, laughing face. Itsuka, DMNIT, Karamon. Izuku, unbeknownst to that whole conversation of yesterday, was writing in his notebook while seeing the news about that hero killer in the train. How can he do that? Maybe he has a quirk that allows him to null everyone who touches? Or maybe he has an erasing quirk like Aizawa-sensei and uses the lack of power to attack them. He probably has a partner due to the Digimon victims. Kuro was sitting there, sleeping during the trip. Renamon was also writing in hers, and Lunamon was reading a book. When everyone arrived at the class, Izuku noticed that Uraraka was blushing and couldn't look at him. Did I do something? The boy asked, and received a shrug from Kuro, as confused as him. And Ochako wasn't the only one acting weird. Yui was looking directly at him, like she was analyzing the boy. Mina was smiling with her cheeks slightly red, and Jiru's jacks were moving uncontrollably. Uraraka, you okay? Izuku asked. Yes. I'm perfectly fine. I'm totally perfect. She was practically screaming with her face completely red. No one believed her, but they decided to not insist, and sat at their shared desk. Soon, Midnight entered the class to start the lesson. At the lunch break, everyone went to the dining room, and excluding one attempt of prank due to Monoma's Demodevaman, it was a peaceful moment. Izuku, you want to train before our English lesson? Tsunatori asked with a smile. Oh. Yes, why not? He said, confused for a second. Perfect. I want to become better at close combat because, despite charging at my enemies, I'm not really good at it, Tsunatori admitted with a nervous smile. Oh, then, we could spar today. That's fine for me, Izuku said while he saw Chakaman eating a huge pile of food at an extreme speed. Perfect. The same gym as other day. Despite she still usually talked in English a lot of times, her understanding and pronunciation improved a lot. Mina smiled deviantly at that. She knew that she had to add Tsunatori to the other chat. When Izuku and the others went to the gym, Pony was already there in her PE uniform. They stretched for a few minutes, and began to talk. Okay, how about we try a training with no rules to see how you handle a fight? Renamon and Kuro were practicing with Chakaman to help him to evolve as soon as he could. Lunamon was with one girl of the 1B class, taking care of the garden on the rooftop. That sounds good to me. Pony thumbed up, and they began sparring. Soon. It made clear that Tsunatori wasn't very good at close combat, as she said, but a good thing she had was her legs. Her kicks hurted. A lot. They had so much strength that Izuku was sent away with one single hit with her left leg in the chest. You okay? Holy sheet, that was some intense hit, Kuro muttered. Yes, but now I think I know what you can focus on training. He smiled despite the pain, and after 2 minutes of recovering, he began teaching her how to fight with her legs as main weapon, how to move her body and which posture she had to do to use all her strength. He wasn't an expert, but with the limited time they had, it should be enough. Despite some typical mistakes, she began to understand the basics. This should be enough for today. Let's get changed and go to my house to study. Pony smiled intensely, and after picking Lunamon, everyone went to Midoriya's house to study. Girls only. Mina added Pony. Mina, welcome to Izuku's secret harem. Mina answered a message. There are some nice pics. I want to ask you, are you interested in Midoriya? Pony, you mean romantically or sexually? Setsuna, yes. Pony, well, I find him charming. Was that the word? He helps me study Japanese, we both love manga and anime, and oh my. I saw the pics. He's hot AF. I'll read the rest of the chat, so I can practice my reading skills. Ochako, so, Mina is plotting to create a harem to Midoriya. This feels like a romantic comedy from a mid-season anime. Mina, hey, show some respect. This is at least worth a top-tier romantic comedy. Arf, Bakugo was tired. He and his partner spent the entire month training. If he and his partner wanted to be the best, they had to train harder than anyone. Aniki. I can't anymore. Agumon was sitting on the ground, exhausted. Tomorrow we will show everyone that we are the strongest. He gritted his teeth. The month passed slowly, and everyone prepared for the sports festival. Some of them trained, some studied, and others spent their free time procrastinating. Izuku was incredibly busy. He was contacted by Nizu himself to start talking with him about a case he was investigating for fun. The boy began to take some interest after he saw some irregularities, and sent a document with 30 pages to the director, talking about what he discovered and some theories he made about the case of the dead girl from an untested drag, and soon he had the hypothesis that the doctor wasn't the responsible, due to various declarations and documents that it wasn't finished and it shouldn't be tested in humans yet. Yi also kept talking with Melissa online, talking about quirk usages and equipment theory. She said that her father had a pale expression after talking to Uncle Might, and made a call to a colleague called Sam. She didn't know what it was, but it seemed important. He was still talking from time to time with Karamon about Digimon, with Setsuna about quirks and costumes and hero fashion. All of that while he and his Digimon were training, including Lunamon. I wanted to use my hero costume, Mina pouted. This is for everyone having the same chance to get the attention of the pros, so we can't. Ojiro smiled. Ida was talking to his brother with his phone. Midoriya, Todoroki approached the green boy. Something's wrong, Todoroki? Izuku asked. Objectively, I'm stronger than you, he stated with his stoic expression. Cough bullshit, Kuro faked a cough, receiving a glare from Shudo. Sorry, I have a sore throat. As I was saying? I'm stronger than you, but for some reason, All Might has taken an interest in you. I don't want to interfere in that, but I'll defeat you. You talk like Izuku was the only threat in the class, Rinamon said with her usual calm behavior, and I don't think I have to remember what happened the last time you underestimated someone. A small smile appeared in her expression. She showed an unusual glimpse of pride and conceit. I know. Todoroki frowned. He wasn't gonna make the same mistake. Hey, there's no need to antagonize anyone. We're about to start, so fighting before we begin is no good, Kirishima tried to calm Todoroki, and put his hand in Todoroki's shoulder. We're no friends. I'm not here to make friends. The mint boy stated with a serious expression and took Ijiro's hand from his shoulder. I don't think it's a good idea to ignore everyone else except Izuku, Lunamon mumbled. She's right. Don't underestimate us, you mint edgy boy. Impmon yelled. We will fight with all of our might, Doraemon growled. Todoroki, the mentioned boy turned to see Izuku. I don't know what's gotten into you or why you feel the necessity to beat me, but don't forget that I'm not the only threat in the festival. Some students from the 1B want to defeat us only because we are the main focus from the press, and a lot of general courses want to sit in the Hero 1, aiming for the highest. But the 1A knows each other's quirk and everyone has fought real villains, so don't think that you're gonna win so easily. That's so manly, Kirishima muttered. Momo blinked, surprised, but she smiled. Midoriya was right, she could do this. Yes. We're gonna kick some buttes and show what we are weighed for. Mina clenched her fists with a smile, while Coco and Liz were nodding with determination. The students of 1A were encouraged after seeing that. We will fight with all of our might. Sato smiled. The sports festival is going to begin. Are you ready? Present Mike asked through the microphone. Rumi Usajiyama was incredibly bored in her seat, tapping the ground with her foot, while her friend Ryuko Tatsuma was at her left. Relax, Rumi. I promise you that it's gonna be great. Ryuko, despite I love a great fight, I only like it when I'm the one in it, not a bunch of hormonal teenagers. I hope a miracle happens and you're right. She rolled her eyes. Rumi, please. Enjoy the free days. This is practically the first rest we take in weeks, a purple rabbit Digimon begged with a tired expression. Tsuruiman, female. Champion level and data attribute. This beast-man Digimon was discovered in the hinterland of a mountainous Chinese province. She's a martial artist with great potential who has wandered through the whole world in search of a powerful foes to develop her skills. She uses a martial art called Tagaken, created by herself. Her signature move makes a series of furious blows with her claws, called Gauntlet Claw. Maybe we can see an interesting student in these 3 days to make an intern, Tsuruiman hoped. This year, taking advantage of the fact that they didn't have to pay, the UA decided to extend the event to 3 days, one for each year. With that choice, the pro heroes could watch all of the years instead of focusing on only one. I don't think I have to mention that the Hero Commission wasn't happy about it, but Nizu was really good at speech. I would love to see the almighty Mirko send an offer to someone for the first time and give my condolences to the student, Ryukyu giggled, receiving a punch from Rumi. I'm hungry, a yellow Digimon said while looking at where they sell food. Ryudaman, none. Rookie level and vaccine attribute. This beast Digimon has the same interface as Doraemon, so it's presumably another prototype Digimon. It wears a Japanese-style armor which gives it a boost in defense, but don't let that detail fool you, it can still be incredibly fast and brutal in battle, gathering combat prowess the long it fights. In its signature move, Iai Blade, leaps up to the opponent to fire a iron blade at point-blank range. Okay, we can pick some food before it starts. You want something, Rumi? Ryukyu asked. Anything with carrots or apples is fine, she nodded while checking her phone. After a couple of minutes, Ryuko returned and gave Mirko some snacks with carrots, while Ryudaman had an entire bag with food. It's time for the students of first year to enter. Mike yelled. I feel weird without my robe, Renamon said with a frown. The 1A appeared to the stadium. That's a lot of people, Hagakure muttered. She still was nervous to be seen, to be noticed. Hey, relax, Hagakure. We're gonna do it great. I'm sure you can highlight despite being invisible. Kaminari blinked her an eye, while his partner sighed at Denki's failed attempt to flirt. Izuku was looking at the front, followed by his partners. Young Midoriya, I hope you and your partners can show everyone in the festival what you are made of. Show to the world that you're here. All Might's words resonated in his head. We will cheer for you, Izuku. Do your best. Melissa's smile and support gave him enough courage to stand whoever he will be facing. Here comes the new shining stars that will stop the enemies. Here is the 1A. Hisashi was excited to present the event of the first years, but this time he could do it with all three of them. Don't underestimate these spurts. Maybe they are new, but they have fire in their eyes. Punkmon added with a scream. Can you remember why we are here? Aizawa asked. So we can prevent them from saying anything weird. Pixelmon comment made laugh part of the audience. Hey, that kid has 3 partners? One of the hero patrolling pointed at Izuku. It was MT Lady. I remember him. Isn't that kid from the sludge villain? The one we scolded? Kemui Woods asked. That irresponsible brat? You're right. But it seems he has gained some muscle, Death Arms said. Oh true. But is curious that he's the only one with 3 partners. The rest they usually have 1 or none. Wait, that Digimon has weird marks in the ear. You squinted her eyes. Weren't those marks due by that corruption that said in the news? What happened to her? The last time it wasn't with the boy, Kemui Wood said. Returning to the stadium, Lunamon was slightly scared and stressed by the huge amount of people. But she took a deep breath and held her doubts. Now here comes the 1B. Although they haven't fought villains, they are as determined and strong as their sister class. The second group of students appeared, with their heads up, wanting to show pride. Bakugo had an intense frown on his face, and Agumon looked tired from the intense month of training. Monoma had an annoying expression, and the rest were smiling or serious. Time to show who we are. The copy user smirked. It's the turn for the general course. Classes 1C, 1D, and 1E. Some students here want to get a great spot in their desired jobs, but a lot of them aim for 1 seat in the hero class, and they will do whatever it takes to achieve it. Shinso had an expressionless face, with dark circles under his eye, due to the lack of sleep. Other students were resentful. We are here to make them look good, right? The boy who said that ignored the words only to complain. PP. Now is time for the support course. They use their intelligence and abilities to create the inventions the future heroes they will use. The most remarkable ones were a pink-haired girl with a maniac grin with a Kakawaman, and a orange-haired girl with a ponytail alongside a Renamon. Neither of the two wasn't particularly interested in the festival. And finally, the management course. They are the ones who will manage all the business in the hero world, so make sure you don't antagonize them. The business course looked at the rest of the students with interest, especially the hero ones, but not for stealing the seats, but for the possible advertising. I think we can expect some resistance, Jairu sighed. When every student was in the stadium, the judge of the first year appeared. Is Midnight the referee? Hell yeah. A great part of the male audience, and some of the females, yelled of joy. She was with her partner, Lalamon, which was floating around with a mask exactly like hers. Almost every student looked at her with embarrassment and slight horniness. What is Ms. Midnight wearing? Kirishima muttered with a blush. She's the R18 heroine after all, Kaminari answered. Now, for the initial speech, Itsuki Sora and her partner Koronamon, representing the 1B class. The said girl smiled brightly and walked joyfully, alongside her partner, an orange Digimon with a flame in its head, with a bipedal lion-like appearance. Koronamon, varies. Rookie level and vaccine attribute. This beast Digimon was born through the fusion of data obtained by observing the sun. It has a simple mind and a strong sense of justice. Its signature move, Corona Flame, uses all of its stamina as fuel to shoot a fiery fire missile of fire to its foes. When both stood in front of the mic, Sora smiled. I have to say, for the majority of my life I thought my quirk was a huge inconvenience. Until a year ago, I only was able to use it once before I was so tired I could pass out, but then, I realized that, despite the problems, it was a part of me, and I began to like it, with all the ups and downs, that I should be able to use it like breathing. After training hard, I became the top one in the entrance, because I had people who believed in me, like my mother and Koronamon, and I didn't give up. So, I'm telling everyone, do you want my seat in 1B? Then go for it. But make sure to understand that I will fight for it with everything I got. Despite the fact that the villains attacked our school, I want to demonstrate that I'm not scared of them. That me and my classmates will fight them and stop them. That we will go plus ultra. And thunderous applause from the audience, alongside with yells, flooded the stadium. That was a nice speech, Rinamon nodded. A strange beginning talking about her quirk, but probably she meant that she had to train hard to be here, Izuku mumbled. After these emotive words, it is time to know what the first event will be. A roulette appeared on the screens, which started spinning. The first event will be the King of the Hill. An earthquake began, shaking the place. Various gigantic hills appeared outside the stadium. The rules are simple. You can only have one Digimon partner with you, and your partner will have to put these bracelets on. An enormous table with the said items, each one named with the students' names, appeared in a platform from the ground. These bracelets will start counting points the moment you cross the line of one hill, and it will stop if you get out. The higher you get, the more points you will achieve. There are only 40 slots available, so make sure you end in one of them. A sadistic smile appeared on Midnight's face. By the way, for the participants with Digimon partners, if you or your partner are not inside the same area, because you are in different hills, or one of you is outside the area, you won't get points. Everything is allowed to win, except using excessive force. And if you do it, getting banned from the festival will be the least of your worries. Namuri's tone made everyone gulp, knowing that she was serious. Oh, and don't worry about the injuries, Nizu hired a doctor to heal you alongside Recovery Girl. I'm pretty sure that Dr. Takemi will live up to the expectations. She omitted how angry Chiyo was at the sudden appearance of a gothic doctor, which was also known as the Plague. But Nizu, who loved mysteries, began to investigate her case with an anonymous help. The fact that one day he began to laugh after he received a document made everyone in the staff room shiver. And 2 days before the festival, the doctor was in the UA as a new staff member, which was a prodigy about experimental medicine and the development of drugs. You have 5 minutes to prepare and go to the entrance. The rest of the Digimon will have to wait aside and not interfere. Lalamon picked the mic and explained with his childish voice. Izuku looked at his partners, and after some seconds of deliberation, he nodded. Rinamon, you first. The yellow Digimon nodded. Kuro. You are the most balanced fighter, and I want to keep your attacks and abilities as a surprise for the other events. Lunamon will be our reservation, is that fine? The other two nodded at that. Kuro and Lunamon began to walk, kick their butt. Aizu. The Gazamon yelled. You two can do it. The white Digimon cheered. Izuku and Rinamon walked to the entrance with decision. They were gonna win this festival.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.